As Frederick said, it seems to me that the natural way to think about visual experience is to think that it's a connection between you and the environment. There is no plainer English than this. Experiencing the world visually is seeing something. Seeing something is a relation between you and the object. But although I think that's very simple, that's very intuitive. There's a bit of the world out there. Experience is the relation between you and the bit of the world out there. But the classical problem for that picture has been that it's not just that there's a bit of the world out there and you encounter it. There's a way you encounter it in experience. As Frege put it, there's a mode of presentation. There's a way you're given the world. You can be given an object now in one way, now in another, and it might be news to be told it's the same object that you've got onto both times. So what's that way of being given the world, that mode of presentation? I think is usually taken, that mode of presentation, that's got to be something inside your head. The world is out there, you're seeing it under some mode of presentation or other, and that's something to do with what's inside your mind. But I want to argue in these talks that that's not the right way to think of it. And in particular, I want to try and catch something hard to catch about the notion of mode of presentation, that there's some sense in which, in experience, when we get the world as independent of us. We get the world as spatially arrayed, and we get a world that's going on whether we're there or not. And that's something to do with the mode of presentation. So let me start out with a kind of finger exercise on how this might work. What you might say about mode of presentation if you're thinking of experience as a relation between you and a bit of the environment. Suppose, as happens, that you're walking through the jungle and suddenly you catch a glimpse of something, you're not sure what, in the undergrowth. The colour draws your attention. It pulls your attention to that location. And you say, wait, there is something there. You say, nah, look, it is a tiger. And then you ask some further questions. Is it a large, ferocious tiger? Or is it perhaps a small, friendly tiger? Is it about to leap, or is it about to run away? So what's going on is that you are related to a characteristic at a location. You are related in the first instance to that colour at that place. Because you're related to that colour at that place, that causes you now to be related to the tiger, to that object. And now that you are related so to that object, that causes you to be related to further characteristics of the object. So, stop me if this is a bit too complicated, but the idea is that there are relations between you and the environment that stand in causal relations to one another. So, your perception of a colour at a location is causing your perception of the tiger. At this stage, there need not be any perception of the shape of the tiger. But then, that perception of the shape of the tiger can itself be further caused. Having seen the tiger, you can visually interrogate the scene to access its various characteristics. So you can think of the mode of presentation of the tiger as a matter of it being one property rather than another of the tiger that is allowing you to pull it out from its background, that is allowing you to see it as figure on ground. So experience of the external colours and locations is causing experience of the object, and that in turn is causing experience of the further characteristics of the object. You needn't necessarily think of that as a temporal sequence. There might be some kind of cycling here. And it's also true that in a particular case it can happen that as the tiger runs across the horizon, you can keep track of it without necessarily keeping track of its characteristics. But still, we can make sense of that idea of the way you're being given the object just as a matter of which properties out there in the scene are allowing you to get onto the thing in the first place. It needn't in general be true, of course, that it's color that lets you do that. It might be something like movement of the thing against a background. There might be lots of things that can happen. But in any particular case, we can make sense of the way the object is given to you, the properties that allow you to single out the object, even if you're thinking of perception only in terms of relations between the subject and the environment. Now, this bears on thinking about what vision science experiments tell us about visual experience. Vision scientists themselves often talk about what the implications are for visual experience of their work in terms of some bafflement. Well, it's the kind of thing I really mean to write something about when I retire. People say it's really very puzzling what the relation is between vision science and visual experience. But there must be something wrong, it seems to me, with that way of setting up issues in vision science. I mean, the whole subject of vision science is seeing, the visual experience of seeing. How can it be something that is being left out as a mystery to be dealt with later, what visual experience is? If you look at any vision science experiment, I think this is true. I mean, of course, there are many different experiments in vision science, but I think certainly of anything I've encountered, the vast majority of them are described at two levels. And I'm not suggesting that there is any confusion in the theorist's part in this. People shift seamlessly between talking about a vision science experiment in terms of the task on the screen, what the subject is doing, push the button when you see a red one, tell me if this one is brighter than that one, that kind of thing. There is a task on the screen that the subject is doing. There is a relation between the subject and what's going on in the screen, and that's what's being studied. And on the other hand, there are the hypothesized brain mechanisms that the theorists are trying to describe as being involved in letting the subject perform that task in relation to what's on the screen. So we've got two levels of analysis. One is the relation between the person and the environment, and the other is the characteristics of the information processing in the brain. Now, if we put it like that, and we ask, what is the level at which we find conscious experience? Well, conscious experience is a personal level characteristic of the subject, if anything is. If we're asking at which of these two levels do we find conscious experience, then the obvious answer is we find it at the first level. Conscious experience is the level at which we're talking about the relation between the subject and the environment. It's what the person is seeing on the screen. That's what's there. That's the level at which we find conscious experience. The trouble is to hold on to that intuitive picture. I mean, I think that what really seems mysterious is that people assume that conscious experience is something that is going on in the head, something that is happening under the electrodes, something that if only we had sufficiently fine-grained resolving techniques, we could see, we could watch the quicksilver, we could watch the neon blue of experience being etched out in the brain. And that is just the wrong place to be looking. The level at which we find conscious experience is at the relation between the subject and the environment. This is Huang and Paschler's picture of what's going on in the kind of tiger example I began with, where you have an underlying level of Triesmanian feature maps where the locations of various features in your environment are being mapped. Then something like the color lets you pull out a particular location. And then having pulled out a particular location, you go on to say, and what further can we find at that location? That's what's going on at the level of brain processing. And then the puzzle is that it's there in Huang and Paschler's diagram, is there, I think, in most thinking about experience and vision science, that experience is conscious access is something internal being spun off within the information processing in the brain. That's when visual experience seems like an epiphenomenon. It seems like something very baffling because look as we might at the brain, we just can't see this thing there. Where is it? What is it? Where did it go? How is it hiding? And I think the information story, actually in particular the story of Huang and Paschler's, is very beautiful. But the stuff about conscious access, we should simply leave out. There's actually a postscript to this paper by Huang and Paschler, where Huang, a few years later, has obviously been told to have a look at Ned Block's stuff. And he has a look at Ned Block's stuff and says, well, whatever is going on with conscious experience, it does not seem that we are really on the verge of understanding it. So I withdraw my earlier remarks. I do not know what is going on with conscious experience. And I think the idea of mystification here comes from thinking of it as something internal. We should think of the kind of information processing that's being described here as describing the underpinnings of the relations that we find between the subject and the environment, between the subject seeing one property, being able to see the object, being able to see further characteristics of that object. And if you ask what concept of causation here, I think this is actually a whole subject in itself, but the only concept of causation I can see as applicable here is a notion of counterfactual dependence, that we have counterfactual dependence of what's going on at the information processing level on what's going on at the personal level, which in turn is affecting what's going on at the information processing level. I mean, your brain is your friend. What I mean is your brain is on your side. In this kind of case, if at the personal level your alarm is set off by the experience of color in the undergrowth, then that alarm at the experiential level is what's causing the brain to swing into play, to do further processing, to determine just what characteristics there are of the object at that level. Okay, so we should think, if you've got an experience like seeing the display in the screen and you're being asked to perform some task like determine if all the same colors are there in the display on the left as they are in the display on the right, that's the task at the level of visual experience. Underpinning your ability to execute that task is the information processing story. And let's not think of conscious experience as something, as it were, internal to the information processing story. Okay, well, I think if we think of experience in those terms, then there's a special problem about spatiality. I've been saying we can make sense of the notion of the way an object's given to you in terms of the properties that let you lift that object out from its background. Actually, let me just pause a second there. Everything I've said has been very simple. So if anything I say did not seem simple, then please pause me, because I'm just explaining it incorrectly. Oh, that's plain as day and clear as a bell. Absolutely compelling. I see, right. Okay. Okay, well, let's bracket the compelling, but it's perfectly clear what I'm saying. Okay. 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 Well, spatiality, there's a problem about how you fit that into this picture. I mean, spatiality is a pervasive factor of visual experience. We see the spatial relations between the objects around us. The objects themselves fill space. And to give an arresting example of Wittgenstein's, Wittgenstein said, in visual space, we have absolute motion, not only relative motion. It's not, he said, think, for example, of two stars circling one another in a pitch dark sky. So that's all you can see are the two stars circling one another. It's thought they had something like this in mind. So the two stars may keep their relative locations unchanged as you're watching them. But nonetheless, it can be perfectly evident that there's movement. So what does it come to that there is movement of the two stars here? How is it that you're getting the movement? Well, the space we're dealing with here can't be a space that's relative merely to the objects you're perceiving, because the relative positions of the two stars are unchanged. Wittgenstein says it's as if a set of axes flared up in your visual experience, and you were watching the motion relative to that set of axes. The two stars are changing location in that set of axes. And then he says, but that can't be quite right, because suppose a set of axes did flare up in your visual field, that set of axes would itself be oriented. It could be upright or tilted or whatever, but it would be oriented as if with respect to another, as yet unseen set of axes. So we're being given places in the visual field under a mode of presentation. We get them in one way rather than another. We're getting them as if in relation to this unseen set of axes. So what does that come to? We can't explain that in the way I explained it with the tiger, that you explain the mode of presentation under which you're getting the tiger by appeal to the property that you use to lift the tiger out from its background. Places in themselves are all very much alike. There's not much difference between places. So the fact that you're getting onto one place rather than another in the visual field can't be explained by your using one property rather than another to pull out that place. So how do you make sense of the idea of the way you're given the place? And I think that question has some special philosophical sharpness, because as one of the speakers said a moment ago, since Kant, philosophers have taken it that there's something special about the spatial aspect of visual experience. It's because visual experience has its spatial aspect that we see objects as independent of us. One way to put it is to say that the spatial relations among the objects you perceive and their spatial relations to you explain the temporal order in your experiences of them. So if you take something like this building, you move around the room, you move from one room to another, then there is the spatial layout of everything you're looking at, and that in conjunction with your occupying the positions you do at various times that you move through the room the way you do, that's what explains the temporal order of your perceptions. This is a very simple idea. This is Kant's example of the house, where you go around a house and now you experience this, now you experience that, now you experience that. And the reason there's that temporal order in the experiences you're having of the house is that the locations are spatially ordered as they are. So your experience of objects as spatially located in that sense is experience of the objective. It's experience of something that can be used in analyzing your why you're having the experiences you do. So let me just state the conclusion I want to get to here. If we're asking, how visual experience can be of the objective. I say it's your grasp of the shared language that is fixing the spatial significance of the experience. We're not to look for an explanation of this at the level of neural processing in the first instance. We look for it in terms of our grasp of a shared language. So let me give one easy way in to seeing how this conclusion could be true. One is to look at Steve Levinson's work on the use in different cultures of different kinds of frame of reference. Levinson said, well, we can make a distinction between three kinds of frame of reference. Egocentric frames, where you project right, left, in front and behind, up and down onto an object. You say the camera is behind the chair, the bag is underneath the table, the dog is on the left of the car. You get the external object, you project the frame of reference onto it. You talk about where things are in that frame of reference. Or you have intrinsic object-centered frames of reference. The dog is on the car's left, where you just take the natural axes of the object. You don't project right, left, and front and behind onto it. You just take the axes that the object naturally has in itself and locate objects with respect to that. Or else we have absolute frames of reference, like uphill, downhill, north, south, east, west. The dog is uphill from the car. And Levinson's point was there are many languages. It talks a great deal about gugu eumethia, where people use only absolute frames of reference. They only talk in terms of north, south, east, and west. They don't talk in terms of right and left and in front and behind. They only use these absolute frames of reference. A gugu eumethia speaker would say, there's an ant on your south leg. One warned Levinson, look out for the ant north of your big toe. Now, to use an absolute frame of reference like that at all times, in all locations, seems to us very demanding. It's almost unimaginable. How could you do it? But people do it. And when you think about it, how you do it is, well, if from the age of 2 or so in your use of language, you have constantly got to be keeping track of north, south, east, and west, then you just will do it. As many in 1 word in 10 in a normal gugu eumethia conversation is north, south, east, or west, often accompanied by very precise hand gestures. When Levinson asked some informants if they could think of clues that would help him improve his sense of direction, because you or I, take it, most of us can't usually just point to north, south, east, or west just like that. These people do, but they spend their lives doing it. They volunteered such hints as the differences in the brightness of the sides of trunks of particular trees, the orientation of termite mounds, wind directions in particular seasons, the flights of bats and migrating birds, the alignment of sand dunes in the coastal area. There's one quite moving story of a child in Bali who was using, in a people who was using only absolute frames of reference, who had shown some talent as a dancer and was taken to a great teacher in a village some miles away to be taught further development of his dance skills. And the experimenter who'd helped him make the journey went back there after a few days, full of optimism, and found both the student and the teacher in a state of some depression, because the student had been moved away from his ordinary frame of reference, couldn't use the ordinary signals available to help him get on to locations. The teacher had no way of communicating to the student how spatially the student was meant to move. Levinson says, well, the natural idea would have been to say, but just tell them to move to the right, to the left, in front, behind. What could be easier than that? But I think The point is that to both the teacher and the student, that would have seemed absolutely bizarre as it would seem to you or I to try to teach dance movements in terms of east, west, north, and south. And the point here is that although for you and I it's natural as breathing to think of directions in terms of in front, behind, right, and left, that is a product of our language. That is a product of how we are taught language. That is a product of the fact that from the time that you or I are 2 years old, we're being taught to use these egocentric frames. So this comes out in lots of different tests. One classic kind of test is where you give people a mirror transform of what they're looking at. So you're looking at an object on a table, and then you're switched around and given a choice of 4 objects on another table and asked which one is in the same relative position, the same position as the one you first saw, the object you first saw. The relative solution here is that, my arm is not long enough, but it's this one. That you'd say, well, that's the one closest to me. That's the one in the position closest to me, just as that one isn't quite a close position to me. But the Gugu-Yimithir answer or the Tseltal answer would be, no, it's the one that's in the same position with respect to the sea, or the same position in respect to the east. This is this one. This one is the one that's closest to the sea here. This one here is the one that's closest to sea position here. So this is how Dutch speakers give this solution. Tseltal speakers give that answer. Similarly, if you're given a route here, and it goes 2 paces to the right, 1 pace towards you, another pace to the right, and then you're asked which path here corresponds after you're rotated, then for you or I, it's going to be, well, let's go 2 paces to the right, 1 pace towards, and 1 more pace to the right. The Tseltal answer is no, let's keep the one that preserves relations to the external landmarks. So that's one role for language in supplying the reference frame for visual spatial experience, determining which spatial magnitudes and relations we experience. There's no ground for thinking that, well, experience is the same for you and I in the Tseltal and the Gugu-Yimithir. Experience is the same. There are just these different cognitive answers we're giving to these different tasks. These are themselves languageless tasks. There's no ground for thinking that spatial experience has some life of its own, independent of the language that we're using to characterize what we're seeing. That is affecting every aspect of the non-spatial tasks that we use. Of course, I've just sketched the tip of the iceberg of the work on the way that gesture works and so on with speakers of these absolute languages. But now there's another dimension to the use of language here that comes in at this point. Suppose you say, well, I'm getting all these spatial magnitudes. I'm getting that this one's further away than that one. I'm getting that these two are further distanced than this one. In general, we take it that to grasp a property or to grasp a relation is to grasp something about its causal role, to know something about what difference it makes that something has that property. So how do we grasp causal roles? How do we grasp the causal roles of the spatial magnitudes we perceive? That's the notion of mode of presentation we need. How do we understand what the mode of presentation is of a spatial property, like being at a particular place or being at a particular location? Well, the way we grasp it is by being able to give it some causal significance. That's the analog of the way that the property pulls out the tiger, is how do we give this spatial thing physical meaning? How do we know what difference it makes? And in general, there are two kinds of answer you can give here to how you grasp the causal role of a spatial magnitude. One is to say, well, you do it by knowing how to act. You do it by knowing what difference those magnitudes should make for your behavior, how to bring one object closer so you can act on it, how one can affect the other, and so on. And the second thing you can do is give discursive explanations of what happened, that the spatial magnitudes can provide a framework within which we discursively, verbally explain how objects affect one another. That's a role for language in giving scientific or proto-scientific explanations of what happened. We don't just act in the world. We don't just observe objects acting on one another. We can analyze what's going on. We can say why we're able to act as we do. Probably the currently most popular analysis of causation in the philosophical literature is some interventionist analysis, where you say, what is it for X to be a cause of Y? Well, for X, we can only talk about X being a cause of Y when we've delineated some subsystem of the universe, and we ask, were I to come in from outside and make a difference to X, would there be a difference in Y? If so, then X and Y are correlated. I mean, this needs some more framing, but let's suppose that we are working with just that basic, simple framework. I've got some subsystem of the universe here. If I reach in here and make a difference to that, will that make a difference to the outcome? That's what it is for the two things to be causally linked. So if you think of that in terms of agency, as people do in the developmental literature, then the key question for does this cause that to happen is, can you make the second thing happen by making the first thing happen? The question the child's getting is, can you make it go? Can you make it light up? Can you make it make a noise? Do you know, if you've got that, if you know how to make it make a noise, then you've understood causation. Claude Glimmer suggested that the role of the idea of free will, I mean, it's very often taken, and I think Glimmer takes it, that free will is just an illusion. There's no such thing as free will. That's what all these Libet kind of experiments show. That, well, why do we have this illusion? Because it makes causal learning possible. If I'm going to come from outside a system and learn about how it's causally structured inside the system by acting on it, I better believe that I am an unmoved mover. I am coming from outside. I just do what I like. I'm not affected by anything inside the system. And I act on whatever I like. That's me exercising my free will. That's what makes causal learning possible, that I have this hallucination, that I'm a free agent. But the thing is, if you think about the causal significance of spatial experience in those terms, in terms purely of agency, then that makes spatial experience just the experience of affordances. That's to say, all you're learning about when you learn about how the world is spatially arrayed is how you can make stuff happen in there, how the world can have potentialities and threats for you. But that can't be the whole story about spatial experience. We think of spatial experience as confronting us with the arrays of spatial relations, spatial properties, in virtue of which the world provides the affordances that it does. And we don't actually think of causation only in these terms, in terms of how you can get particular outcomes by acting in the world. We think of causation in terms of mechanisms underlying those counterfactual truths. When you think of, I did this, I made a difference to this, and then there was a change in that outcome, and you ask, well, why did that happen? There is always the question, and what is the mechanism? And we think that's always got to have an answer. And one way that question gets an answer is in terms of spatial relations. We don't just think of spatial relations in terms of affordances for the subject. We think of spatial relations as key parts of the mechanism explaining why we can get the things that we can out of the world and why the world is threatening us as the way it does. We take the spatial relations between us and the objects that we see, and the spatial relations among the objects we see, to be part of the mechanistic explanation of why the world offers the affordances it does. But what does it come to that we've got this grasp of spatial relations as elements of mechanisms? Well, I think that all it can come to is that we use that causal analysis in verbally describing what's going on and why things happened. If you were an animal without any grasp of language, then it's very difficult to see how you could have anything more than a grasp of affordances. You are not going to have that capacity for scientific or proto-scientific explanation of what's going on, of why the world is providing the affordances it does. I say scientific or proto-scientific because you might think scientific's a pretty grand word to use for what a child is doing when they verbally explain things, but it's clearly explanatory, it's clearly getting at why things happened when you say, I couldn't reach it because it was too far away. Being too far away is not just constituted by my not being able to reach it. That's not just another way of redescribing its unreachability. Too far away is describing the reason why I can't make any difference to it. But what that comes to is itself something verbal. All that your grasp of that consists in is your capacity for verbal explanations. So I'm suggesting that that's a second role for language in our perception of spatial magnitudes. It's not just providing the frame of reference, it's providing for the possibility of that narrative explanation of what's happening and why that we need if we're going to understand objectively the causal role of spatial magnitudes. That is, if we're going to understand the spatial magnitudes not just as affordances in terms of potentialities for our own actions, but as the explanation of why you're able to act as you do. So I said, how can visual experience be of the objective? And I said, well, the shared language is fixing the spatial significance of the experience. Because the shared language is grounding our ability to use the spatial experience, the spatial information that experience provides in these scientific or proto-scientific explanations of our relations to the environment. Now, if you're with me so far, then I think this is quite threatening to many of the ways that we usually think about meaning and content. There's a very intuitive conception of representation that's commonly used in neuroscience, where you say, here I've got a bunch of cells firing. And you ask, well, what is that? Well, what are they representing? What's going on when those cells are firing? And the natural answer is, let's look to what external stimulus they're causally responding to. And let's have our sense of what the causal stimulus is that those cells are firing in response to. Let's have that be guided by some sense of what, from a evolutionary point of view, ought to be going on here. What the point might be of having that cell system firing. Now that's so intuitive. People use that the whole time. That just got to be a perfectly sensible conception of content. That is so intuitive that it just must make sense. I mean, there are various formal theories that try to lay out very explicitly just what that comes to, like Millikan or Drechka, and you can say, well, I disagree with clause 9 in Millikan's formulation, or I don't think Drechka got that quite right. But the intuitive concept of content that's being used here seems to me very robust and powerful. So we think of the representations here as explained by the way they mediate perception and action. But it seems to me, if that's your only concept of content, and I think for many of us, it is the only concept of content. For example, if you look at Tyler Burge's recent book, that's the only concept of content. Everything else is explained in terms of this concept of content. But if that's the concept of content you have, if that's your only conception of content, then I think you can't explain how these representations can relate to anything other than affordances. All you're getting is something about how these things are mediating perception and successful action. And this is actually a classical problem that goes back through the center of 20th century philosophy. In Wittgenstein and in Quine and in Dummett, in all these central figures in the canon, the picture is in Wittgenstein, the meaning of something linguistic has to be explained in terms of the use that's made of it in a context, what you do with it in that context. For Quine, all that there can be to linguistic meaning is what shows up in assent, dissent, dispositions, how we react to the perceptions of what's going on in our environment. Or in Dummett, the question is, how can there be anything more to meaning than the ways we react to sensory observation? Now, what I'm suggesting is that we should be taking the meaning of language to be not grounded in any such further facts. We should be taking the meaning of language not to be grounded in this conception of content. It's something autonomous that comes from outside. There's actually, if you think about it in the Wittgenstein, Quine, Dummett tradition, there's actually a great instability in the picture that they have. Because on the one hand, they're very concerned with the objectivity of meaning, the idea that meaning isn't private, the idea that meaning is shareable, the idea that meaning is the same for all, that we can communicate openly and without residue in language. And that pressure to explain how everything in language is out in the open and fully communicable is what leads them all, I think, to ground meaning in terms of connections between the perception and behavior of the individual. But the harder you press that last thing, grounding meaning in the connections between perception and behavior of the individual, the further you go towards a kind of solipsism, because all now that any individual is representing in their use of language is what implications the perceived world has for their behavior as individuals. And the idea that we're perceiving a really there, independently existing world that we're just coming upon is famously problematic for all three. In Wittgenstein, the form it takes is that we don't seem to have the ordinary notion of truth and falsity anymore. That seems to have gone out of the window. Where did that come from? And so there's a lot of talk and a lot of toing and froing as to how everything is perfectly all right. In Quine, the idea that there's no more to meaning than shows up in the assent-dissent dispositions is Quine sees it very clearly that sacrifices what we take to be the ordinary content of language, that we take to be the ordinary full-blooded meanings of the sentences that we use as relating to an independent reality out there. And in effect, Quine says, well, there is no such further stuff. The hard facts, when you go down to brass tacks, all that there is what shows up in the assent-dissent dispositions. Anything else is residual meaning that is subject to indeterminacy, not really there in the final analysis. And in Dummett will just explicitly throws out the realism of ordinary talk and says we're not actually talking about a mind-independent world at all. That's what our investigations show. Now, I think that the right answer there is just to give up the grounding of meaning in the connections between perception and action, that we shouldn't do it. We should give due weight to the kind of autonomy of language here. I think a lot of the heat went out of that debate because of some kind of causal teleological notion of representation. The picture I was saying, where you say, well, what are these cells firing in response to? And I think that that really seemed to help this kind of naturalistic picture, because you can be a kind of externalist. You can say, well, what I'm causally responding to is some magnitude out there, and that's what I'm acting on, that magnitude out there. And it's thought that somehow that will let you sustain realism. But the trouble is, there are lots of different magnitudes out there. So which one exactly is it that you're getting onto when you're responding to your cell firings in this way rather than that? Well, this picture, it seems to me, is absolutely powerless between an analysis of what the cells are firing in response to in terms of affordances. All that we've got are opportunities that the cell's firings are picking up on for action by the individual. The whole thing is just set up so that we're only looking at the impact of those cell firings, given those perceptions, on the behavior of the individual. We can't justify saying that the cell firings are responding to anything more than affordances. We can't justify saying that the content of the cell firings relates to the explanation of the affordances, the mechanistic bases, the reasons why the world provides what it does. So I think we ought... Actually, can I just check, how long have I got?
You still have 10 more
10
minutes.
more minutes? Okay. That's plenty. So what I was suggesting was that we think of conscious experience as a relation between the person and the environment, not as having to do with the information processing in the brain. And then I said, the puzzle is, how do we think of the external space itself? The external space itself doesn't have any particular perspective or frame of reference structure. So how can you regard the perspectival character of experience as constituted by the external space? And what I was suggesting was, think of the experience as relating you to a set of spatial magnitudes and relations. These are going to be individuated by their causal explanatory roles. You may be given them relative to a frame of reference, and you show your knowledge of the causal significance of the spatial characteristics you've experienced by the way you use spatial language in giving explicit analyses of why we see what we do, why things are interacting as they are. And that content of language, that ground of our capacity for scientific explanation, can't itself be explained in causal teleological terms. Okay, is that perfectly clear so far? Okay. Now, having reached this point, I mentioned Levinson, and Levinson's very careful about relations between spatial thinking at the level that might be informed by language and neural processing, which may relate to more primitive frames of reference. And surely that's right. But it's natural, once you've reached this point, if you're on board to this point, to say, but now if the spatial experience, if the character of the spatial experience as experience of objects in an independent spatial world, as objects related by relations that are causally explanatory, the grounds of the affordances we find in the world, If that's the level of spatial experience, then doesn't that feed back, doesn't that impact on what's going on at the level described by visual neuroscience? And what I was saying at the start, when I said your brain is your friend, in the case of the tiger, is that I think there's something to the picture that spatiality is the lingua franca, if I can put it like that, of the different ways we have of thinking about the world. That if you're going to talk about how the spatial experience impacts the brain processing, you have to have systemic causal relations between spatiality at the level of spatial experience, the kind that I've been arguing is constituted by your possession of a particular linguistic frame of reference and the space that's being used at the level of the underlying neural processing. This is just a straw in the wind, but I've been very struck by my Berkeley colleague, Marianne Robertson's analysis of a balanced patient, RM. Robertson's analysis is that it's particularly spatial experience that is what's making it possible for us to see integrated objects, for us to see a single object as having many different properties. Robertson's patient, RM, had very bad vision. I mean, RM could see features all right, but couldn't put together different features as features of the same object. RM once watched a car driving downhill past a house and saw the house traveling downhill. I mean, the movement was transferred from the car to the house. I mean, this is not someone who should himself be driving, right? This is very bad vision. Nonetheless, RM had lots of preserved implicit spatial representation. So one task RM had to do was shown a card. You're RM, here's your task. You're shown a card, and in a minute or two, you're going to be asked the question, was there a green one, right? So in that case, the answer would be yes. No need to be shy, yes. Right, there is a green one. And in between, you're going to be asked, if you see an arrow, push a button. So the arrow can be pointing in this direction, away, that direction, that direction. And there's a basic finding that you're going to be faster to push the button if the arrow is pointing in the direction of the target. Right? I mean, why that is a separate thing, but it's kind of intuitive. If you're logging in, that's my key position where the green thing is, and then the arrow shows up pointing to the green thing. That's going to be a little quicker than if it's pointing away. So for RM, the time to detect the arrow increased with a degree of orientation away from the feature target. So that means that there's some implicit spatial representation here. RM knows whether the arrow is pointing towards the target or away from the target. So this is what RM's getting. This display, then one of the arrows, then the question, was there a target present? Was there a green one present? And somewhere along the way, he's going to push the button when the arrow shows up. So RM is showing this effect. The further away from the target the arrow points, the longer it takes him to hit the button. So there is preserved implicit spatial representation here. He knows whether the arrow is pointing towards the target or away from it. At the same time, if you just show him this card and say, is the arrow pointing to the green one? He's at chance. He has no idea. He's saying yes or no randomly. So it's very specifically spatial experience that has been compromised with RM. There is lots of implicit spatial representation going on. So if that's right, it's because it is supporting explicit spatial awareness that the frame supports binding. So, of putting together different characteristics as characteristics of a single thing. So that frame that language is providing for spatial experience is itself what's being used. And indeed, that's kind of intuitive enough anyway, just if you think that you're able to, on the basis of your conscious experience of the world, have your underlying processing systems directing attention here or there for further processing. So what I said is, you can make sense of the idea of a way of being given spatial magnitudes and relations in terms of how their causal roles are grasped by the subject. Language is entering into how these spatial characteristics are specified. That language is being used, the shared language is being used both to specify particular locations in terms of a frame of reference and to articulate what the causal significance of those spatial characteristics is. And that in turn is affecting causal relations between the conscious life and the subpersonal processing that's making possible perception of objects. And that's the end of the message. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, John. So we'll take a few questions and then we will give the prize. So, Malika?
Thank you for this very interesting talk. And I apologize if my question arises from a misunderstanding of your talk. So when you say that the shared language fixes the spatial reference of the experience, do you change the level of causality between language affordances and other factors as a function of the different situations? So to put it differently, I have a question of how can you reconcile this and giving an account of the differences in the reference frame people used intraculturally. So intraculturally within people that uses the same language. So to give two examples, so you had your distinction, if I take it, between relative, intrinsic and absolute. Right. For example, we know that blind person have best performance with an intrinsic reference frame, whereas sighted people have best performance in relative one. And that might be due, some author have this hypothesis, to a permanently existing distal object that we called, for example, the Eiffel Tower effect. So, for example, you go right of a distal object that is here and then left, that gives you the ability to triangulate and then make spatial inferences. That might explain why sighted people are better at allocentric reference frame versus egocentric one. Okay? Do you want me to rephrase it?
Short ways of putting the question.
The question is, how can you reconcile the effect of language with the differences within a same population? First, the differences between blind and sighted, and second, within sighted people, there are, and within the category of egocentric reference frame, people use egocentric reference frame and other people use decentered. So in the studies we make with the tactile modality, it's 20% that use pure decentered. So how can you...
Okay. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. No, that's a very interesting, rich question. Okay, so I'm not going to try to address that comprehensively. I guess there are just two comments. One is that in ordinary English, the available reference frames are very rich. I mean, it's not just, it's not monolithic, right? We do have, after all, we do have north, south, east, west as part of ordinary English, as well as in front, behind, and so on. And lots more besides. I mean, there are lots of ways you can specify directions and distances in ordinary English. So a shared language frame does not mean that there's some monolithic frame of reference that every speaker of the language is using in every occasion. It is going to be context specific anyhow. The other thing is that This is, I guess, one place where your example is so rich and interesting, is that to say that language is specifying the background frame of reference is not to say that language is being used in solving all spatial tasks. I mean, if you're using some kind of mental model to solve the spatial tasks, it may be that things are being set up in a frame of reference determined by language, but that what you're doing is not then linguistic processing over that. I mean, that to be plausible at all, that has to be allowed, I think. Okay.
Yeah, well, two related questions. I'll try to be very short. First question is, I mean, the observation is that humans exist before they have language, and it takes a while for them to get language, and left and right in terms like that come late, fairly late, okay? But babies and, 1-year-olds are still good at solving all sorts of spatial tasks. Does one want to say that they have exactly the same capacities that, say, a 1-year-old chimpanzee does, or some creature, some adult human that doesn't have language, or is there something else? Second question, which seems to me to be related, is the following. I remember when I was very young having experiences when my eyes were closed and still knowing very well that one was over there and one was over there and something was moving around in a circle. And I still do that sometimes when, there are causal relations with the world, but they're certainly not coming from stars or things like that, So isn't there a whole other aspect of visual perception that is not related in an obvious way to external causes?
No, that's
isn't it there
very,
before? Just
Yeah.
as soon as.
No, that's very interesting. I think the phrase I would pick up on is they're certainly not coming from stars or something like that. I mean, what I don't see about the very young children is that they have anything more than affordances. Is that they have anything more than I can reach that direction, or I should point there, or I should look there. They've got ways of organizing behavior spatially in response to the spatial organization of the world around them. I don't see that they have the sense of that spatial organization as explaining their behavior. I mean, why they're successful and why not.
They grab the thing that's there,
Right.
they have to reach further to get it.
Right.
They can do a lot of stuff.
No argument, as everyone knows, they can do far too much stuff, but that's what it is. They're doing stuff. They're not explaining it. They don't have that conception of analyzing what's going on in terms of their characteristics plus the characteristics of the world as being what's making it all possible. That's the claim, anyhow.
It's a follow up to the two previous questions. So, Wittgenstein and other populations seem to have a kind of advantage in learning a certain type of absolute.
I'm sorry, what was the first one? Who seems to have...
Yeah, it's Slitlal or the other.
Oh, yes, right.
They have an advantage which is ecologically related. So they have valleys that are oriented in the same way.
Right.
So they use a lot of ecological elements to facilitate the learning. We also can easily imagine what it is like because we use up and down by using the gravity frame of reference in a very simple and automatic way. And it doesn't look as if it is language that makes a difference here. It seems that it is more learning the key element. And learning, and the difference is clear because learning is facilitated in some contexts and hindered in other contexts. So because of the ecology.
I agree that the geography of the area makes a big difference. I mean, it makes these use of stable landmarks very easy for the Tseltal. But that seems to be something that's driving the choice of language, and that in turn is affecting the cognition, rather than, I don't know how it would work, the geography is affecting the cognition directly. I mean, over the lifespan of an individual, it might do that. You see what I mean? You wait until someone's 30 years old and has had a good chance to get to exploit the peculiarities of their environment. But this is something that's happening with kids when they're like 2 years old. And it seems that it must be being mediated by a shared language, not to deny the importance of geography, but to say that geography is affecting what language people are using, and that in turn is what's getting at the cognition of the individual.
Thanks. I wasn't sure whether, to the extent to which you were denying some shared characteristics of spatial experience between very different language users. So I just wanted to raise the fact that there are limitations in our sense of vision that have spatial significance themselves. So the fact that our visual field is bounded, kind of two-dimensionally speaking, that there's a top part and a bottom part and there are sides. So thinking of Wittgenstein's example, it's a very two-dimensional example, and the stars would be moving through these parts of the visual field. But there's another respect in which our sense of vision is limited in that we can't see through certain objects, and they're three-dimensional, so they include one another. So these would be characteristics that would be shared between language users.
That's right. There must be a whole lot in common of the kind you're describing, sure. We can't see through opaque objects. There are range and blocking conditions on vision. Surely that's common property. But there's just how you articulate what those range and blocking conditions are. I mean, how they're, what the relevant spatial, you've got to have some way of specifying the spatial relations. And that's where language comes in, even if you're getting something that's isomorphic across lots of different cases.
Well, my question was more of a clarificatory nature. You claim that language cannot be explained in causal teleological terms. And I wanted to know first, how do you argue for that claim? And second, what role does this particular claim have with respect to the notion of what it is to experience a mode of presentation?
I was characterizing the mode of, I was characterizing the mode of presentation of spatial properties and relations in terms of how we grasp their causal significance. And I was saying we think of spatial relations and properties not merely in terms of affordances the world provides, or to get it reached this way, something like we don't do it like that. We think because it's there and I'm over here, I can get it reaching that way. That was the mode of presentation. Why we can't do it in terms of causal teleological notion of content is that I don't see how a causal teleological notion of content can ground anything more than representation of affordances. Because all that you're getting is some significance perception is going to have for your action. I mean, that just is the view, that's the way it's set up. And it's thought, and the teleology comes in because the perception is causing this bit of brain firing, the brain firing is causing the behavior, the whole thing is thought to be advantageous. How could that be anything more than a pickup of affordances? That's the question.
Yes, this part I fully understand the question, but the proposal itself seems a bit mysterious. Why?
Good.
Where does language?
You haven't really understood it unless it seems a bit baffling. Yeah. So.
Yes. Where
does it come from?
Yeah, exactly.
No,
what is
right.
it exactly? Is it something that emerges from communication? And what is the objectivity that is, the source of? What is the source of objectivity actually?
Yeah, it's a datum that there is this objectivity. That's what I say. That we just do have that conception of space. We just do experience space in that way. It seems to be because of the penetration of experience by language. But if you ask, well, how come language is doing that? Is it a kind of magic? Then so far as I've gotten thinking about this, there is no source. I do not see what the source might be. And that's where I listed my authorities, Wittgenstein and Quine and Dummett, or the causal teleological theories, that these are looking for the source. And I say what the familiar experience is that you can't do it. You can't extract that kind of objective meaning from that kind of source. And it's something that's, I mean, to be honest, it seems kind of blindingly obvious once you point it out. Of course, you can't get the ordinary objectivity of meaning from that kind of source. And that's, I've really just been trying to spell out something that really, I think it is just obvious when you point it out. But then if you say, but it must have a source, well, I think we just have to resist that. The whole of the last, I mean, the center of the, I mean, that's my picture, that the center of analytic philosophy is concerned with this track. How do we find the source? And then whatever we've decided is the source, we find we're not getting the objectivity of meaning out of that. And then there are various more or less apocalyptic reactions to that, you know, meaning is indeterminate or whatever. I think the thing to do is to go back and say, no, it just doesn't have that kind of source. And if you say, but that's really baffling, well, I kind of empathize. I mean, I grew up looking for the source too, you know, that's what we do in philosophy, we look for the source. But there isn't a source like that, so far as I can see. That's, and as I say, it just seems kind of obvious once you frame it like that.
So that's sort of the same question, so maybe you've just answered it, let me just reframe it. So you said that we need language to ground meaning, and that's not enough just to have affordances, relation with perception and action. Language has to play a role. We have those practices of explanation, narrative explanation, so on and so forth. But language and narrative explanation, all that presupposes content. The language is supposed to be a vehicle of content. So again, where does that content come from? So you need the language with its content in order to ground content in general.
Yeah. My current feeling is there must be something wrong with these come-from questions. And
so that's the language. You agree that language is a carrier of content, that is, we need the...
Well, of course, yeah, yes. I mean, that's presupposed in everything I said, yes, right. Absolutely, yeah. But it carries this kind of content that allows us... I mean, this is the problem of objectivity, that in our discursive use of language to give explanations, we are thinking in terms of mechanisms and processes that are making the actions in the world possible and successful that they are. We can characterize how we're thinking of them by looking at the structure of the actual explanations we give, by looking at what we do in actual explanation, and say, this is how it works. We think there can't be action at a distance, for example. You can characterize the structure of the explanations. But I don't see what else you can do. I mean, currently, the default picture is some causal teleological view. And it's thought that some kind of externalism is going to let you explain how that has full objectivity. I mean, that's very explicit in Burge's book, but I don't think it's some weird idiosyncrasy of Burge's that he thinks that. I think most people think that. And I think it just doesn't work. I think you can't get from that kind of causal teleological picture to anything more than affordances. And the puzzling thing is how language lets us do that. But it just does. That's a data I'm insisting on. And the question, well, how did that happen? I don't know. Why is there more to do than just describe the phenomena here and how it all hangs together? I don't mean that's a trivial thing to do. I mean, that would be a very complex thing to do. And I mean, one key question would be, how is the productive systemic character of language connected to the kind of phenomena I've been talking about? Yeah, I want to be sure I hear what Liz has to say before it ends. I would have framed the whole thing quite differently if I'd known you'd be here. But, okay.
So the idea that language is not just causes and affordances, that seems plausible enough. But I was puzzled by why mention of mechanisms for you was the sort of missing bit, right? Because why aren't mechanisms explained in terms of why can they not be explained in terms of sequences of that intervention model of causation that you talked about?
Yes. I'm very sympathetic to that. In fact, I spent a number of years tracking around giving talks arguing exactly that. And often enough, that is what we mean. If you ask, does TV watching is TV watching a cause of childhood obesity? And then and if you're told yes, well, what is the mechanism is a natural question. And the natural, when you're thinking of a mechanism there, what you're thinking is something like, well, does it cause eating more junk food? Or does it take time away from sport? Or what are the other variables that you could actually also act on to have an impact on childhood obesity? You see what I mean? So there are plenty of cases that fit your description perfectly. But at the end of the day, I think if we're thinking of causation in terms of counterfactuals about what would happen if you acted on a variable here, which is the kind of picture you're talking about, then with spatial things particularly, we're not really thinking of it as a matter. Let me give you an example. Suppose Moriarty is at the top of Reichenbach Hall and pushes a boulder, and the boulder topples from side to side and eventually crushes Holmes down at the bottom. Then you are watching. You see the causation here. The causal path is a single continuous process. Yeah. Now, if you see the push and then you see the crushing and you don't see the intervening bouncing, yeah, and then you ask, well, what is the mechanism by which you produced the crushing? Well, the bouncing of the thing, the continuous trajectory of the thing is the process by which the death was generated. And that's not really just a matter of intervening variables. That's not like the childhood obesity case. Here, you saw the whole thing. You saw the whole process. You saw the ground of the fact that had there been an intervention on Moriarty's push, there would have been a difference to what happened to Holmes. And it's not just that you've now got some other variables. Had there been a difference here, there would have been a difference there. Had there been a difference there, there would have been a difference there. You saw the ground of all those counterfactuals in the actual process itself. It's not something to do with mere potentialities as to what would have happened here or what would have happened there. You saw the whole causal process in actuality. Yeah, that's the intuitive notion of mechanism that I think spatial properties and relations fit into. Yeah.
Okay, yes. I wonder which are the consequences of your view for pictorial experience of space? So spatial experience through pictures, videos, films. Since it seems that in this case it's not just a matter of affordances, so it seems that understanding pictures requires language, since it's a kind of experience of space in which affordances are not crucial as they are in ordinary. And so it seems that a consequence of your view is that in order to understand picture, to experience pictorial space depicted, we need language, and furthermore, some special frame of language, since it seems to me that the absolute frame that you mentioned is not apt to make us understand the content, the spatial content of pictures.
Yeah, that's very interesting. There are different kinds of spatial pictures, right? One is just a drawing of the kind of thing you might see in an observation. Yeah. Another is a map. Yeah. I think if what I've been saying is right about perception, then it will presumably apply to pictures too. I mean, pictures that are like snapshots, because presumably you're using the same kind of skill, the same kind of perceptual skills to interpret a picture of that kind as you would in ordinary perceiving an array of spatially organized objects. But the map case, which is that not what you had in mind?
No, it's the map. I think, especially in this case, the absolute frame is helpful. But in case of picture like photographs or paintings, it seems to be different.
Yeah. There's a powerful and interesting line of thought due to Liz that says you need language to interpret maps spatially too, that you couldn't. I'm just going to say what I think you're saying, and then if you've got the microphone, so you can tell me if I'm getting this right.
No, go ahead.
you also will need language to interpret that we have spatial perception of shapes. That's all right. You can have that without language. You have navigation, and you can have that without language. But being able to use a shape as something that that will guide you in navigation, that requires language. It requires, and I'm not sure I can do this convincingly, but it's something about the combinatorial or productive powers of language that is letting you map positions on the shape onto your navigational skills. Something, okay, but at this point I give way to Liz.
This actually isn't what I wanted to ask you about, but just quickly, I do think there's a line of work by Judy Deloche that goes back many years that says that as far as getting information out of a picture, an animal can do that, a young baby can do that. But as far as seeing a picture as depicting a scene, that's actually a much, much later developing skill, and it only comes in well after kids get in the business of using language, at least to talk about the objects in the scene, and to some extent to talk about their relations to each other, like what's close to what, and so forth. And language seems to be playing a causal role in that set of abilities. So it actually, the case of pictures actually could be, I think, good for the story that you're telling. But I want to ask you how you think about a very different set of phenomena that you see in infants in the first year of life. Before they've got any spatial language at all, and actually for most of the phenomena, not only before they have any language, but before they have much of an ability to act on the world. So take a 2-month-old infant who can't yet reach for things, can't yet navigate, and yet when you show them an object and it goes out of sight, they expect it to be in one place and not in another, and if it appears on the wrong side of a wall, they get interested and look at that longer. It seems to me unlikely that an affordance kind of view, that they're thinking about what could they do with this thing, right? What possibilities does it have for their actions, could be what's going on here. It really looks like what they're doing is thinking about the relation of one object to another, and trying to understand how it could have started out in one place and ended up in another place. So that's the first phenomenon, which we see in these very, very young infants who aren't doing much acting yet. The second phenomenon is one that was discovered more recently by Lisa Feigenson a couple of years ago. She took these same events and she presented them to much older infants, like 11-month-olds, still not doing much in the way of talking and no spatial language, but they're much better at acting on things. And showed them events where an object goes behind a screen, goes towards a barrier, ends up on the wrong side of the barrier. And we know that the much younger infants would look longer if they saw that. What she does for these infants, though, she gives them the objects to play with. And if what they had just seen was an object that seemed to violate solidity constraints, passing through a wall, they start banging it on the table. And if what they've just seen is an object that seems to defy gravity, they will systematically release it in midair. I mean, I think it's hard not to interpret that as this infant is seeking explanations for what they've seen, and also maybe trying to reproduce these events to see, as they vary their own perspective, are they going to be able to make more sense of them? I wonder what you think about those kinds of phenomena.
No, it's very interesting. I didn't know about, especially the second set there. I'm inclined to just mechanically hold the line at this point and say, though I need to think about it more, but I don't yet see why what the infant isn't exploring there is complex affordances. I mean, there's no suggestion that an affordance should just be a matter of put it in your mouth and you'll get food. You know, there might be a lot of complexity to the structure of.
Affordance is the perception of which is vastly preceding any behavioral development in the child, such that they could take advantage of it.
Well, I guess one question, I mean, it is always a bit hard to know how hard you can push what's an affordance, because after all, you're looking at the potentialities for action of the thing. If what you like to do is play with stuff, then What exactly is an affordance?
The thing that's so interesting about these really young infants is they're not good even at playing with objects yet. They can't even get an object to stay put. If they were to try to reach it, they'd bang into it and it would roll away or something, right? What they're really good at is looking at the world and learning stuff from it, right? And making sense of it.
Yeah.
Figuring out what's going to happen next.
Sense. Yeah, I need to think more about this case. I don't see why it's clearly more than affordance, though. I mean, I don't see why it's clearly something at the level of articulated explanation that we're looking at. I mean, if you see an otter behaving playfully with something, messing about with it, I find it hard, it's hard to part of what's engaging about otters is it's hard to interpret that in terms of affordances. What's in it for them? What do they care? But at the same time, it would seem to me pushing it to say they have some scientific interest in what the mechanisms are by which things are happening, and I'm skeptical as yet. I mean, I don't want to be dogmatic. I'm only just thinking about this now, but I don't quite see yet why you would interpret the child as really having mechanistic explanations of things at that early stage. Yeah, it's a very interesting case. Yeah. Last time I was talking about the experience of objects as independent and how the spatial locatedness of the objects we encounter in visual experience grounds our ability to think of them as independent. But it is a puzzle how experience can be of independent objects at all. If you think of experience as visual experience as the empiricist philosophers tended to think of it, then visual experience is a matter of having sensations. And having sensations, obviously, isn't a matter of experiencing anything mind independent, anything that exists independently of my encounter with it. And probably the most popular picture at the moment is that we have a notion of causal teleological content, of cell firings in the brain representing a world out there. And that's how it is that experience can be grounding thought about the objective mind-independent world. And what I was arguing last time for the case of space is that that won't work, that we have to think of what grounds our ability to think of objects as independent of us as being our capacity to give causal mechanistic explanations of what's going on. And that involves our using the shared language to give discursive verbal explanations of what's happening. So today I want to spin this a little and to look at how this applies to the temporal dimension of our ordinary experience. Because it seems to me that there's something specifically human about the temporal dimension of ordinary experience that already involves some independence of what we're observing. So there's what you might call the evanescence and fixity of experience that I hope is going to be recognizable the minute I characterize it. It's the way that each fleeting moment as you listen to a lecture, as you walk around a room, each fleeting experience that you have is in each experience, you are encountering something that once it's happened is fixed forever. You cannot now go back and change that. We have a notion of the temporal locatedness of events, that we encounter events and then they're past. And simply because of their temporal locations, we are no longer in a position to change them. I think I'll try and bring out, I think that's something distinctively human. I think there must at the very least be many animal species, maybe most animal species, for whom experience does not have that evanescent fixed character. I'll try and bring this out at some length, but this is an aspect of what Milan Kundera called the unbearable lightness of being, that everything that happens once and then it's done. Then we can no longer get at it. And a way to think about this is there are plenty of things that you or I can't change because they're just not the kinds of things that you or I can change. I mean, you might wish that global politics was going in a different direction than it is, or you might wish the economy was taking a different direction than it is, or that current musical trends were taking different directions than they are, but be quite unable to do anything about them. You or I perhaps just don't have that kind of power. We just can't change that kind of thing. There are plenty of things we can't change because we're physically not strong enough, or we don't have the institutional power, or something like that. But suppose you consider things that you do have intentional control over, like what you have for breakfast. That's something that many of us do have control over, right? I mean, whatever prices we pay for reaching adulthood, we at any rate have that great benefit. We are now in full charge of the situation at breakfast, and you can control what you have for breakfast. But if we're talking about what's truly a past time, like yesterday's breakfast, you cannot now affect that. And that's not because of the kind of thing it is, because you just don't really have charge of breakfast. You do have charge of breakfast. It's just that you can't reach back to that past time now and affect what you had for breakfast then. This is what I'm saying is a distinctively human aspect of perceptual experience. I hope it's kind of immediately recognizable that we have those experiences and they relate to moments that the moment they've happened, they're over and can no longer be changed. So I'll try to bring out why I think that's distinctively human, that. And I also think you can't make sense, actually, of that aspect of experience on the usual causal teleological conception of content. I said last time, it's a very intuitive notion of content. It's not at all that I'm trying to knock this over and say it's not a legitimate notion of content. The idea is you have, whenever you have neuroscientists looking at recording the firings of some cells, then what they do is they say, well, what are these cells firing in response to? What out there is causing the firing of these cells? What actions does that let the organism perform? How does that help that you have those cell firings? So you ask the two questions. What external stimulus are these cell firings in response to? And what do they let the organism do? What are they for, those cell firings? And so you think of representation as grounded in the connections between perception and action. And what I was arguing last time for the case of space was that that kind of causal teleological picture can't explain how it is that we're able to think of space not merely as providing us with affordances, not merely with telling us how to move and act in a space, but giving us the ability to causally explain, to mechanically explain in terms of my intrinsic characteristics and in terms of the intrinsic characteristics and layout of the objects around, why it is that some actions can be performed successfully and some can't. So last time I was beginning on trying to bring out some of the limitations of that causal teleological picture of content. And what I want to argue today is that that kind of picture of content also can't explain the evanescence and fixity of experience. It can't explain why it is that experience is taken by us to have that character of relating to things that once they've happened, they're over and we can't now act on them. Because the whole point of this kind of picture of representation is to explain how it is that perception guides successful future action. But this is an aspect of experience that doesn't, on the face of it, have anything to do with the guidance of future action. It's a way in which what's happening in experience is going straight into a graveyard where things can no longer be changed. So it can't have to do with the successful guidance of action. And a way to start getting at this is to ask, what's the practical value of thinking in causal terms at all? Now, I think to most philosophers, probably to most people, that seems such an obvious question. I mean, if you're designing a creature from scratch, if you're designing a robot, if you're designing something that you just want it to get on well in an environment, why would it be a good thing to give this creature the ability to think causally? It seems kind of obvious because, well, let's go to help, because if you know what makes what happen, you will be able to bring your environment under some kind of control if you know what makes what happen. If you understand how the light switches work, if you understand how the plumbing works, you'll be able to have a kind of control of the environment that you wouldn't have if you didn't have that kind of causal ability. But suppose you make a distinction here between general causation and singular causation. So by general causation, I mean this distinction, I mean something very simple and intuitive. That general causation in the face of it is a relation between variables. So you take something like smoking and cancer. It's a relation between variables in that the two things here, smoking and cancer, are general characteristics that can have different particular values. So there is how much you smoke per day, number of cigarettes on the one side, and then on the other side of the causal relation, there's another variable, your risk of getting cancer. If you say income is a cause of health, well, there are all these particular values income can have, and all these particular values your health can take, all these different aspects of your health. So general causation is a relation between variables. Singular causation is a relation between two particular events, as when you say Sally's smoking caused Sally's cancer. These are quite different ways of talking about causation. I mean, in the face of it, you might know that smoking causes cancer. You might know that Sally smoked. You might know that Sally got cancer, but still not be sure whether it was Sally's smoking that caused her cancer. I mean, they are just different things. And on the other hand, Sally's smoking, well, whether you have one event causing another in a particular case doesn't depend on a corresponding causal generalization be true. Suppose that Sally is in a car crash and sustains her injuries because the seatbelt was wrapped around her. She couldn't free herself from the seatbelt. Well, in that case, you'd have to say Sally's entanglement in the seatbelt caused her injury. But for that to be true, does it have to be that there's a general point? Seatbelts cause injuries? Well, of course not. I mean, life would be very different if that was so. So singular causation and general causation come apart. There isn't any simple formula relating the two. Now, when I asked, what's the practical value of thinking in causal terms at all? The intuitive answer is something about general causation. If you know something about general causation, you know something about how to keep in charge of life. You know how to mitigate your risk of cancer. You know how the light switches are going to operate the lights. You know in a general way what to do when you're getting about the world. But the thing that is really puzzling is, what's the practical value of thinking in terms of singular causation? Why should I bother with that? Who cares about that? If you look at animal studies of animals' causal cognition, then there aren't all that many convincing findings that animals are capable of causal cognition at all. But insofar as there are studies looking at animals' causal reasoning, they're all, so far as I'm aware, they're all about animals' grasp of general causation. Animals finding out that to get the food you have to manipulate this. That seems very handy. That seems very useful from the severely practical point of view of an animal, that you would want to know what will cause what to let you get the food. But if you ask, why should an animal care about singular causation, that seems much more puzzling. And I'm not aware anyway. I mean, there is always more going on in the animal literature than I know about, but I'm not aware of a single study of animals' knowledge of singular causation. And we can maybe point this up with a thought experiment. Suppose that somewhere, say, deep in a valley in Papua New Guinea, we find a people who are extremely intelligent. Perhaps they speak idiomatic English or idiomatic French, so far as is consistent with the following hypothesis. They don't show any understanding of singular causation at all. They have general causation. They know how to make their way around their environment. They know it's a good idea to wash your hands before eating. They have lots of rules for life. They have lots of ways of keeping themselves healthy, getting the most out of their environment using general causal rules. But they simply display no interest in what caused one particular event, in how one event was the cause of another particular event. And we say to them, look, here's a great idea. Why don't you add in to your current repertoire of thinking capacities to talk about one concrete event causing another? And they say, well, we don't really get it. I mean, after all, anything of instrumental value about causation, we have already. I mean, we can do anything you can do, we can do, if anything, slightly better. Why should we do this? Why should we bother taking on board these questions about when one concrete event caused another? And we say, well, actually, if you want to behave the way we do, you're not just going to talk about singular causation. You are going to organize your practical lives around singular causation. Because that's what we do. Questions about moral responsibility, questions about who's to blame for what, questions about who did what, who deserves credit for what, the kinds of things we build our social life around are all questions about singular causation. You can fall in love with someone because you saw the way their mind worked on a particular occasion. You can lose your friendship with someone forever because you saw exactly what it caused, how the brute reacted when he heard that you had lost your job. We build our social and moral lives around singular causation, but it really is puzzling why we do this. And if we found a people who were intelligent and we could communicate with them, but we had to explain why we do it our way, I'm not sure we'd have anything to say. I mean, it's very fundamental for us. And given such a people, you might say, well, here we have a hitherto unknown form of madness. But why you could explain that there's some instrumental value to doing it the way we do it rather than the way they do, I don't really know that we could. But anyway, we do it that way. We're encountering these people who've got general causation. They're using it to give them an idea of good practice. They encourage good practice in one another. They discourage bad practice. But these people just don't have our ordinary conception of responsibility, praise, or blame. Now, if you ask, can I explain in terms of a causal teleological conception of content just what it is for someone to be representing singular causation as opposed to general causation. Just straight off, I don't see how you could do it. Because as I described it, it's not that thinking about singular causation representing singular causal relations has some beneficial impact on your action, has some beneficial impact on your agency. There are beneficial impacts of recognizing causation on your agency, but they are all found at the level of general causation, at the level of general rules you could extract from what happened here for future conduct. Insofar as singular causation is not about that, singular causation is not about extracting future rules for general use. Singular causation is just about the causal relation that obtained between this event and that event in a possibly quite one-off kind of way, as in the case of the seatbelt. Then how could you explain in causal teleological terms what it is to be representing singular causation? And if you ask, what difference does it make to us? What difference does it make to you and me that we think in terms of singular causation? Well, it makes a huge difference, because it makes a huge difference to the narratives that we tell as to what happened on a particular occasion. If Sally is going to sue the seatbelt manufacturer, then she needs to know that this is what caused that and that concrete occasion. If the US government is going to sue BP for causing an oil spill in the Gulf, they need to know just that it was this oil pipeline that caused that leakage. But this all has to do with our use of language in constructing narratives as to what happened. It has nothing to do with what a causal teleological account focuses on, the beneficial impacts for future action of the representation of what was perceived to happen. We can't understand our ability to represent singular causation, it seems to me, independently of thinking about the way we talk about singular causation in these larger scale verbal narratives already required, representing singular causation already requires a language within which to talk about what was causing what. So I said there's that intuitive conception of representation commonly used in neuroscience, but what I'm saying is you can't think of the ability to represent singular causation in those terms. That kind of picture where the representation is understood as a beneficial mediation of perception and action can't explain how representations can relate to singular causation as opposed to giving general causal conclusions to draw for future use. So I said if we're thinking truly about the past, if we've got that evanescent conception of experience, that conception of experience as evanescent and fixed, then we've got that conception of the perceptual experience, the minute it happens, is relating to something that is now over, that we cannot now affect. That's what I'm saying you can't explain, that conception of a true past on a causal teleological conception of representation. I want to change direction. Well, not exactly change direction, but look sideways a little bit for a moment at what Tyler Bird says about these topics. Let me just pause, actually, because this is a natural break point. Is there anything that I have said that is not completely luminously clear? Yes, please. Oh, okay. I reserve the right to stop after half an hour, but please, yeah.
Why isn't it obvious that to have a concept of singular causation, a useful inductive basis to unearth certain cases of general causation? So if I, have 10 cases of singular causation of pushing the door or turning the knob, then I have a basis to generalize.
Sure, I'm not disputing that insofar as spotting particular patterns in the moment is of value for future for giving you generalizations for future use. That's completely unproblematic. But what concerns me is the kind of thing that the kind of significance we give to singular causation goes way beyond that. I mean, if someone murders their spouse, it may be perfectly obvious this is the only time that they're going to do that. But still, we give this enormous weight. Or in the case of the seatbelt, where it may be a freak. You know, there are these, the literature on singular causation is replete with cases of what they call making it the hard way, where if you know this literature, you know the kind of example that generally involves a golf ball, a tree, and a squirrel, so that someone hits the golf ball, slices it, it bounces into a tree, a squirrel catches it, it runs off to the other end of the tree, drops the ball, it trickles into the hole. Is there a useful generalization to be had from that kind of thing? Well, no, you can't do it. That's what I mean about the seatbelt. But is it nonetheless singular causation? Well, sure, I got the hole in one. You know, if there's a prize for that kind of thing, I get the prize. I did it, even though there's no generalization to be had. Yeah.
Well, I mean, there are different ways of imagining that some creature could get general causation. You know, it could be sort of genetically programmed. It has no ability.
Absolutely, yeah.
But that's not a very promising way of imagining it. Can you imagine some way a creature could learn from experience unless it had an ability to generalize over individual experience and hence had to be aware of individual experiences?
Generalizing over individual experiences is one thing, but having the concept of singular causation is more than that. Well, let me give an example. So suppose you take randomized controlled trials. I mean, just to think of a creature that can do randomized controlled trials has got causation. So let's suppose I'm trying to find out if a drug protects against breast cancer. Suppose I'm wondering whether tamoxifen prevents breast cancer. Then what people did do was you set up a huge randomized controlled trial, tens of thousands of subjects across 4 continents. You divide your subjects into 2 cohorts. One of them gets the drug, the other cohort doesn't get the drug. And then you look at averages across your 2 cohorts to see if there is a systematic difference in level of breast cancer. If there is a systemic difference, then given that you did the randomization correctly, you now know that tamoxifen prevents breast cancer, right? That's a general causal claim that you now know. But do you know of any one person in your survey that person's getting the tamoxifen prevented them getting breast cancer? No, you do not. The whole point about that kind of study, I mean, that would be a very difficult thing to establish in the case of one individual. If you did bring the full resources of medical science to bear in that individual, it would still be very hard to establish that the tamoxifen in the case of this arbitrary individual had prevented that person's getting breast cancer. But what we're doing is we're looking at a pattern across tens of thousands of subjects, and we're drawing a general conclusion from that without it being any kind of quantification over instances of singular causation at all.
You're counting the events. You know, suppose you say, look, you just set aside, you're supposed to be an experimenter, you set aside 50% of your events. Well, how could you know that unless you counted each one and assumed that there were
I counted the subjects.
Individual events?
I counted the events, I counted the subjects, that's right. I counted how...
You're supposing that they exist and you're paying attention.
I am indeed assuming it's not all a dream and they all exist, right? I mean, the experimenter who's plagued by the thought that they might be a brain in a vat is really going to be crippled for serious work. But the fact that you're counting all these events does not mean that you're establishing singular causation in any one instance. It would be a quite different kind of study if you had to establish well, this thing caused that in that person. And that's just not the way that the science of randomized controlled trials works. I mean, indeed, the whole beauty of it is it lets you get the general conclusion without getting a single case of singular causation, having to establish a single case of singular causation. And so what I'm saying is, of course, humans do randomized controlled trials in very explicit, careful ways. But for any of us just trying things out as we go around the world, that's what we do. We get these general systemic patterns. We look at what happens under interventions. But we're getting the general truths without necessarily getting a single case of singular causation. Yeah.
I don't want to. Can we interrupt? Or postpone? Do you mind?
No, we are not a huge group. I think this is very helpful.
Okay, so I have three related questions. One is,
surely you mean four.
It seemed to me that smoking caused Sally's cancer.
Smoking caused Sally's cancer.
This was your example, as opposed to the
Sally's smoking caused Sally's cancer.
Sally's smoking caused Sally's cancer. This is a hybrid. In terms of your distinction between singular causation and general causation, it's a hybrid case because it's not a single event of Sally's.
Yes, fair enough.
So that's okay. We agree. The second question I had was, if you think of the high-level visual cases studied by Scholl showing illusions of perception of causation.
Yep.
These are illusory perceptual experiences of singular causation. Are you saying that this is a highly human, that you are making the claim that you think that non-human animals are not subject to these perceptual illusions?
Yes, I actually once asked, you're talking about Brian Scholl?
Yes, Brian Scholl's kind of examples where very young infants without language seem subject to this kind of perceptual illusions of perceiving illusions of causation, where one object, two-dimensional object, gets in touch with the second one. The second one was immobile, and then it's set up in motion by the interaction. All these studies are perceptual illusions of singular causation.
That's right.
If you think the language matters to that, to singular causation, how do you reconcile? How do you accommodate for these experimental findings showing that infants, pre-verbal infants, are subject to this illusion? That's my question.
Yeah.
Okay, but maybe we can go back to that later.
Whether it's really going to be an illusion of singular causation in a young infant is not easy to interpret, it seems to me. That if you know what type of thing causes what type of thing, then you might get a violation of expectation in a particular case. But it's actually a while since I looked at Scholl's work, but I remember explicitly asking him the following question. Do you know of any study that conclusively demonstrates perception of singular causation without the use of language relating to causation? And he told me no. That
this is not a good case for him? These studies.
These studies with very young children, whether they are showing that the children are thinking in terms of singular causation, seems to me a projection. I don't know what the case would be for saying it's singular causation as opposed to the kind of pattern you expect. You see what I mean? The kind of regularities you expect in your environment.
Is it around?
Okay,
I'm sorry, but I find it very puzzling that one can have a concept of general causation not be able to represent that a particular event, a singular event caused another event. So, and because it would be like, that's your claim, that you can have a concept of general causation without being able to represent any instance of that concept.
That's right.
What's puzzling also is that it seems to me that the usefulness of having general causation presupposes in a way that you are able to represent singular causation, because so you want something to happen, you want to have light, and so you're for your causation, for your concept of general causation, that pressing this button would give you light. So if what you're aiming at to have light doesn't that presuppose that you want the singular event of your pressing to cause their having light?
Yes. No, but you're right to stop there, right? That's why I think this is worth saying. It's not some kind of perfectly obvious thing. You see what I mean? What I'm thinking is, if you look at the animal literature, if you look at the literature claiming that primates or dogs or rats have a concept of causation, then what you get is a literature that is focused, it seems to me, on general causation. And from I think it helps to think about, in answering your question, I think it helps to think about the animal case. That an animal that wants to get light may have found out that when you want light, it's a good policy, turn on the light switch. That doesn't yet involve you in thinking about singular causation between this turning of the light switch and that going on of the lights. You've just learned this general policy. And the question is, if you've got an animal that's got that ability to operate in accordance with these general policies, why would it need this further thing, singular causation? Okay.
Well, this is very much like Isidora's question, I think.
Sorry?
This is very much like Isidora's question, I think, which is to say that it seems intuitive that if you have a concept of general causation, the use that you'll be making of it is in examining particular cases. And in particular, that you'll be examining the likelihood of causation in particular cases, according to your concept of general causation. So Sarah's smoking caused Sarah's cancer would be a likely hypothesis on the basis of some conception of the general relation between smoking and cancer. But the examples that you gave in distinguishing particular and, well, singular and general causation were of cases where the causation was very unlikely. The seatbelt causing injury.
Right.
And the squirrel in the golf ball.
Well, I give these unlikely cases, like the seatbelt or the squirrel, just to bring out that an interest in general causation need not involve an interest in this other phenomenon of singular causation. And it seems to me it is another phenomenon. I mean, take, for example, it's a good idea to wash your hands before having a meal. I find that I'm kind of, sometimes I think I've got some disorder. You know, I find it very difficult. I think many of us are like this, to eat a meal without washing our hands. And if you ask, well, why is that? It's not because I know some singular causation. In fact, singular causation between someone not washing their hands and getting ill would be very hard to determine. I don't know of a single case. Myself, I've never encountered such a case where there's a clear-cut link. But what you get is, well, as a matter of general policy, this is a good idea. I got it dinned into me. I didn't need singular causation in any particular case to know that this is a good idea. If you take the smoking and cancer case, again, what convinced people to give up smoking were the general epidemiological studies looking at thousands of individuals, not studies that were looking at this quirky phenomenon of singular causation that can be happening in particular cases. The epidemiology could convince you that smoking is a bad idea and that you ought to give up smoking without you ever drawing any conclusions about singular causation. Maybe we should move on after this one. Is that okay? No, please, after this one. Please.
Okay, thank you. I find it very interesting that why we think in singular causation, and I just would want to ask you, don't we think in singular causation because these individual events, facts we interpret are supposed to illustrate some kind of patterns that were not visible before? And isn't general causation about, fixing regular patterns?
General causation is about fixing regular patterns, but I don't know that singular causation is. If you take one classic example of Moriarty walking along the cliff tops, Moriarty takes a large boulder and pushes it. You watch as the boulder bounces from side to side, eventually crushing Sherlock Holmes. Now, there's singular causation. There's a pure case of singular causation. You know definitively what the cause was of Holmes's death. It was Moriarty's pushing the boulder. Now, there are going to be generalizations there. There are going to be the general physical. It might be completely deterministic. It might be chaotic in that the positioning of a blade of grass or other phenomena that were too small to reasonably observe would be making a big difference to the outcome. So the actual conditions of application of the general laws here might be below your radar, and you might have no idea what the general laws are, but you still know the singular causation definitively. You know exactly what caused Holmes's death. But it's not that there's some pattern here. It's not that Moriarty's rock pushings generally caused Sherlock Holmes crushings or something like that. There is no pattern here. You know, next time Moriarty does it, he's going to be unlucky. You know, the whole thing is obviously not really generalizable. It was just blind luck that got him his victim this time. Yeah. So I think singular causation, it can't really be interpreted in terms of patterns. Yeah.
We should move on now. Thank you. Don't even ask whether it's clear or not.
No, thank you very much. Well, now that everything's cleared up and we're all on the same page, I want to take a look at how Burge interprets these things, because Burge's thing in Origins of Objectivity is the only attempt I know to explain how phenomena of temporality can be explained within the framework of thinking about content in causal teleological terms. And I don't know, it's certainly the only reasonably full-scale attempt I know of in the literature to address this kind of question. And as we'll see in a moment, there are simply gaping holes in Burge's account. I'll try and bring this out in a second. But what he's explicitly trying to do is to show how a causal teleological concept of content can make room for that objectivity in temporal representation. And if you've looked at Burge's book, then you'll know that he talks a great deal about perceptual constancies. He says, perceptual constancies are at the heart of the psychology of perception and the roots of objective reference. Perception requires perceptual constancies. A perceptual system achieves objectification by, and I am inclined to believe only by, exercising perceptual constancies. Perceptual constancies are the primary mark of perceptual objectification. They are necessary as well as sufficient for perceptual objectification and perceptual representation. So you might not be very sure what perceptual constancies are, but Burge certainly thinks they are very important. Now, what's a perceptual constancy? Well, the idea is very intuitive. The idea of a perceptual constancy is that, for example, is somehow, if I wave the bottle around, it's kind of manifest as I wave it around that it's one and the same thing that is here at the start of the movement as is here at the end. It's in some sense manifest in your perception that it's one and the same thing. What exactly that sense is in which it's one and the same thing is not that straightforward. And that becomes obvious the minute you ask, well, isn't it an identity proposition? Is it that I'm getting an infinite series of identities? This one is that one, is this one, is that one, is this, as I go along here? Or if it's not a series of identity propositions, in what sense am I getting it that it's the same thing? Does it involve predication of the object, or is the sameness here a more primitive phenomenon than predication? These are all puzzling questions, but that there is such a phenomenon as perceptual constancy, that seems pretty unshakable, however exactly you analyze it. Now, I don't want to dwell too long on this particular point, but it seems to me that constancies really of themselves don't get the kind of objectivity that Burge is looking for, despite the enormous weight he gives them, because Gibson, who thought that we only ever get affordances, late Gibson anyway, who thought we only ever find out what potentialities, what threats and possibilities the world offers us. Gibson would not have been surprised by the talk about perceptual constancy. If I'm thinking that the bottle affords drinking, then I'm getting a lock on that affordance, even as the bottle moves. The perceptual constancy is perfectly consistent with thinking that all I'm getting here is a potentiality for me. That potentiality can be constant through variation in my proximal stimulation. I mean, what Burge's thinking is you've got the same object, if it's manifestly the same object in some sense, through variation in the hits in the retina. So the hits in the retina are quite different as you tilt the bottle around. So that's very different. So you're getting some kind of objectivity, some kind of the things out there, if you've got that manifest sameness through that variation in your retinal stimulation. And that's kind of intuitive, but at the same time, it's perfectly consistent with thinking that all I'm getting here is not something fully objective, but a mere possibility for me, mere drinkability by me. That's all I'm getting. I mean, what Gibson said about affordances was they're neither subjective nor objective. They're kind of a bridge between the two. But what I want to focus on is where in this full-scale picture of Burge's time fits in. And he says there are 3 types of temporal sensitivity in animals, including human animals. One is temporal order, one thing's coming right after another. Another is phases within cycles, like it's morning, it's late morning, it's noon, it's early afternoon. There's a phase in the cycle of the day. And also there are intervals, how long has happened since that. And then he says, well, of course you could have all these kinds of temporal sensitivities without having our perceptual representation. They need not be hooked up to any perceptual objectification yet. A flower, for example, could be using phases within cycles to dictate its opening, its closing, whatever else flowers do, to regulate its behavior by means of cycles without having yet any perceptual constancies. So it could be pretty primitive, this. But then you get temporal sensitivity having a representational role by being hooked up with a perceptual constancy. So if I'm watching 2 things moving around, then I'm getting their temporal relations, and that sensitivity to cycle or interval or order in what's going on with those objects. Now my temporal representation relates to the objective. A functioning psychological coordination of perception of other matters is necessary and sufficient for temporal representation in perception. So you get temporal representation proper as opposed to some more primitive form of temporal registration by hooking up the temporal sensitivity to objects for which you've got perceptual constancy. Let me just skip this. Now, just in its own terms, I think that hooking up of temporal representation to perceptual constancies is kind of arbitrary. That's not the way it's usually done in the literature on temporal cognition. The way it's usually, the people do make a distinction between a merely biological time and a properly cognitive time. For example, we say that plants have cognitive time, have purely biological time. Plants can be sensitive to what the phase of the year is, what the phase of the day is, without representing it. You say that's not cognitive, what the plant is doing. But the way that people usually make that distinction is not by asking what's getting hooked up to representation, perceptually constant representations of objects. They ask, are computations being performed upon the temporal representation? So in the case of a plant, you've got sensitivity to lots of temporal factors, but no computations being performed on the factors to which the plant is temporally sensitive. There's an old friend, the long-tailed hermit hummingbird in the Costa. We all remember the long-tailed hermit hummingbird in the Costa Rican jungle. The long-tailed hermit hummingbird has a problem about scheduling its visits to flowers. It gets food from the flowers, and the food from the flowers is emptied and regenerated Blooms regenerate the nectar over time after each visit. So a hummingbird has to get to a bloom, get the nectar, then go away, do something else, and then go back, but not before the nectar has regenerated. But if it leaves too long, it will increase the possibility that another bird has got there first to that nectar. They also have another constraint. Male long-tailed hummingbirds assemble on leks, basically hummingbird hangouts, where they spend much of the morning trying to attract females by their displays. At any one time, there are a number of males that are not on the lek, poaching from the blooms and the trap lines of males on the lek. So the amount of time a male can spend in the lek, and hence its probability of successful mating, is directly proportionate to the efficiency of its feeding excursions, because it's losing energy on its feeding excursion, but also gaining it if it gets the nectar. So the problem the bird confronts is inherently one. I mean, it all sounds terribly stressful. I think I'm glad I'm not a long-tailed hermit hummingbird. But anyhow, the problem the bird confronts is inherently one of representing elapsed intervals rather than periods, because the environmental variation to which it must adapt is aperiodic. Flowers do not fill and empty themselves cyclically. They fill themselves at a more or less steady rate, depending on the time of day, and they're emptied by various foragers. So basically what's going on here is a kind of economic calculation that the bird is having to do. It's got to do its cost effectiveness calculations. That's what it takes to have cognitive time. It doesn't really have anything to do with perceptual objectification or perceptual constancy. It doesn't matter whether the bird is representing a flower in a way that's perceptually constant, or whether it's representing the lek in a way that's perceptually constant. What matters for whether we've got cognitive time here is the computations that the bird is performing. Just to ram that point home, if you consider someone playing a computer game, the images in the computer game might come at you fast and furious. And there might be no such thing as getting different views of the same object. But it might be that you have to be very sensitive to temporal characteristics in figuring out just which button to press and which not. Let's suppose that everything in the game turns on you getting it right in those temporal calculations, those economic those cost-benefit calculations as to what you're going to push when. So you've got no chance of exhibiting perceptual constancy, but you could nonetheless be doing very sophisticated calculations over the temporal magnitudes that you're getting in the course of the game, and that would be enough for cognitive time. But okay, that's just to say a little bit about how Burge is thinking of time as relating to the perception of independent objects. But it seems to me that it actually omits, there's this hole in the discussion where what he talks about is order, phases within cycles, and intervals. But what we ordinarily think of times in terms of is the kind of evanescent and fixed character of experience that I was talking about. We think of the time of the world we're experiencing, the objective world we're experiencing, as linear. We think that events out there are unfolding one after the other. They're all stacked in a single series. That's the point I began with. That's the first, and it seems to me the most evident aspect of temporal experience, that events are unfolding and rolling back into the past, where they can't be reached by us any longer. And you can't get the effect of that by thinking merely in terms of the temporal order of two things, phases within cycles, or temporal intervals. If you've just got a stopwatch, that doesn't mean you already have that notion of events rolling back in time. And that's what I mean, that this evanescent and fixed character of perceptual experience is probably something distinctively human. all these timing mechanisms are pervasive throughout the animal world. Having a clock, having some kind of clock is almost a definition of life. Practically everything that's alive has got some kind of clock, some kind of temporal regulation. But the conception of time as linear, the perception of time as having that evanescent fixed character, that seems to be something distinctively human and something that we have because of language. So when we've got that idea that each perceived event happens and then is unchangeable, that's something that's not being caught by this picture of temporal objectivity at all. I wanted to separate Burge because I think the difference between how Burge is thinking of the objectivity of time and the way I'm presenting the objectivity of time is really quite striking. I mean, this is not a subtle difference between the two pictures, that he has no place at all for this kind of phenomenon, the evanescence and fixity. And I'm saying, no, that's the key thing that we have to understand about our distinctively human experience of objects as independent of us. And it's because of that evanescent fixed character of human experience that we can't really work with a causal teleological picture of content. I want to go on, and what I want to do now is just illustrate these points a little bit. But is it worth me pausing there just in case Frederica would have...
I mean, it's really up to you how we organize. You can make a break and ask question now, and then anyway you have no...
What would you like? It's up, let me toss it to you. I can proceed, or I can pause. I proceed? Okay, let's proceed. So just to give an example of what it would be to be an animal that doesn't have our conception of experience as evanescent and fixed, that doesn't think of time as linear. The study of animal timing, so far as I know, I think it began with the biologist Forel, who found that honeybees would come to, I mean, this is such a nice insight into the life of the distinguished biologist that he found that honeybees would come to his balcony each morning at 10 a.m. just as he was having breakfast. And he said, this isn't a coincidence. They're coming here because they know I'm having breakfast at 10 a.m. That's why they're gathering. So the hypothesis is the bees have, I mean, since substantiated in a million different ways, that the bees have got a clock. The bees know what time of day it is. So the bees have got the idea. It's mid-morning, it's late morning, and so on. They can be pretty precise about time of day. But they are, of course, just honeybees. They need not have any distinction between 10 a.m. on one day and 10 a.m. on another. So the animal's got the conception of it's now 10 a.m. It's got the conception of it being 10 a.m., of there being food at that place at 10 a.m. It's not worth going there any other time. But no distinction so far between 10 a.m. on one day and 10 a.m. on another. It's a very simple animal, the honeybee. I mean, in comparative terms. That's all it has, is the notion of the phase of the day, and no notion of it being one day rather than another. So the animal arrives for the food at the right time, that's all it comes to, and it takes off shortly afterward. So all the times that the animal can represent are going to be temporally related to one another. But the topology here is going to be cyclical rather than linear. So you can talk about, if you've got an animal using that kind of phase time, you can talk about one time being earlier than another, but you can't push it too far. You can make sense of local earlier. But just as with saying that X is to the east of Y, that's kind of local. If you regard that in full strength as transitive, and you will wind up thinking that what's to the east is actually to the west, if you see what I mean, or what's to the west is to the, You see what I mean? If you're dealing with things located in a circle, there can be a kind of directedness. There can be a local, earlier than, later than, but that's all. You can't press it too far. So that's what the animal here has. It doesn't have our linear time, where we think of the time as potentially stretching back indefinitely or into the future indefinitely. Now, people who are impressed by essential indexicals, people who think you must have indexicals to organize action, sometimes talk as if some kind of linearity is actually presupposed in the indexicals that we use to guide action. So if I'm going to use a clock to guide my action, then Perry's point famously was, it's not enough to know that breakfast is at 10 a.m. I've really got to be able to say, and it's 10 a.m. now, or it'll soon be 10 a.m., or 10 a.m. is already past. I've got to have these indexicals. But these indexicals don't force linearity upon you. If you think about the rule for using now, the rule for using now is something like, any token of now refers to the time at which it was produced. Now, that looks, if there are any linguists here, you'll see that that's syntactically very like the rule that you or I use for now. It looks just like it, right? Because that's how you or I use now. Any token of now refers to the time at which it was produced. But the thing is, this is presumably some kind of quantifier over a domain of times. And the domain of times here is for the animal is a domain of phase times. For you or I, it's a domain of times in an underlying linear order. They're quite different domains that are being quantified over here. So the animal can still have the essential indexical, even though it's using only phase time. And it can similarly use it was F, or at some time earlier than now F. And that might look like a past tense, but it's not really the same past tense you or I have, because it's a domain of phase times that we're talking about here. Now, what I've been emphasizing was, suppose it's under my intentional control whether F, if a time is truly a past time, then I can't now bring it about that it's going to be F at t. That's the way in which temporal location can protect events from my current action on them. But if I've only got phase time, then there are no such times. If you think about the honeybee, suppose we just give the honeybee a way of manipulating what's going to be for breakfast. Suppose honeybees just find out some trick that they can use to manipulate what will be there for breakfast. Then there is no time in their domain of phase times that is immune from that action. If they can't act on breakfast, then that's because it is beyond their powers to affect breakfast. It's not because of the temporal location of the thing. If breakfast is going to be at midnight and they have the power to affect what's for breakfast, they can affect it at midnight. There is no domain, there is no specific time that is outside of their control just because of the time it is. Might be out of their control because of what's going on then, but not simply because of the time it is. So that's quite different to the way that you or I think. So animals in general, it seems to me, animal experience is going to be unimaginably like your or my perceptual experience, just because your or my perceptual experience has that evanescent fixed quality. Animal experience never has that kind of characteristic. Animals just don't think in terms of linear times. So there's no true conception of the past in phase time. That's to say, there's no true past tense in the sense that there's no range of times that just because it's located at one of those times, an event can be outside your present intentional control. How much?
At least 10 minutes, because
Okay.
we had the question.
Oh yes, okay, we're in injury time, right? Right, okay, very good. Okay, so I give that to contrast between, to contrast the kind of thing that animals have, that you can have without the benefit of language, where a causal teleological account of content really seems very plausible for explaining what the animals have. You can explain the whole point of this kind of circadian clock in terms of the benefits it gives to the animal's agency. And so for that reason, it doesn't need the kind of grounding in human language that I think our ordinary conception of linear time does. Another contrast is with what you might call script time. I mean, and by a script, I just mean what people in cognitive psychology have classically called scripts, where it's a description of what you typically do in a particular kind of situation. So if you come to a conference, then there are kind of events that happen. You register, you look for the program, you look for your old friends, you know, whatever you do in a conference. Eating in a fast food restaurant, going to the doctor. Script memory seems to be pretty basic for children. Script memory seems to be something that comes before episodic memory. And scripts, as Theresa McCormack and Christoph Hurl have argued for some years, give kind of basic temporal frameworks for young children. So a kind of temporal framework for going to see the doctor might be something like when you go to see the doctor, when you're in the waiting room, it may be another person goes in ahead of you. And you can say things like, I'm now waiting to see the doctor, someone just has gone in ahead of me. You can use indexicals in characterizing where you are in a script. It's now time for me to go in to see the doctor. And these indexicals are obviously going to be essential to orienting your actions within that script. But again, the domain of times that we're talking about here for these indexicals will be a domain of times defined in terms entirely internal to the script. The times in one script may have no temporal relation to the times in another script. So if you're doing something else, if you're playing a computer game according to some script while you're waiting to see the doctor, you can be orienting yourself with respect to a script for the game. You can be orienting yourself with respect to the larger trip to the doctor. But that's not to say that the times in the game script have got any temporal relation to the times in the doctor script. These are just simply different scripts with times defined. What we do, what humans do, is say, well, there is a single unfolding passage of time here, the grand scheme that it's all located in. You don't need that just to have script time. So you can say again, it's syntactically very similar to the last definition of now. Any token of now refers to the time at which that token was uttered, but it's a different domain. It's a different range of times that's being quantified over here. You may be specifying times in terms of the repeatable events in a script. Now, the thing about phase time and script time is that they've got readily comprehensible roles mediating perception and action. If you're just asking, what good does it do an animal to have phase time or script time? Well, sure, these representations, these causal teleological, these cell firings in the brain are mediating perception and action in a way that may be highly valuable to the animal. And so you can say, yeah, this kind of content is properly captured by a causal teleological conception. But the ordinary conception of time as linear, the conception of time where we think of time as evanescent and fixed, where does that come in? Well, if you ask, how do we put that to use? What do we do with the ordinary conception of time as linear? I take it that's pretty intuitive just the minute I say it, that we think in terms of that unfolding passage from past to future. It's such a familiar picture. But why do we do that? There don't seem to be any other animals that do that. What do we get out of it? Well, if you try and start to unpack what difference it makes to us, that we have that full-blown conception of time as linear, of present experiences pushing events into a graveyard of the past, then I think you start to see it being put to work when you think about how physical objects transmit causal influence from place to place. That's to say, if you're running a number of scripts, if you're a child running a number of scripts over a period of time, you may find that one and the same person is showing up in different scripts, and that what happened in one case is at the level of singular causation, causally affecting what that person is doing at a later time in a different script. If you're playing a game with a person one time, and now you're having dinner with them at another time, then what happened in the game may be affecting what's going on at dinner. And the ground of how a thing was at one phase of a cycle may be affecting how that thing is at a later phase of the cycle. In particular, you think of yourself as a continuing concrete object that is at that singular level transmitting causal influence over time to every single place you observe or remember. So I think it's that causal role of concrete objects is when you start thinking about how we build up a picture of one thing being singularly causally connected to another. That's where we're putting to work that conception of time as evanescent, fixed, and linear. And that's the use of language. It's only through the use of human language that we're able to exercise that conception of time as linear, thinking in terms of the singular causal relations between ranges of concrete objects, including ourselves. If you subtract the use of language, there wouldn't be any need or use for those ideas. You could explain everything that was going on with the cognition of the animal just in terms of constructs like phase time, interval timing, or script time. So if what I've been saying is correct, then that evanescence or fixity in ordinary perceptual experience depends on the use of human language. And that's the end of the message. Thank you.
So now we will resume the Q&A.
Thanks. I was sort of puzzled by your distinction between phasal time and linear time.
Phase time and linear time,
yeah. Right, because I sort of see a continuity between the two. And so maybe I just misunderstood, but take the honeybee.
Yep.
You say it has a concept of it being 10 a.m. because obviously they're there for the marmalade, right?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
But the thing is, I suppose, I mean, the thing is that they actually came to learn that there's some marmalade at 10 a.m. So
right.
So they have to have a concept of day 1, day 2, day 3, because they need to sort of, maybe they happen to be there for the first time like by chance, right? But then they have to sort of compare the fact that in day 1 there was marmalade, and then day 2 there was marmalade. So obviously day 3, there's some chance there's marmalade. And maybe they also come to sort of unlearn, if I may say, when the guy has just moved out, there's no marmalade anymore, right? Yeah. So maybe at day 10 they show up, there's no marmalade, but at day 11 they would still show up because they would get into the habit.
Get into the groove. Yeah.
So it seems to me that even in this phasal time, there's something of linear, I mean, across days, right? And that explains the process of learning and maybe of forgetting. So I sort of see a continuity, but maybe I'm wrong about this very example.
I think you're right for how you or I would do it. If we were, you're just getting to know an area, you're saying, well, when does that cafe open? And you say, well, yesterday it was open at 10, but you know that, well, maybe it's shut on Mondays, right? You're working with all that. So you keep your data set in terms of particular days, and then you can go back and revisit it and see what exceptions you need. But what I'm thinking about the honeybee is you don't have to do it like that. The honeybee just has a hypothesis. Breakfast at 10 a.m., and that's the phase. And that hypothesis isn't that the way it works is that if it gets confirmation of that, if it gets at breakfast at 10 a.m. again and again, then it will think, yes, breakfast at 10 a.m., but at no time at no point did it have to formulate that in terms of a particular day. It's just getting confirmation of the hypothesis through these repeated encounters. But at no time is it cognizing the difference between one day and another.
How do you get to the hypothesis?
How do you get to it?
Formulating it.
Well, it is 10 a.m., right? That's the phase. I've got that. It's 10 a.m. That's okay. So I have that without getting a particular day. I've just got the phase 10 a.m. And now I've got food at 10 a.m. And then I find that works or doesn't in practice. Food at 10 a.m. That's all I need to be doing. I mean, I agree that for you or I, it would be overwhelmingly natural to give a finer articulation to the evidence base. But I don't see that you need to do that. Yeah.
I have 2 or maybe 3 small questions. So one is, it looks as if this kind of evanescence of experience is a major evolutionary breakthrough, which is there because of language and so on and so forth.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
And then the question arises, so most of our mental life or brain life is based on some vestigial representational styles and abilities. And
Sorry, some vestigial representation of
styles or abilities. So there is something which was there and has been domesticated, maybe also
yes, right,
somehow.
Right.
So is there evidence? You're claiming that there is evidence for this type of vestigial presence still in our mental representation of time for phase time or...
Oh, sure, yes, yes.
And then the second question is, I thought you said that, but I would like to see more what the evidence is for that. But the second question is, how do we get from here to there? So are we domesticating that particular type of vestigial experience, or is something completely new? I'm interested in the mechanism, especially in the computational mechanism that you are somehow, or architectural mechanism.
Yeah. Okay, these are just wonderful questions, right? So let me say as far as I've got, without claiming that I've got to the bottom of this. Yeah. I mean, it seems to me very clear that we do have phase time. And if you just think about something like jet lag, it's kind of obvious that we have internal clocks that we use to get to sleep and wake up, and they can be reset and so on. There are plenty of internal clocks relating to phase that humans are using the whole time. Yeah.
We can agree on that, but this is the underlying biological structure.
Yeah, that's right.
What about the experience?
Yes. Well, as I say, I think this is a deep, wonderful question, and it's not that I want to say I've got to the bottom of it, but let me just tell you the pieces. That it seems to me what happens is we've got this underlying biological thing. It's not really a vestige because the sleep-wake cycle is so important to all of us, but it is driven by some biological clock that can be reset. That's what jet lag shows, that you can reset it, you can start again. But it's also true that there's the disjuncture, you mentioned the break, with the evolutionary use of that, which would relate entirely to phase, with the fact that when you wake up, it's perfectly obvious to you that the events that happened yesterday. If you see what I mean, that it's a kind of how do we do that? How exactly do you know that it all happened yesterday rather than the day before? But we just do. I mean, sometimes you can make a mistake, but it's actually pretty rare to. Usually, so what happens is that our linear time gets plugged into this sleep-wake cycle. We interpret this sleep-wake cycle not now in terms merely of repeatable phases, but yesterday when I woke, or yesterday just before I went to sleep. And when you say what the computational mechanism is, the picture I'm suggesting is that the computational mechanism is kind of out in the open, is learning a language and learning to log things into the language. Just as with the Levinson kind of picture, where if you grow up a speaker of Gugu Ythamir, then you're just got to keep using, to keep noticing where north, south, east, and west are. Then if you're growing up learning a language and learning to talk in a tensed language where you give dates to things and you give temporal locations to things, then you have just got to be using that linear time. And what I'm suggesting, in effect, is that there's nothing deeper than that. There's no underlying cognitive neuroscience time, linear time, if you see what I mean, that is deeper than the level of the language use. The level of the language use invades the prior brain processing. I mean, it all needs a lot more than that, but that's as far as I got.
Yeah, so I'm wondering to which extent this evanescence is caused by the linearity itself, the linear representation. So, because it seems to me that part of this impression is not just due to the linearity, but also to the experience that the causality can only go in one direction and that there is no, it can't go back. And so conversely, so even if like one had a representation of time, say, that were circular, so you spoke about phase-time, but suppose it's circular, but there is also the constraint that at some points of the circle there are other points which are causally unreachable, so that you could, I mean, in principle, you could have a representation which is circular where you could still get some impression of an evanescence if you had those other constraints. So I was wondering if you think that the linearity by itself is what's responsible, or whether there's something else to it.
That's a very interesting idea. I was thinking that the linearity is what does it. Well, one way to put it is you have access in memory to what happened in the past in a way that doesn't depend on your knowledge of your own current intentions. That whether this chair is going to be here in a minute or back a foot in a minute, my knowledge of that depends on my knowledge of what I'm going to do. Right? But with my knowledge of where the chair was a moment ago, that it was there all throughout, that doesn't depend on my knowledge of intention in the same way. And I'm thinking that's something like the evanescence I'm talking about, that you have that epistemic access to the past that doesn't depend on your knowledge of what you're going to do. Now, it's a really intriguing picture that you give about, maybe at some points in a circle of phases, you can affect what's going on at other phases, but there are maybe always some phases that are causally out of reach to you. That's the idea. I just need to think more about that. They wouldn't always be out of reach to you, I take it. So we wouldn't have quite that ability to know what goes on at 10 a.m. independent of my knowledge of what I'm going to do. Because at some later phase, it might become accessible to me and I might change what goes on at 10 a.m. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I see.
So I think it wouldn't be, even what you're offering wouldn't be quite the same as the evanescence and fixity of ordinary experience. But okay, it's an intriguing possibility.
Okay, next question by François.
Thank you very much. I just have a small question. I would like to be sure that I really understand your argument about the distinction between general causation and singular causation. So if you don't mind, I would like to go back to that. So if I understand you correctly, you're saying something like that. it happens to be the case that we can have the concept of general causation without the concept of singular causation.
Exactly, yeah.
And everything that we can know about general causation, we can know without using the concept of singular causation. So that we don't need the concept of singular causation to make inductive inferences to infer that there is such a relation of general causation between two properties. So my question is, do you need to say that it's completely useless to think about cases of singular causation in order to infer general causation for your argument to work? Or do you just need to say, well, it's not entirely necessary, even though it may be useful?
I'm inclined to make the stronger claim. There's a bit where you say it and the bit where you take it back. What I mean is, if I think about the animal case, it seems to me very clear you could have an animal doing general causation without doing singular causation. And if I think about a scientist running randomized controlled trials, I think I can make perfect sense of that scientist running the randomized controlled trials, getting lots of important causal results without ever having a scientifically determined case of singular causation. So I think in that strong sense, yeah, you can make perfect sense of general causation without singular causation.
So could I just describe a case that maybe count as a counterexample so that you can answer it? Sure. So let's go back to the case of the randomized controlled trial.
Sure.
So I have my two groups, and let's say I give a medication in the first group and nothing to the second group, and in the first group they don't have cancer anymore in a bigger proportion, for example. So now let's say that another scientist comes on and says, oh, you know what? I've looked at each and every cases of this first group, and for each and every case, I've devised a very specific hard way story which explains why, in fact, they have their cancer cured. And there is no such thing as a general laws in each case. In each case, it's a very specific case, but in each case, there is an explanation that does not make reference to this medication. And so in that case, it seems obvious that the inference that the medication is effective would be defeated. And so it seems that, the use of singular causation would help us in grasping in a better way general causation. So does that count as a counterexample? That's
beautiful. Well, I don't think it's exactly... Thanks. I think it's an extremely important point. I don't think it's a counterexample to literally what I said, because what I was saying was you could do the general causation without being capable of this kind of exercise. You're saying, suppose someone is capable of this kind of exercise where they do all the hard way singular causation, then they would undermine the general causal claim.
So they would make better general causation claims.
So we could make better general causation claims if we have the singular causation. And in fact, I think I would go further than that in conceding to what you just said. There isn't a simple connection between general causation and singular causation in ordinary human thinking, it seems to me. Chris Hitchcock has an example where he says, eating a pound of uranium-235 causes death. Well, presumably that's a true general claim, but it can't really be read as a quantifier over singular causal claims. Oh, Bill ate a pound of uranium-235 and that caused Bill's death, and so on, because presumably nobody ever has eaten a pound of uranium-235, but the general causal claim is still true. But it seems to me that when we're thinking about randomized controlled trials, then once we have, we could do general randomized controlled trials without having any concept of singular causation. That's the thing I stand by, right? That's the thing that I'm saying. That's not really a counterexample to, because what you're pointing to is an improvement. But I think that once we have the concept of singular causation, then you can say, well, if there's a randomized controlled trial, 70% of my cohort showed the improvement after getting the medication, then it seems to me you are committed to lots of singular causal claims there. You're committed to saying something like, in 70% of these cases, even if I don't know quite which ones, there was singular causation from the drug to getting better or whatever it was. And your kind of case is really interesting because it's pointing to, I think that the natural way you would do this would be by looking at the traces, looking at the way the drug, the traces of the drug in each individual's constitution affected that person's resistance to the disease. That would be some kind of pathological approach. You know, we look at the people after death and we see just what happened. Something like that. You look at the particle traces in them. Now, that process way of thinking of causation is just different to the way of thinking of causation in terms of randomized controlled trials. But you're right, we do take it in a full-blooded human understanding of causation, that these two things must fit together. Where there is causation in the sense of the randomized controlled trial, we say very firmly there must be a mechanism, and there must be lots of singular cases where that mechanism sustained the working of a particular process. So I think it's quite complex, the way that the full-blown human understanding of causation works. What I really meant to be emphasizing, though, was that you can make perfect sense of this thinned down version of causation where you only do the randomized controlled trials. You don't bother with mechanism or process, and that the animals presumably are using that. Yeah. So that's a very long answer, but is that addressing what you had in mind?
In a way.
Yes, it's a question about the general strategy. So it concerns both the talk about space and this talk about time. Since you rule out the possibility that you criticize the claim that experience of space or experience of time is just a matter of affordances. Yeah. And then you conclude that language is necessary for this. Right. But I wonder whether it's what do you think of an intermediary position like Kantian position or Peter Strawson reading of Kant, according to which we need space and time categories, but we can have this simply at a conceptual level without the need of language. And so if and in a similar, in a related fashion, I was wondering whether yours is a logical claim, so we cannot have a spatial experience and temporal experience without language, or it's just an empirical claim, so in the natural world in which we live, we could not have a spatial and temporal experience without language, but in principle one could conceive of beings that can have a spatial and temporal experience of this kind without language?
That's a great question. I mean, it's perfectly fair. Let me just play back the question to you and see if I've got it. One way to resist what I've been saying would be to say there's a level of conceptual thought at which we have, you could say, okay, you could say the critique I've given of a causal teleological conception of content, you could say, okay, that's fair enough. But what that shows is not exactly a shared language. What it shows is the existence of a level of conceptual thought. That's the kind of thing that Kant or Peter Strawson or whoever were describing. That is not necessarily linguistic, doesn't necessarily involve a shared language, but does involve thinking in terms of mechanistic explanations or singular causal explanations of what's going on. That would be the idea. Yeah, no, I think that's very powerful. What I would like to think through is I don't know what you do with that level of conceptual thought except share it with other people. I've been very struck by Thomas Hello's stuff about cooperation and collaboration being the source of everything that's distinctively human in cognition. I don't know, people, this is all very familiar stuff here. And when I think of it in that context, I think, well, why do you want to be able to do the stuff about singular causation? What does it get you? What does it get you to be thinking in terms of the past? And I think what it gets us in the first instance is something social. It gets us the ability to talk to one another, to give analyses of the tasks that we're trying to perform and our capacities, how our capacities relate to the performability of those tasks, and praise and blame and so on. Those things seem to make most sense in a social context. If you're really in splendid Kantian isolation, I don't really know what you'd be doing with all this conceptual thought. You know, it seems a lot to be entirely for my own benefit, if you see what I mean. So at the end of the day, the kind of argument I'd like to make there, though it goes way beyond anything I've said, but the kind of argument I'd like to make there is that the evolutionary point of this whole way of thinking is given by is only understood when you're looking at the shared language. And I would like to locate it with respect to what Thomas Eller's saying about the distinctively human aspects of cognition. But that's a lot more, that's helping myself to a lot more than I've earned, if you see what I mean. That's just to say the direction. And equally unearned and kind of intuitive level. I don't know, I actually spent a lot of time arguing for the kind of thought first kind of approach. And I just have a sense of unreality when I think about these purely conceptual exercises that aren't exhibited in use of a concrete language. I mean, it began to seem to me that I don't really know what I'm talking about. It sounds like something entirely hypothesized that isn't really anchored in concrete reality. We were talking about thought in the absence of language. But again, that's just another hunch. So that's just to say how far I got in thinking about your question.
Let's see, I'll try to simplify it. I mean, I relate two things. I mean, I think it's a little dangerous, first observation, to talk about honeybees and say they come at 10 o'clock, as if they had you really believe that they had any way of conceiving the difference between 10 o'clock and, say, 10:15 or 9:45, etc. And of course, most humans didn't have this concept in not too distant past, and some of them still don't, you know. Not only young children, but also some society, some cultures. Okay, now, when you say that language, some things are only possible, some kinds of conceptuals only possible with language, I mean, that seems sort of to be rather obvious for some things. Like, for instance, one thing that humans have done, either as a joke, like Isaac Asimov, when he claimed to have found a substance, but everybody was joking that if you take it today, it could cause you to have a headache yesterday, things like that, okay? And humans can do a dance now and pray and hope that that will change what happened 2,000 years ago, etc. Humans can do that, and maybe they couldn't do that sort of thing without language, you know. They're thinking about that you could cause things in the past, and you couldn't have the kind of ideas we're having here. Okay, but if you're going to say language, because you got to really get concrete and say, what is it about language? For instance, if there are some languages that don't have tense at all, would that mean that they wouldn't, the speakers wouldn't have a linear conception of tense? One of the problems you have with it is that there are some candidates for languages like that don't have tense at all, but it's debatable, you know. And then you've got the question of explaining why languages do have whatever they do have, what they all do have. Is it because there was something that made it possible that they could do without language? Or did that somehow just miraculously they started saying things and then it turned out that they understood whatever they understood about yesterday and last night, etc. And of course, when you're talking about honeybees, what you really need is an account. What we'd like to have is an account of what the heck was going on inside their sets of neurons when they were coming back. What would it have been something that would have happened in a spaceship where there was no sun rising and things like that? Or are there other stimulus? And does the difference of 15 minutes make a difference? etc. And of course, there are some cultures where yesterday is not very useful if you take it to mean when the sun comes up, because the sun isn't seen for months at a time if you're living near the North Pole or something like that. So languages are quite different from one another, and what you really need, you want to. That claim is not going to be evaluable, the claim that some things are caused by language, unless you're really sort of saying, what is it? And what is it possible to explain what the honeybees did? Is it just some sort of internal reaction to something that had to do with, maybe that was related to their seeing the light, at a certain place at a certain time, or something different, okay? Yeah. So there's a lot of vagueness in these arguments, right? That calls for an explicit, and as I said, it's sort of dangerous to say honeybees and then use terms like 10 a.m. when you know that there's no way you're going to attribute to a honeybee an ability to distinguish between 10 a.m. and even between maybe morning and morning in April and morning at the North Pole in December, etc. Yeah. I really want to make sure I hear what Pierre says before we close. Okay. No, that's all fair enough. The contrast I'm working with is fairly blunt. It's between the kind of causal teleological approach to content I was describing and taking the content of language as something in terms of which we explain our cognitive capacities. That's a simple either or there. Either we use the causal teleological conception of content, or we take the meaning of the shared language for granted and use that to explain to characterize what we're doing. And the rationale for doing that is just that there are not really all that many games in town. I mean, the causal teleological conception of content is the only worked out conception of content we have. This isn't, I mean, I mentioned Wittgenstein and Quine and Dummett the other day, and these are attempts to characterize meaning in other ways, but they just haven't been nearly so plausible. They just haven't worked very well, these other attempts to characterize meaning. And what I'm doing here is saying this one doesn't work either. This doesn't go. We have to be taking meaning in the shared language as something in terms of which we explain these phenomena. Yeah, I think that's all I want to say, actually. There are well, actually, no, there was the other thing about 10 a.m. I just agree with your thing about we need to fill out exactly what we mean by language, what's going on here. That I just completely agree with. That just does need filling out. So there's the negative part of what I'm saying, and the positive part that is very intuitive, that language has something to do with it. But then filling out exactly what difference that is making. That's one reason I began with the Levinson thing last time, is that it seems to me you can be very explicit about what language is doing to someone's spatial cognition, for example. And it seems to me a similar exercise with the impact of language and temporal cognition is equally possible. I mean, I don't think that has been done, but you could, in principle, do exactly the same exercise. And what I'm saying is that clearly could be done, because you can't explain temporal cognition purely in terms of the solipsistic causal teleological conception of content. About the 10 a.m., I think I just disagree. I mean, of course, you're right that the animal doesn't have a clock, and it doesn't have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and it doesn't have all that. But then, all humans have that, not even all languages. Right, absolutely. But nonetheless, there can be the animals are reasonably precise in when they show up for breakfast and that kind of thing. Animal time gets pretty sophisticated. So
of course the 10 a.m. is not quite right, but it would just take a lot of rigmarole to specify exactly the zone of the morning you mean without using a shorthand like 10 a.m. But of course you could do that. I mean, the animals just do show up in these specific time zones. Yeah.
Two questions. One, I want to make sure that my interpretation of your gap between general and singular causation actually reflects your idea that only singular causation gives us a chance to make progress towards mechanistic explanation. I mean that general causation doesn't, as much as singular causation, help us provide or satisfy or respond to a question by providing a mechanistic explanation. That's my first question. So you think that you emphasize the gap between general and singular causation because you think that we favor mechanistic explanation, that basically we need some kind of mechanistic, or we are after some kind of mechanistic explanation that only singular causation can provide, not general causation. Is that something? Am I on the right track or not?
I recognize a line of thought. I mean, I think it's an appealing way to put it. I'm not sure I would put it quite like that.
Okay.
Well, if you think back to the kind of argument I was giving last time about spatiality, is this right? I think you could, certainly the way I stated it last time, didn't involve any appeal to a distinction between general and singular causation. You could be thinking of spatial magnitudes and their causal significance entirely in general terms, in terms of your learning about the world, how to navigate and so on. You could be thinking, I think, I'm not 100% confident about this, but I think you could be thinking of it purely in general terms.
Okay.
And what I was adding today was something specific about the time dimension and how how singular causation brings that temporality with it. So a natural way to think about mechanism is that the notion of mechanism, I mean, here's a way that I think is reasonably intuitive anyway, that the notion of mechanism stands to general causation somewhat as the notion of process stands to singular causation. That we think of a mechanism as some kind of structure that sustains the working of a process. So a mechanism is something like the way the whole clock is set up, the way that all the wheels are configured with respect to one another. A process is something that happens on a particular occasion when you push the button and then the cuckoo jumps out of the clock, and then you can follow the process that is sustained by that general mechanism. So you can think of the human body as having all these mechanisms, and then there are the particular processes that work on particular occasions of singular causation. So if you think of it like that, then the points I was making last time about space as a mechanism could all be there at the general level. You're just thinking about the space as the general clockwork of affordances, if you see what I mean. You're thinking of the spatial layout as what makes it possible for me to act on this object or on that, the ground of it. But then there's the singular causation that goes on in particular cases, and that will be processes that exploit the existence of that general spatial framework. Yeah, that's one way of packaging these things up anyway.
The second question, but had to do with whether what matters really is language in the sense in which it provides compositional resources for building larger semantic units from smaller ones, in the way Spelke talks about this, or you in contrast, you mentioned Tomasello and sharing. I mean, the fundamental role of sharing, the way Tomasello thinks of sharing as a fundamentally human. And I was wondering whether you think it's worth distinguishing the Tomasello way of thinking of sharing to the kind of Gricean notion that you want to actually intentionally cause someone to believe something or through communication. A Gricean view of communication is rather that the agent of the communicative action is trying to overtly cause another to endorse a new belief, and that is something a little different from the unique experience of sharing something with another. I mean, it's really getting another to change her mind, I mean, to acquire some new belief. So I was wondering whether you think it's relevant to your emphasis on language, whether you think Tomasello is right and it's sharing that matters, or whether some kind of neo-Gricean view that you really want to get someone else to come to believe something or to acquire a new desire or something.
Yeah. I'll actually try to talk about this a bit next Thursday, my sense is that the kind of Tomasello sharing is much more fundamental than Gricean manipulation of someone else's psychological states. I think again, this is not something I've really earned, but the kind of picture that I'm trying to articulate would be one on which the language that's shared between you and I, and the attention that you and I can share, it's in that context that you can formulate Gricean intentions, but the shared language and these articulations of causal mechanistic explanations and so on, that comes first. And then you can do this Gricean thing, but it's a much fancier thing that sophisticated humans can do. And this is all at a much more primitive level.
Okay, so I think that will be all for today. So I want to thank John for this wonderful lecture.
The general theme of these talks is how language, in the sense of the shared language like French or English, enters into perceptual experience. And what I was arguing in the first talk was that language enters into our ordinary spatial experience in that we take it that the space we encounter in ordinary spatial perception, in ordinary visual experience, we take it that those spatial properties and relations that we encounter are part of a causal mechanical explanation of why we can do the things we can do, why we can reach out for, why we can grasp, why we can avoid the things that we do. We take it ordinarily that we don't just live in a world of Gibsonian affordances, a world of possibilities and threats. We take it that we know the explanation of why the world offers us the possibilities and threats that it does. We take it that spatial properties and relations are part of causal mechanical explanations of why the world is offering us the possibilities and threats that it does. And I said, we can't understand that spatial content to experience merely in causal teleological terms as a matter of us having brain systems that let us act advantageously in our environment. It's a matter of us being able to formulate discursive, verbal explanations of what's going on. And last time, I was saying that there's another way in which language enters into the content of perceptual experience, which is in the perception of time. Now, the perception of time is commonplace. Practically every living animal, I certainly don't know of any living animal that doesn't have some kind of sensitivity to time. Animals have an ability, for example, to act appropriately to the phase of the day or the phase of the year. But what humans have is a conception of time as linear. So we think of the events that we encounter in everyday experience as once we've experienced them, they can no longer be changed. And that conception of the time we encounter and experience, the events we encounter and experience, has been continuously shunted into a graveyard to which we cannot now reach, that everything that we've encountered is now fixed in the past and can no longer be changed. That conception of time can't be understood in terms of an ability we have to act advantageously in our environment. We have to think of that conception of time in terms of us being able to articulate verbal narratives of what's been going on. That's what I was saying last time. And incidentally, let me just say, if it suddenly occurs to you that there was an objection you wished you'd raised last time or the time before, I think it would be perfectly appropriate to raise it, but not perhaps right now, but soon. But what I want to focus on today is tool use as another way in which language enters into the content of perception. Carlyle said, "Man is a tool-using animal. He can use tools, he can devise tools. Nowhere do you find him without tools. Without tools, he is nothing. With tools, he is all." And it seems to me that we ordinarily think of tool use as being as basic a manifestation of intelligence as language use is. I suppose you encounter the following scenario. Suppose that before your startled eyes, a spaceship lands and an alien creature trundles out. It finds itself on the edge of a river. It chops down a bunch of trees. It lashes them together into a raft. It sails across the river. It makes use of the logs to build itself a primitive house. Now, if you watch enough of this kind of thing, then you will say, that thing is intelligent. That thing has reasoning. I mean, that's fallible, of course, but that would be a reasonable provisional bet. That thing is intelligent. But so far, it may not have spoken a word. If, on the other hand, the thing comes out and issues commands or requests in idiomatic French or English, you would again take that to be a good sign that the thing was intelligent. Again, that's only a provisional assessment of intelligence, but it's not a bad bet if that's what it's doing, if it's speaking colloquially. So then there's a question, is it the same notion of intelligence that we see, that we use in connection with tool use as we use in connection with language? Is it just a pun? Are they just two different things? The intelligence being displayed in tool use and the intelligence being displayed through the use of language. Are they just disjoint capacities? Or is there some connection between the two? Is the use of language more fundamental than tool use? Is tool use more fundamental than the use of language? Or are they just different? What's going on? Why do we say they're both intelligent? Well, Liz Spelke has argued that language use is the foundation of our ability to use tools. Here's Spelke. In their second year of life, human children, and only human children, as opposed to primates or whatever, they start putting together information about objects and actions productively. They come to view virtually every new object they see, both as a mechanical body with a particular kind of form, and as a potentially useful tool with a particular dedicated function in the service of goal-directed action. So what accounts for this explosion of learning about artifacts, specifically among humans? Well, Spelke says, there are two core systems. I mean, there are many core systems that she thinks human children have, but two of the core systems that human children have are the capacity for object representation, getting objects carved out as discrete units in the environment, and Also, the representation of agents, in particular human agents, and their goal-directed actions. And she says, other species have each of these systems. Other species are able to carve out objects. Other species are able to recognize agency and directed action. But what is distinctively human is the ability to put these two things together, to understand agents as using objects as tools. The productive joining of object representations and action representations appears to be unique to our species, even though the core systems on which it builds are not. And that development, she says, depends in some way on children's learning of words as names for kinds of objects. It's having the words that lets us stick together the two different core systems here. This new linguistic format, using a single name for the object that was being used and in connection with the goal-directed action in connection with which it was being used, these are joined by our having words, a single word to stick on what's going on. The upshot of the analysis from both the object representation system and the agency and directed action system. Language, a combinatorial system par excellence, serves to combine representations of objects and actions rapidly, flexibly, and productively, giving rise to our productive capacity to learn about and use tools. Now, I think that's very plausible, and for the moment, I just want to pause on what happened here, if what she says is correct, that it shows a way in which language is going to enter into our perceptual experience, because the perceptual experience of using tools is quite distinctive. When you think about it, when you're banging a nail with a hammer, let's say, or screwing a screw into a piece of wood, then you can make a distinction between two different kinds of characteristics of, let's say it's just the hammer and the nail. Here you go, banging the nail in. On the one hand, you're focally attending to where the nail is in the wood, how far you have driven it in. So that's what you might think of as a variable property of the nail. It's the characteristic of the nail that you're using the hammer to adjust. Or if you're trying to drive a screw into the wood, there's the rotation of the screw and how far it's gone into the wood. On the other hand, there are the standing, what you might think of as the long-term characteristics of the nail. Is it made of metal? Is it a peg? Has it got a pointed end? Has it got a flat top? There are these standing characteristics of the nail that are just taken as a given throughout the interaction. And then, on the other hand, there are the variable characteristics of the hammer. There's how hard you're swinging it, what direction you're giving it, things you can change and modify in the course of changing the variable characteristics of the nail. And then on the other hand, there are the standing characteristics of the hammer, how heavy it is, whether you can get a good grip on it. These long-term characteristics of the hammer that you are exploiting in using the hammer. So Polanyi has a very nice discussion in which, in summary, what he says is, in an ordinary experience of using something like a hammer or a screwdriver, what you're focally aware of are the variable characteristics. Actually, he doesn't use that distinction between variable and standing. That's my gloss, but I think this is a fair summary. What you're focally attending to are the variable characteristics of the nail, how far in it's gone, that kind of thing. Is it there yet? You're recessively, you have a subsidiary or instrumental awareness of how hard you're swinging the hammer, that you're attending focally to the nail, but in the background you have the subsidiary awareness of, do I need to bang it harder? Do I need to be not so heavy? Do I need to change the direction? And in the background, you have some kind of recessive awareness of the standing properties of the tool and the target, the nail. Now, just if you think about what's going on there, I think that's a pretty plausible characterization of the perceptual experience of using a tool. I think it's interesting in this connection to look at my distinguished colleague, Alva Noy's discussion of the sensory motor view of perception. This is actually something I think I find this interesting in its own right, because I only recently, after many years of looking at his work, I just recently got what Alva has been talking about all this time, and I actually want to share that with you because it took me a very long time to get the nub of what he is talking about. And I just want to share this with you just in the hope that maybe some of us aren't, maybe it took some of us the same kind of amount of time as it took me to get what he's talking about. But also because the sensory motor view of perception, as Alva describes it, is always used with this rhetoric of inaction, embodiment, active perception, and it sounds as if it should be absolutely tailored to an understanding of what's going on in tool use. But if what I've said so far about variable and standing properties and so on is correct, then this isn't so. So let me just try and bring out why that is. So here's the nub of everything Alva does, in my view. There are two basic problems that interest him. One is how to analyze the relation between your perception of the aspects of an object that are constant through variations in your perception of it, and on the other hand, the subjective appearances that it presents from different perspectives. So the classic case is the round penny that looks elliptical when seen from an angle. There's the elliptical, I mean, if you will give me that, there's some sense in which you've got a round penny here and it looks elliptical. Then what's the relation between the look of ellipticality and the perceived roundness of the penny? That's one problem. The penny presents a variety of projections of different kinds of ovoid from different angles, but is manifestly constant in its roundness through all that variation. So how do you understand the relation between the appearances and the respect in which the penny is perceptually constant here? And the other problem that interests Alva is presence in absence, the sense in which when you look at a tomato, then its back is there. It's not as if what you're looking at seems to be a backless surface. It's not a surprise to you that the tomato has a rear, even though the rear itself is not visible. That's what Alva calls the problem of presence in absence. The rear is present somehow in your perception of the tomato, even though it's in another sense not visible. Or as it's sometimes put, you have amodal perception of the rear of the tomato. And Alva's key idea, the idea that the whole sensory motor view centers around, is that these are the same phenomenon. The sense in which the roundness of the penny is there in your ordinary perception of it is the same as the sense in which the rear of the tomato is there in your ordinary perception of it. You have amodal perception of the rear of the tomato is there in this subterranean way in your perception. It's implicitly there in your perception. And similarly, the roundness of the penny is implicitly there in your perception. What you're modally getting, what you're phenomenally getting, are the various presentations of the penny as one or another ovoid, or from canonical position circular. But you're just getting these presentations of it from one perspective or another. The underlying circularity of the penny is there in the same subterranean way as the rear of the tomato is there in your perception of the tomato. Perceptual constancy phenomena, he says, and this is, I think, the center of the view, perceptual constancy phenomena exemplify a broader category of perceptual phenomena, one that philosophers have tended to neglect, amodal perception. I propose that perceptual constancy phenomena are themselves examples of amodal perception. I think if you look at practically anything Alv has written, up to his recent work on art, practically everything else he writes centers around this view. And the idea is that, well, the roundness of the penny is not really one of its manifest characteristics. It's not one of the things that are modally experienced. The thing that is perceptually constant, that underlying roundness, is there only in the same sense that the rear of the tomato is there. And of course, there's this disanalogy between the two cases, that in the case of the tomato, you can, after all, circle round to the back of it and get a look at its rear. You can circle round and get a look at the back of the tomato. But the roundness of the penny, you can never, you circle round, all you get are more visibilia. You never actually get the underlying roundness itself. Now, I think if I've described this correctly, it's already not a terribly plausible view. And actually, its implausibility as a description of ordinary perceptual experience is particularly vivid when you think about tool use. When you think about driving the nail into the wood or screwing the screw further into the wood, then the variable characteristics of the thing that you're attending to, how far in is it? How hard do I have to hit it? Should I turn it some more? These are all characteristics that have to do with constancy. What you're doing when you're attending in tool use, when you're perceptually experiencing what's going on, is you are attending to the constant phenomena out there, the things that underlie the visibilia. The ellipticality of the penny, how far in the nail is, these, what you're attending to are the constant properties of the object that you're modifying, not the visibilia the thing is projecting. From the standpoint of ordinary thinking about perceptual experience, of our ordinary encounters with the world in tool use, things like the ellipticality of the penny are actually just theoretical posits. If you're trying to change the shape of the penny, if you're pounding a penny flat, then what you're attending to are the constant phenomena here. You're not attending to its ellipticality from one or another perspective. You would precisely be distracted from your tool use if you found yourself attending to ellipticality. The ellipticality is not, in any ordinary sense, a feature of your experience of the thing in ordinary perception. So that's a kind of brief aside about the sensory motor view of perception. Another way of thinking about this is to remark that the shape of an object having the shape it does, is not just a matter of the object tending to behave in various ways in various circumstances. Shape is not just a characteristic the thing has to behave thus and so. So you might say a round thing tends to roll, square things tend to stack together well. They exhibit all these behaviors. But when you deform a bicycle wheel, when you buckle a bicycle wheel, you change all the dispositional characteristics of the thing simultaneously. It's not as if you affect its dispositions one by one. The shape of a thing we ordinarily think of as what we're directly acting on when we change the world. We think of ourselves as acting on these underlying characteristics, and we think of that as being the reason why all the behaviors of the thing with that characteristic are changed. Okay, so this was a kind of riff on Spelke's thing about how language is impacting on our understanding of tools, and how language is thereby entering into the content of perceptual experience in our use of tools. Let me just pause for a second in case there's anything there that isn't absolutely luminously lucid. Is everything there plain as day? Yes, please.
I didn't see how what you just said about language is relevant to the remarks that you previously made about distinction and how it looks at a certain moment.
Right. Well,
I didn't see how you relate that to the fact that one of the things that we're good at, and I suppose in the animal art, is reconciling the way it feels with the way you see it right now.
Yeah, I think I got it.
When we perceive in various modalities, that doesn't bother us.
Right. Well, what I'm suggesting is that if you think of using the screwdriver there, if you think of your focus on the screw, then is language that is driving your ability to see the use of the tool as something where the causal mechanical aspects of the thing are being used to achieve an intended outcome. That part's okay. Okay, and then what I'm saying is that when you break down what is happening here, what is going on in your perceptual experience of the tool use has to be analyzed in terms of your understanding of the causal mechanical properties of the thing as being used in the service of those intentions. And what's patching together the intentions and the causal mechanical properties of things is the use of the language on Spelke's approach. Okay, we can come back to this. Yeah. I mean, if you don't agree, that's one thing. If it just doesn't make sense, that's another. And sometimes it's hard to know which it is.
I think you should keep on, and
Okay.
we'll see at the end.
Okay. So I think Spelke's picture of tool use actually covers over two quite different kinds of case. There's, on the one hand, what I'll call intelligent tool use, and on the other hand, what you might think of as a contingent or instrumental use of tools. And to explain what I mean by this, one way to think of it is in terms of a distinction that I think Ned Hall was certainly one of the first and the most influential people to draw this distinction between causation as counterfactual dependence and causation as production. One way of thinking of causation is to think, well, if A causes B, then that's a matter of if A happens, then B happens. If A hadn't happened, B wouldn't have happened. It's something to do with the dependency of A on B. It's something to do with, of B on A, sorry. It's something to do with the contingency between A and B. Alternatively, we can think of causation in terms of production, in terms of the transmission of motion by impulse, the spatio-temporally continuous transmission of causal influence. The simplest way to get this distinction is to reflect on the trolley problem. I understand that this is a big issue that I'm just importing from outside, but it's also, I think, the most vivid way to get this distinction. Probably most people have come across the trolley problem in one way or another, but just to recapitulate, you are standing as a runaway trolley comes down the hill. The runaway trolley is headed straight for a group of 5 people. If you do nothing, it will kill all 5 people. You are standing next to a lever, which, if you pull it, will divert the trolley onto a different track. And instead of killing those 5 people, it will kill that beautiful little child. The question is, do you pull the lever? And on the one hand, many people say, well, you'd have to pull the lever. But on the other hand, it sticks in the throat. Many people also have strong resistance to pulling the lever. And the intuitive distinction here is that if you don't do anything, then you are not physically implicated in the death of anybody. The deaths of those 5 people will be counterfactually dependent on you not acting. Had you acted, their lives would have been saved. So long as you did not act, their lives would be saved. But if you do act and produce the death of this person, then you are physically implicated in their death. So there is the reason this is such a vivid way of explaining the distinction is that we put some moral weight in this. We have some resistance to being implicated by production in the death of this person, in the sense that we don't really mind so much being implicated by counterfactual dependence in the deaths of these 5 people. So there are many examples to bring out this distinction between causation as counterfactual dependence and causation as production. But I hope that gives the initial idea. And it's a very natural idea once you get that causal counterfactuals about what would have happened if, are always grounded in the facts about causal processes. So we live in a world where there are lots of spatiotemporally continuous processes connecting events to one another. And the facts about what would have happened if are always grounded in the facts about actual or potential causal processes. Now, when you think about tool use, there's what you might call mere tool use, when you've simply grasped that one thing is counterfactually contingent on another. If one example that I find kind of poignant is using remote controls. If you use if you've ever grappled with a difficult remote control, then what you do is you get some sense of how you can use it, what the contingencies are between which button you push and what goes on with the system. But if you're asked, well, how is that working? Well, most of us, all we could do is say, well, it's kind of waves, something like that. But what is actually going on is you have no idea. All you've got are the counterfactual contingencies. On the other hand, when you take something like, well, actually, let me give one other example here. A full-blown causal contingency theorist, you might think of a skeptical epidemiologist or a drug tester who uses only randomized controlled trials. Imagine someone who, in their own conception anyhow, is very tough-minded about their randomized controlled trials. They say, I only care about what the outcome is of using this drug. Mechanisms, biology, I don't know about that. That all strikes me as pretty speculative. The hard facts are what goes on in the randomized controlled trials. Now, if you have someone who thinks rigorously in that way, then they're operating with a conception of causation only in terms of counterfactual connections. If I give the drug, this will happen. Were I not to give the drug, that wouldn't happen. And one question about animal tool use is always, does the animal have any conception of the tool use as involving causation as production? Or has it only got counterfactual contingencies? Humans ordinarily seem to have far more than just a grasp of counterfactual contingencies. If you think about using the hammer to bang in the nail or turning the screwdriver, we seem to have a grasp of the causal mechanical processes in which these counterfactuals are grounded. We know why the thing has the capacities it does. There are simple tests that people do with ordinary humans and neuropsychological patients on tool use, where you show people a range of unfamiliar tools, like these oddly shaped things at the top left, and you ask them, well, which one could you use to pick up the cylinder and resettle it? And regular subjects can do this absolutely straightforwardly. It doesn't take anybody any time at all to answer these kinds of questions. But that's not obviously because you've learned some contingency between this particular tool and the use that's going to be made of it. You understand what the mechanical properties of the tool are, how its size, shape, rigidity, and so on are contributing, are explaining your ability to use it to perform these tasks. You might contrast here with that kind of intelligent use of a tool where you know its causal mechanical properties and you know why it has the powers it does, with what you might think of as a phrasebook understanding of tools. I mean, suppose, to contrast with the case of a simple mechanical tool, suppose you visit someone in hospital. They're tied up to a whole array of tubes and medicines. And the doctor says, I've got to go for a couple of minutes. Here, take this plunger. If he calls out in pain, then push the plunger. And then the doctor vanishes. Now, you know what to do if the patient calls out in pain. But as you're standing there, an alarm goes off. And you think, well, what do I do now? What happens next? You have no idea. You have a highly context-specific understanding of the use of the tool and no capacity to use it in fresh contexts. It's like the situation in which you have a phrasebook understanding of language. You've learned what to do when you're in this foreign country and you want a coffee. But if you don't get any one of your three understood responses, you have no idea what comes next. I mean, I take it that it's not just me that is familiar with this problem of having a phrasebook understanding, that you have no flexibility of response. You have simply a limited set of contingencies. Now, what I'm saying is that the intelligent use of a tool, when you have something like this, where you understand what its causal mechanical properties are and what the processes are that are grounding the counterfactual contingencies, that can systemically ground any of a wide variety of actions. You take a simple tool like one of these three in the top left, there are lots and lots of different contexts in which you can envisage using it. It's not at all that you have a one-off capacity here. So your knowledge of the causal mechanical properties of the tool in that kind of intelligent case, which is not like the remote. I mean, intelligence is maybe a bit of a misnomer because, of course, using a remote can be a considerable intellectual exercise and you can display considerable intellectual ability in grappling with a remote. But it's not intelligent in the sense I mean, which is that you know the causal mechanical properties in which the possibilities of the use of the thing are grounded. And that's grounded in two ways. This knowledge of the causal mechanical properties of the thing is causally grounding your ability to use it to achieve various contingencies. And it's also justifying the way you use it. So intelligent tool use, in the sense I mean, is when there's a systematic, general, causal and normative dependency of your pattern of use of the tool on your recessive awareness of the standing properties of the target and the tool. So if you've got a hammer, there are lots of different ways you can use it. If you've got a screwdriver, there are lots of different ways you can use it. You can use it with different kinds of grip. You can use it to achieve different kinds of purposes. You can use it to jimmy a door open. You can use it as a chisel. And that's very like the kind of systematicity we have in our understanding of language. If you have intelligent tool use in this sense, you have a repertoire of mechanical properties. There's a range of physical characteristics that things have, just as these different simple tools have different versions of a range of different physical properties. You have a basic vocabulary, a basic repertoire for thinking about families of the physical properties of the tools you're using. And these can be combined in lots of new and various ways to generate the use you make of the tool to achieve objectives. So that's, it seems to me, the main reason for the parallel between thinking of tool use as intelligent and thinking of language use as intelligent. We think of them both as manifestations of intelligence because we think of them both as exhibiting that kind of systematicity. Now, it seems to me a further question how deep that systematicity goes. And one analogy you might think of here is music, where there's a kind of structure in our understanding of music that seems at some deep level to be analogous to the structure in our understanding of language. And the question is the systematicity in our capacities for intelligent tool use, is that deeply connected to the systematicity in our understanding of language? Is it maybe grounded in the systematicity of our understanding of language? I mean, that seems to me a Spelkean position, and I've looked through Spelke's work to see if she actually explicitly suggests that at any point, and so far as I can see, she doesn't. But it would be very much in the mood of Spelke's approach to say that the systematicity of tool use is actually grounded in the systematicity of intelligent tool use is actually grounded in our systematic understanding of a language for the various physical properties that we encounter among tools. I mean, that's what is always so disappointing and tantalizing and disappointing about animal tool use. What happens, the general pattern of discoveries in of discovering animals using tools has been that the animal, first of all, makes some use of tools that seems to exhibit some intelligent use. It seems like the animal has not merely got a contingency. If you're in this context, if you find yourself with this kind of tool, poke it into the tube, you'll get your intended outcome. Animals often do things that seem to go beyond that. One of the classic cases was Wieselberg's trap tube test, where she was trying to get primates to use a tool to push the food out of the tube. And the rule was, well, if you put, there's a trap here. If you start at the side of the tube that is nearest to the food, then you will simply push the food into the trap. To get the food, you have to start at the side of the tube that is furthest away from the trap and push it out. And animals sometimes seemed to get this. They sometimes seemed to grasp this. But then when you invert the tube so that the trap is now on the top, the animals still do exactly the same behaviors. You start out thinking, yes, they've grasped the underlying physics of the situation. They are making an intelligent use of the tool here. But then it turns out, no, all we had was learning of counterfactual contingencies. If I do this, I'll get that outcome. So I think it's a natural hypothesis that one thing that is distinctive of human tool use is that humans have that ability to think of the counterfactual contingencies as grounded in causal mechanical processes, whereas animals don't. Animals have mere contingencies. There's a slightly different analysis suggested by Jim Woodward, where he talks about the way that animals use, given a bunch of possible rakes to use to pull food towards them, to let them get food, primates were at chance in whether they selected tools that could be used as rakes to pull the thing towards them, or whether they had floppy or inappropriately shaped ends to them. So the animals would use these sticks to try and contact the object, but they would be at chance in which one they selected. And Woodward's suggestion is, well, what you've got here is some kind of mixture of a causal mechanical understanding. If I want to affect what's going on with a food, if I want to get at it, I've got to contact it somehow. But what they're lacking is any finer grained understanding of whether the tool is appropriately shaped for whether that will let them actually get the food. So the animals in Woodward's analysis have got some grasp of causal contingencies, and they've got some causal mechanical understanding, but they don't have that properly integrated in the way that I'm suggesting intelligent human tool use is integrated. The animals behave as though they appreciate that the tool must be in spatial contact with the food source to retrieve it, but they don't choose tools in a way that suggests they further appreciate the significance of whether the tool is appropriately shaped or rigid. There is a question here, what concept of mechanism we're using. Now, in the literature is usually taken that what we're dealing with is something, well, Spelke's core knowledge that has to do with spatiotemporal principles of cohesion. Objects move as connected and bounded wholes. Objects move in connected unobstructed paths. And all action is contact action. Going back to the basic idea that causal processes involve the transmission of motion by impulse. Now, I think it's interesting in this context to think about the case of colour. There's a passage in Ryle's autobiography where he says, I remember a young schoolmaster recently down from Oxford asking us in the sixth form, what is colour? I gave a Lockean sort of answer, saying that colours are powers of objects to produce sensations in us, and laughed knowingly at the expense of a boy who declared that colour was paint. I scored 5 marks. I've always actually been on the side of the boy that thought that colour was paint. I think that that's where the ordinary concept of colour lives. And I want to think about whether we can think of paint as a tool for modifying colour. I mean, it's obviously not working in the same contact way. I mean, contact is involved, but it doesn't seem to belong in the family of core knowledge that Spelke is describing here. But it seems important for our ordinary concept of colour that we have ways of manipulating colour. And if you think of paints and dyes and pigments and inks and so on as all tools for manipulating colour, then it also seems plausible that this technology of colour is a driver for our use of colour concepts and colour language. What I've been trying to look at so far are ways in which the experience of tool use might depend on language. But it also seems possible, and particularly vivid in this case, that the dependency might also go in the other direction, that tool use might be a cause of linguistic understanding, that if you can use a tool to manipulate an aspect of objects, that is of itself going to make that aspect of the object salient in a way that invites conceptualization and generation of a vocabulary for it. I mean, this actually goes back to something I was talking about in the first lecture, where we were talking about seeing a tiger in the undergrowth. If a tiger sees you in the undergrowth, then the tiger may be using your colour to differentiate you from the background. You can use colour as a way of lifting out objects from their backgrounds. But tigers have no interest in colour for its own sake. The tiger doesn't care what colour you are. The tiger just cares that you are there and is using the colour of a way to detect whether you're there. So statistically, there are bound to be some people who in the audience who don't quite see what's going on here, but this is one of the standard colour blindness tests where all that is differentiating the 5 in the middle is from its background is its hue. There is nothing different except coloration, lifting out the 5 from its background. But being able to see the 5 here is one thing, and being able to attend to its color is another. Children can pick out objects from their backgrounds by color at very young ages, but learning to attend to the color itself of an object is a much harder task. Children can use color vision to differentiate objects from their backgrounds long before they're able to use color words or pull out to attend specifically to the colors of things. So this basic aspect of color experience isn't yet enough for color concepts and color vocabulary. The neuropsychologist Luria was famously stopped by a peasant in Uzbekistan who said, "Us Uzbeks don't know the colors of things, and so we call everything blue." And that peasant was presumably not saying, well, we can't even see the 5 against the background here. We couldn't even pass these basic color perception tests. But what they can't do, he was saying, is reflect specifically in the colors of things and give verbal labels to them. Notoriously, ancient Greek color vocabulary, 10 minutes, okay. Ancient Greek color vocabularies are the way that the ancient Greeks used color vocabulary was very different to the way that we use a color vocabulary now. When Homer talks about the wine dark sea and so on, there was a great deal of speculation as to what kind of wine it was that might look like the sea, or what kind of bit of sea he must have been looking at that looked like a wine. Gladstone, the British Prime Minister, claimed that the Greeks didn't have color vision. Color vision evolutionarily happened only a few centuries after the Greeks. They were color blind. That was why Homer used the color vocabulary in such a strange way. Now, at this point in human history, we know that evolution takes longer than that. You don't do it in just a couple of centuries. It wasn't obvious at the time Gladstone was writing. And I think the right way to think of it is that the ancient Greeks could presumably have passed color vision tests. They had color experience in that sense. But what they didn't have was an ability to attend selectively to the colors of things and give them verbal labels. There's a striking neuropsychological case that Geschwin and Fusilo talked about, where the patient could match colors to colors, could stack a bunch of greens from the lightest to the darkest. And the patient could also use color vocabulary appropriately. The patient could tell you verbally things like orange is in between red and yellow, and knew what an appropriate answer was to the question, what is the color of that object? Knew that it should be a color word. But when it came to putting verbal labels onto the objects, verbal color labels onto the colors of things, the patient was at chance. The patient could do everything within perception and could do everything verbal, but anything matching language to perception, the patient was unable to do. So having the color experience is one thing, and having the color concept, knowing how to apply the color vocabulary, is another. And here's Berlin and Kay. According to Berlin and Kay, what makes the distinction between a society that has a color vocabulary and a society that doesn't is its possession of a technology of color. That's what the Greeks were missing. That's what young children have to do. That's what presumably the people in Uzbekistan didn't have, is a color technology. So here's Berlin and Kay. As the colors of artifacts become increasingly subject to deliberate manipulation, color becomes an increasingly important dimension for distinguishing things, and hence for distinguishing them in discourse. As technology develops, the increased importance of color as a distinguishing property of objects appears to be an important factor in causing languages to add basic color terms, i.e. to refine the lexical partition of the color domain. The same process provides a plausible reason for the transition from non-partition to partition languages. That is, getting from having maybe only a distinction between darkness and lightness to having a basic half-dozen color words to having those first basic half-dozen color words. Non-partition languages may be spoken in societies where color is of relatively low cultural significance. On this view, both the evolution of basic color terms, where the basic color terms come from in the first place, and the evolution of a basic vocabulary of color terms to something more sophisticated where you talk about maroon and ultramarine and so on, and the evolution toward having a basic color term system, that results in large measure from the increasing technological control of color. As technological control of color increases, its manipulation in the manufacture of everyday artifacts causes it to bear an increasingly greater functional load in everyday linguistic communication, and thereby to achieve greater cultural salience. Now, there is a basic puzzle about this, about whether you can really think of color as a cause. I mean, is color part of our mechanical picture of the world? I mean, I've said that I've made that distinction between causation as counterfactual dependence and causation as process. But does color figure in processes? There's a classic argument that John Locke gave where he said, it's one of these things that hypnotized me as an undergraduate, and every year I go back and understand it, every 5 years or so I go back and understand it just a little bit better. Locke said, pound an almond, and the clear white color will be altered into a dirty one, and the sweet taste into an oily one. What real alteration can the beating of the pestle make in any body, but an alteration in the texture of it? And by texture, he means the arrangement of the microphysical parts. And if you're pounding it, how could you be changing the color directly? That would be a kind of magic. When you're pounding the thing, all you're doing is disordering the arrangement of the fundamental particles, the spatial arrangement of the fundamental particles. That's all you can be doing, and any change in the color must be a consequence. And we have two prototypes for the notion of a causal process for causation as production. We think of the communication of motion by impulse, where you're driving the nail into the wood, or we can think, I think, of mental states as psychologically connected. But what we need for, what we use in our ordinary development of color concepts, I'm suggesting, is attention to the colors of things as a dimension that can be manipulated. And Guy Deutscher, in a beautiful exposition of the dependence of color language and color technology, says, well, suppose it's like this. If you want to understand the position of people who don't have a color partition language, who have only darkness and lightness, and we think this is extraordinary. How can you not see the difference between the blue of the sky and the redness of a fire truck? Well, suppose someone comes from the future back to the present, and in the future, it turns out that every home is equipped with a machine that can create thousands of different fruits by manipulating taste and consistency on many different axes, such as firmness, juiciness, creaminess, airiness, sliminess, sweetness, tanginess, and many others. And this person from the future gives us all these subtly different tastes, and we simply don't get it. It takes us a very long time to get onto the distinctions among tastes that this person is describing. And this person can't comprehend why we're struggling to describe the taste samples, why our only abstract taste concepts are limited to these crude oppositions like sweet and sour. Now, I think we need to separate two reasons why color technology might be mattering for our grasp of color concepts. One is the range of colors that we become familiar with. That's what it sounds like Deutscher is talking about here. But I think the key thing is the ability to attend to color as a cause, to attend to the color of a thing as something that has causes and effects. I mean, the simplest way to put it is to ask, should we think of the color of an object as causally propagating over time? I mean, if you take the blackness or the redness of a chair, the chair is red now, it was red half an hour ago. Is it red now because it was red half an hour ago? Is that causal? Is it that it was red then and that caused it to be red now? Is that the kind of immanent causation that we have here? Or is it rather that the color of the object half an hour ago, the redness of the chair half an hour ago, that was caused by its microphysical structure? And that same microphysical structure is what's causing the redness now. The redness is a kind of epiphenomenon on the underlying physical structure. That seems to have been Locke's picture, that the color of an object over time is an epiphenomenal progression. So you might start out thinking, well, I've got this high-level property, the redness back then, and the redness now, and the redness back then caused the redness now. But then I realize that, well, that high-level property, the redness back then, is realized by all these microphysical properties, and the redness now is realized by all these physical properties. And maybe what's going on is not that the high-level property earlier is causing the high-level property later, but that those earlier microphysical properties are causing the later microphysical properties, and the redness is just given off as an epiphenomenon. Or do we have some kind of overdetermination here? So this is a Kim diagram, right? You can do the Kim thing for colors. And just as the usual reaction to Kim's kind of, I mean, where Kim talks about high-level psychological properties causing other high-level psychological properties, and says, well, maybe all the apparent causation among psychological properties is epiphenomenal. So similarly, we can say, well, we've got a similar argument for saying that the apparent causal relations among colors are epiphenomenal, but a similar pushback. In the case of psychological characteristics, we say, no, we can make sense of high-level manipulation of psychological properties. Similarly, we can make sense of high-level manipulation of color properties. It's not, after all like pounding an almond. Pounding an almond is kind of like when Penfield did these experiments where you touch an electrode in the brain and suddenly get some memory. And so you say, oh, well, that just shows you that all the real causation is done at the neural level, and the memories and so on are just epiphenomena of what's going on neurally. And the point in the psychological case is, it isn't always like that. There is high-level causation of psychological characteristics by psychological characteristics. And similarly, in the color case, we can think of paints, dyes, and pigments as giving us systemic high-level causation of color, even in the absence of similarly general low-level causation. That's to say, what red paint does to a thing may be relatively independent of what's going on, the details of what's going on at the microphysical level. So, just to sum up where I've got to anyway, I said in the first couple of sessions that language enters perception in how we display experience of spatial properties and relations as causally explanatory, and language grounds that evanescent and fixed character of temporal experience. And the suggestions I've been making today are that language enters as combining object perceptions as object perception in the agency core systems. That's Spelke's idea that language is what tacks together the object perception and agency systems into perception of tool use. And I've suggested further that maybe we could think of the systemic character of language as grounding the systemic character of intelligent tool use. That idea that we have a repertoire of physical properties that we can combine and recombine in lots of different ways to generate the various particular behaviors of tools in particular contexts. And what I've finally been suggesting is that, particularly if we think of the color case, we can think of tool use as driving our linguistic descriptions of aspects of the world as independently manipulable features of things. Okay, that's the end of the message. Thank you very much.
Well, two observations. One is that if you look at languages, and some languages over time evolve new color words, and a lot of the color words that you find in English and French come from colors of specific kinds of objects. You know, so for the word orange was originally the name of a fruit in Persian, and then it became in European language name for color. Yeah. The Romans could see the difference between the color of an orange. They knew about the fruit, and they didn't have a word for orange, but they could see the differences, and probably just like modern humans, you know, they could there were a lot of differences. You know, some women see colors that most women can't see, and no men can see, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. Okay, and we can distinguish so many colors that we would have to have, if we had individual words, we'd have to have thousands or even hundreds of thousands of different terms. So there's, you know, it's funny if color words come from object words a lot, you know, that shows that if there's a function of having the color words, mm-hmm. It's not that we see the colors better or something like that, but we can talk about them or things like that. No, so that's the first thing, sort of an obvious point, I think. The second possible objection is that it's true that, I mean, language gives us the ability to produce, generate all sorts of kinds of relations, you know, that it would be hard to sort of conceptualize without language. That seems pretty plausible. But also a lot of them are crazy. I mean, humans are causally different from other animals in that we're the only creatures probably that invent all sorts of crazy causal explanations, religious, you know, fantastic, et cetera. You know, you do this dance and it will rain tomorrow, et cetera. Okay, so how do you distinguish the good from the bad? I mean, language generates so many possible causal explanations that most of them will be wrong or even harmful.
Yeah. Okay, these are both great questions. These are both large questions. On the first one about the Romans seeing orange and so on, I think one way I want to put it is that the notion of seeing a color can be analyzed in lots of different ways. I mean, one thing you could mean by seeing the color is I can use that color to differentiate something from its background. That's why people are taken in by, why animals are taken in by camouflage, for example, that we're using color the whole time for object perception. That's part of my point is there's another notion of seeing the color on which that's not enough. Seeing the color in this sense means being able to do something with the color. So being able to do color induction, to say something like, the red ones always make me feel sick, to generalize over color, or to verbally label the colors. And just being able to use the color to lift the object out from its background doesn't guarantee, I mean, it's just a different skill to being able to use colors for the purpose of color induction, or to be able to verbally label the colors. And again, it's one thing for your perceptual system to be using the color of a thing as part of the basis for your classification of it as, for example, a fruit of one kind or another. It's a different thing to be able to look selectively, particularly at the color, as a dimension of the object that's independent of what fruit it is. It's just a separate dimension of the object. That's a much finer grained thing. And it's with that last thing that I'm suggesting that color technology and so on is really important. I mean, the Greeks, it's often said that one thing that's going on with their color terms is that they don't really differentiate color from texture, from other aspects of the thing. That's the difficult thing. I think for some reason it's particularly difficult for us. Color seems like such a blaze, so vivid and unmistakable. How could there possibly be a people that just don't get the ability, just don't have the ability to label colors? But that's just the way it is. I mean, there just are all these cultures where they have a great deal of difficulty in understanding what you're getting at when you talk about, for example, the color of the sky. You can take, there are experiments where people take children of 2 who already have hundreds of words in their vocabulary and say, this is a red one, this is green. This is red, this is green. You can do that 700 or 800 times, and the kid just doesn't get it. I mean, what could be plainer and more, but people just have trouble. And I think, I don't know, one analogy I think of is, you're a big foodie, I'm not. You make 2 batches of beef stew. You say, which one's better? I say, I don't know, it's beef stew. And you say, yeah, but this one's got rosemary. And I just have a lot of trouble with that. And I think it's like that. I mean, that's, I hope that's not a completely alien example. I think it's like that for people with non-partition vocabularies or young children with colors. It just seems like a very subtle distinction, whereas it seems to them, whereas it seems so overwhelming to us. I'm sorry, sorry, that was very long, but I forgot what the second thing you said was.
It's just that if you're trying to relate, our causal understanding, it is a plausible story that you're giving.
Absolutely.
To the possibility of language, because of syntax and a huge vocabulary to sort of generate lots of.
Oh, crazy explanations.
But it generates more crazy ones than good ones.
Yeah, I agree. It can't be just combinatorial. There's a really basic question here about how we think of science and causal explanation. There's one picture that says, look, science is something that science and the kind of causal understanding I'm talking about, that began in the 17th century. That is a pretty recent development in human history. There's another line of thought that I associate with my distinguished colleague Alison Gopnik that says, no, science is part of the innate equipment of children. And I guess I hadn't thought about it in these terms until I found myself saying the words, but I think Spelke's view is not a million miles from that either, with a picture of object knowledge as having these core principles of mechanical causation. There's another picture that says, no, this kind of scientific thinking is part of the basic cognitive equipment of every human back into the mists of time, and that that's part of that mechanical causal understanding of things is part of the driver of conceptual development in humans from time immemorial. It just got a particular institutional development in the 17th century. And when you think of it like that, then the crazy explanations are what we do when science gives out on us. When we can't do that kind of basic causal mechanical understanding of things. I mean, we really want to manipulate the weather. It really is life or death if we can have a good season. And our causal mechanical understanding just gives out on us. We have no idea what's going on. We can't even predict whether it's going to be rainy or sunny, let alone influence it. That's when we turn to the crazy stuff. That's when we do the magic or religion, when that basic causal mechanical understanding gives out. That is a speculative big picture answer, but it is a speculative big picture question. I mean, there are just these different ways you can think about. It's not that the general case is that we give crazy explanations and then there are some good ones that just happen to stick. The basic case is that we give the good explanations, and then when we can't do that, we turn to crazy stuff. I'm happy to be disagreed with further.
I was wondering whether there is a connection between two distinctions between kinds of causation, namely the one you made the last talk, so the distinction between general causation and singular causation, right. And the one you made in this talk, that is the distinction between causation as counterfactual dependency and causation as production.
Yes. These are two different distinctions. Is your question, what do they have to do with one another? Or is it the same distinction?
It seems to me that general causation is somehow more connected to counterfactual dependency, whereas singular causation seems to be more connected to causation as production.
Yeah.
So I was wondering whether, even if, of course, there are different distinctions, but if there is some connection between the two, or if they are completely orthogonal.
I share your intuition. I mean, it does seem very intuitive that general causation has got something to do with counterfactual dependence. And thinking of causation in terms of processes and mechanics takes singular causation as basic. I think it's hard to make out a rigorous case for the connection here, but just to give the feel of it, if you think of doing a randomized controlled trial, and in fact I remember, didn't we discuss this in last session? But if you think of doing a randomized controlled trial, then you're finding out about counterfactual dependence. You're not finding out about production. You've no idea what the mechanism is. A randomized controlled trial reveals pretty much nothing to you about what the mechanism by which the treatment is influencing the outcome. It's just telling you there is this counterfactual dependence. Were I to give the treatment, I'd get that outcome. And it's inherently general. You don't know of any singular case. Whereas when you're thinking of causation in terms of production as a matter of causal mechanical processes, well, what you're thinking of there is contact phenomena, and the contacts are presumably between particular events and particular historical circumstances. So causation as production seems intuitively more linked to singular causation. Causation as difference making seems intuitively more linked to general causation. But I think that's the intuition. Am I catching the intuition? I think that is intuitive, but at the same time, you have to say, well, where there is general causation, in the case of a randomized controlled trial, where there is difference-making causation there, everybody says there must be a mechanism. There must be something general to be said about the mechanism by which the drug is achieving its outcome. These points about so it's not clear to me that you could just say, well, that one goes with singular and the other one goes with general. I don't think this is very well understood. I think the literature, there is some slight discussion of it, but I don't think it gets much further than what I've just said. I think this is really not very well understood.
Maybe if I can ask a question, please. I just wanted to push you a little bit on the
I can't look directly at you.
Okay, so I go somewhere else. I want to push you a bit more on the role of language, because now I've just summarized, I mean, language seems to come into the equation at several levels.
Yes.
And it doesn't seem that each time it's because of the same property of language. So
that's
sometimes
right.
It seems about the specific semantics that we have in a specific language.
Yeah.
And sometimes it seems it's more about the combinatorial force of language.
Yeah.
And sometimes it seems that, okay, if at one point in your development you have language, you acquire all these things that comes into perception of time, space, and so forth, and later imagine you become aphasic, you lose language, you will still keep them. And other time it seems that you will no longer keep them. So I just wanted, I mean, it seems each time you say, yes, language, and that's a deus ex machina, but
yes.
The God comes into play in various forms. So I just wanted you to push a bit more in that direction.
Yes. No, I think that's perfectly fair, what you're saying. I mean, let me just backtrack a little bit and give what I see as the position. I mean, my impression is that the current picture in philosophy of perception is that language has got pretty much zero to do with the content of perceptual experience. I mean, people discuss qualia and perceptual sensations and so on in a way that is quite independent of anybody talking about grasp of the shared language. And what I'm trying to do here is just press different ways in which so I agree that these are different, but I'm just trying to press different ways in which grasp of a language might be making a constitutive difference to perceptual experience. And I actually think the thing I was talking about last time about the linearity of temporal experience, that seems to me such low-hanging fruit. I mean, it seems to me so intuitive that you could not have that evanescent and fixed character to temporal experience unless you had language. How could you display it that you were thinking of past events as gone forever? There, but gone forever, if you see what I mean. Having happened, but not able to act on them otherwise than through your use of temporal language. I think if you don't have the temporal language, that can't be there. But I agree that is different to the kind of combinatorial thing I was thinking of. I was trying to suggest today, what do you think of language as grounding the systematic character of intelligent tool use, where it's not really the temporal character of the language that is doing the work. It is the fact that you've got bits and pieces in a vocabulary that you can string together in lots of different ways. Yeah. So these are just, I agree, these are just different aspects of language. I doubt at the end of the day that they're completely independent of one another, but I think that they are both plausible constitutive ways in which language can be figuring in perceptual experience.
Just, if I may follow up on
Please,
that.
yeah.
I mean, just because sometimes the way you describe it, you say that it's completely neglected when people talk about the content of perception. But recently there has been a lot of discussion on cognitive penetration.
Yes, right.
And so I was wondering to what extent you really wanted to say that it's language per se, rather than just conceptual thinking. And I mean, concepts seem to be something kind of missing in your picture, and I don't know whether it's on purpose, because you want to talk about language and not concept, which is fine, but or it's just because it's just you take them for granted that it's a background of language.
I understand the desire to talk in terms of concepts. I think it's very hard to know what's going on when you talk about concepts in a way that floats free of language. It seems to me that when people talk about conceptual thought, it's invariably being modeled in linguistic thought. I don't think we have any picture of what conceptual thought would be otherwise than as expressed in language. I mean, you can say, well, it's just like what you have in language, only there's no language. But that's the only way you're getting onto what you're talking about, is by modeling this in the use of language. If you think about the evanescent and fixed character of temporal experience and how the capacity to use language to describe what went on in a linear time, if you ask, well, what do we do with that? How does it help? I mean, I've used the formulation. It's not something that can be thought of as in a ground floor way, guiding future action in a helpful way. I mean, I think that there's a sense in which that's completely correct, but there must be some other sense in which it does us some good, that we can think about past events as having happened in a linear time and all fixed there. And if you ask, well, what good does it do us that we can talk that way about the location of past events? Well, the obvious good it does is in talking about it. I mean, the partners of chronic amnesiacs have a very difficult time of it. You look at your partner and you say soulfully, remember that dinner we had last autumn? And they say, what? What dinner? I mean, it's one of the basic bondings between parent and child, that the parent sits down at the end of the bed after a long day and says to the child, well, remember what we did today. We went to the doctors and then we went to the shops, and after a bit, the child will say something like shops. And as time goes on, more and more of the joint narrative will get patched in. The child will contribute more and more to the joint narrative. That's the kind of good it does us, having this linear, having the ability to think in terms of this linear time. If you think of it in purely solipsistic terms, it's very hard to see what the point is. I mean, if you're Robinson Crusoe the wretchedness of my life here is unimaginable. That seems to be a kind of vestige of having a social language, rather than something that's more basic than having a social language that you interpret the social language in terms of.
So today, the property of language that seemed to be important. Today, the property of language that seemed to be important to account for our use of tools was its combinatorial properties.
Yes, right.
But some people coming from action we tend to say that actually the combinatorials come from action itself, that initially, before we had language, we had some combinatorial capacities coming from our capacity to assemble together motor primitives in various ways in complex actions, and actually some of the brain areas that now support language initially supported this kind of combinatorial use of motor primitives. So how would that fit in your story? Would we have some various
that's a very interesting idea. I mean, it's true that both language and complex actions involve planning. You know, they involve complicated temporal sequences. And it seems like a good question, which comes first. I was making a suggestion specifically about tool use, about that mechanical tool use. But it's also, of course, possible that there's some more primitive capacity. It depends exactly which kind of action sequences you're thinking of. You know, first I'm going to get the food and then I'm going to go home. You know, that kind of planning in that kind of sense needn't involve tools at all. They could still be complex and sequential and be part of a basis for planning and language use. Is that addressing?
No,
Sorry.
I was simply wondering whether you would accept like a two-stage story where the first stage actually action comes first to give us productivity. Languages borrow that, and then languages also involve some further resources, like thinking about objects, thinking about their mechanical properties, and these travels back into action in the form of capacity to use tools.
No, that's a very interesting idea, and it sounds quite plausible. I mean, I don't know that there's any evidence for any of this one way or another, but it's just trying to chart out the possibilities, and that does seem to me a plausible idea.
Actually, that was more or less the same question. I remember that Ray Jackendorf in his Nitro lectures insisted that compositionality, systematicity is something that you find also in the representation of actions. Just as you find it in language. I don't think he said anything about the order of explanation, but he said that there is this property. What I wonder is whether we need anything else to account for the sort of a systematicity you say we find in the case of intelligent, flexible tool use, as opposed to non-flexible tool use, in which you get only the contingencies. Because you said that the composition, the systematicity we find at the level of the mechanical sort of representation of the potentiality of objects and so on. But it's not totally clear, because in the cases that you discussed, in which there are these different tools and there is this understanding of what they can do, each of them, it might be that simply we have this ability to match sort of certain mechanical properties of objects to types of action, basic actions that we can perform using them. And then we could have this systematicity, compositionality at the level of the basic actions themselves. We can assemble them in more complex actions, and that gives us all the flexibility. But it's not clear that we get the systematicity at the level of the mechanical explanation. There we could simply have what you described as a basic vocabulary, a certain repertoire of mechanical properties that directly through the matching gives rise to this repertoire of basic actions, and now we've got the compositionality.
Right. If I follow you, that's a very interesting idea. I think it's also an interesting idea. I mean, I think it's a quite different idea, actually, but also very interesting. Let me just go back for a second to these things. If I follow you, then, you know, with these three tools here, and you're choosing one, then there's the family of mechanical properties you see the thing to have. Like, is it rigid? What shape is it? What size is it? And what I was thinking was, it's not as if shape is... one way of hearing what you said anyway would be, shape is connected to one kind of action, rigidity or flexibility, that's connected to another kind of action. And then you stack together the actions. The combinatorics are at the level of action rather than at the level of the basic properties. But I think when you think it through for these kind of tools, the shape of itself does nothing. I mean, having something that's the right shape is going to be no good if it's made of rubber or if it's made of straw. You see what I mean? It's only a combination of these basic physical properties that will be making the thing suitable, or the shape, having the shape all right will be no good if it's the wrong size. It's only a combination of these basic physical properties that will be issuing in the existence of one or another contingency for action, you know, one or another possibility that the tool provides for action. So what I was thinking was, you have to have already the family of basic physical properties that each of these tools has in different combinations, and then a particular family of basic physical properties gets hooked up to an action. Straight off, I don't think there will be a direct connection between one basic physical property and one action. Am I addressing? Yeah.
There's a question? Well, yes.
Well, I'm fascinated by the comment you dropped that there's a sense in which we can distinguish between, I thought I heard this, I'm checking it out.
Can you really have said that?
Something like this, that we might distinguish between simple tool use, like we have up there,
yeah,
and tool use which would involve a sequence of actions.
Carry on.
Well, I thought you were touching on the idea that if we're going to think about a sequence of actions, there's a certain point at which language is going to have to be involved.
Right, that's an interesting idea. I didn't actually mean to.
Oh, okay. Well,
that.
This was my brain generating this. But just one more
yeah, please.
Comment about that. It's interesting too if we think about languages, the combinatorialness as having really two aspects. One is a kind of generality constraint, and that maps onto tool use
right.
In an Evans sense very clearly. But
right.
Another is we can just take something like and we could say this proposition and this, and combine them all into one gigantic proposition. And nothing like that seems analogous in tool use, except what begins to come close to it is to talk about a sequence of actions with tool use. I
right.
can do this, and I can do that, and I can do that, and I could do that. But there's a certain point where maybe we could think of this, if we think of this Martian coming down and he has to cope with things, one who doesn't say anything.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's something about planning a sequence of actions which seems to, at a certain point, evoke the issues about time you're bringing in, not the past, but
yeah.
Similar constraints about time. It's an interesting question, I think.
It is very interesting. Okay, there's something that you're all bringing up about sequential action planning that I guess, I think particularly a remark about and. Maybe I'm just wrong about this. What I had been thinking was, in language you have sequential action planning, in tool use you have sequential action planning, but maybe it's not the temporal sequence that's the important thing. Maybe it's the combinatorics. That's what I was thinking. So that if you could display, if you could produce language simultaneously, I mean, if you could produce a sentence in just a single burst, if you see what I mean, if I could just whap it up on screen, as it were, and you could not read it from left to right or something, but just whap the whole sentence, then that could still be combinatorial. and you'd still have intelligence there. And similarly for tool use, that if I could cook a meal, not by cooking one thing and then another and cooking, but just do the whole thing simultaneously, then that would similarly be an intelligence displaying use of tools. Maybe that's not right. Maybe sequential action planning is really basic to that. I mean, that's a suggestion that is reasonably often made in the tool use literature, that sequential action planning is very important. But I've never really been able to understand why people think it's so important, but maybe they're right anyway. And I think I see the force of saying you could have this kind of combinatorics in language using and that's not really important for tool use, because we don't have that straight kind of static propositional combination of things. Is that what you're saying? Is this catching it? Whereas if you say and then you pour the boiling water out of the kettle and into the teapot, you know now we've got some kind of something about language that really does seem to connect to tool use when we've got and then. But if you just got and then. Yeah. Okay, that's helpful. I just think that's helpful.
Okay, so I would like to thank John and thank all of
very
you.
rich set of questions. Thank you. As I guess we all know, there was a program in Wittgenstein and in Benjamin Lee Whorf of taking the shared language as fundamental to cognition and perceptual experience. This is the early Wittgenstein on the left. This is Benjamin Lee Whorf on the right. And that program of taking the shared language as basic and explaining everything else in terms of it has been more or less comprehensively thrown out of the window. I think it has been as discredited as any general philosophical idea ever is. And it's that idea that I'm trying cautiously to resurrect in these talks. I think the two main objections that people have had to it, it's not exactly that they've been articulated as such, but the two main objections were that this idea of taking the shared language as fundamental led to a kind of linguistic idealism regarding the world as somehow the shadow of language, that you do metaphysics by looking at the way language works, that you discover what's there in the world by looking at the way language works. That was one idea that now seems completely implausible. But it was, I mean, Wittgenstein to some extent and Whorf certainly went for that kind of linguistic idealism. And the other was the notion that your language imposes limits on thinking, that there are things you just can't think because of the language you were born speaking, or the language you learned to speak as a child. Again, that now seems completely implausible. What we can say, what Levinson's kind of point makes vivid is that, as Guy Deutscher puts it, what language you speak forces you to attend to something or other. If you're speaking Tenejipan, if you're born speaking Tenejipan, then at every point you have to know where all your great landmarks are, where the mountain range is, where the sea is. If you're going to talk, all the sentences you're using have these spatial indicators that require you to be getting it right about where these landmarks are. But that idea of taking the shared language as basic has been replaced by a program of explaining cognition in individualistic terms, in terms of the processing of brain representations by the individual. And the idea of a brain representation here is the one I talked about a couple of times ago, the idea of a representation in your brain that's identified as a representation by being causally responsive to particular external magnitudes and being used to guide action in advantageous ways. And I don't give any picture for representatives of this view because it is practically everyone who is interested in cognition. What I was suggesting in the first two lectures is that the shared language does come into cognition in how we display the fact that we experience spatial properties and relations as being causal mechanical relations that explain why the world affords us the opportunities and threats that it does. We think that we can give a spatial analysis of our relations to the threats and possibilities that the world provides. And in the second talk, I was saying that we need to think of the shared language as grounding the evanescent and fixed character of perceptual experience, the way in which humans, as opposed to honeybees, experience the events we encounter in perception as immediately sliding into the past and being unreachable by any action that you might now perform. That honeybees, for example, don't have that conception of time. That's a distinctively human thing that you can display only through constructing narratives and language. And last time, I was looking at tool use, and from Liz Spelke, taking her remark that we use the shared language in combining object perception and agency core systems, that's language is what lets us stick together different core systems, in this case to give us a conception of an object as not only having causal mechanical properties, but used instrumentally in action. And I was suggesting further, and I think this was in the spirit of Spelke, though I don't know that she actually says this explicitly, but that our understanding of our intelligent use of simple mechanical tools, like those ones at the top left there, or a screwdriver, that involves us in thinking in terms of families of basic physical properties that together generate the possibilities of action that the tool provides. And then when we looked at color and paint, I was saying, well, you can also think of tool use as driving our linguistic descriptions of aspects of the world as independently manipulable features of things. So that's what I think we've got to. And let me say again that if at any point if you were at any of those earlier lectures and some objection you wished you'd raised comes to mind, then please do feel free to raise it. Today I want to, so far language has figured as a kind of magic. It's this thing that's out there and it's entering our cognition, it's doing something to our cognition, but where does it come from? How does it work? I haven't said anything about that. I said we have to appeal to it in explaining these other aspects of cognition, but where does it come from? And as a natural thought, if you're an individualist and you think that everything ultimately has to be explained in terms of the brain processing of the individual, then once you press hard the question, how after all is language working, you're going to be driven back to an individualistic conception, to thinking in terms of causal teleological mental representations driving brain processing. But I think a way to push back against that is to look at joint attention. And what I want to argue is that joint attention is, and by joint attention, incidentally, I mean something perceptual. When you and I are looking at an object that we see right in front of us and we're talking about it or we're doing something with it, we're executing some task with respect to it. I mean, there's some sense in which if we're talking about the events of 1,000 years ago, we could be said to be jointly attending, and the focus of our joint attention there is being driven by language. But that's not what I mean here. What I mean by joint attention is the simple perceptual case, where you're looking at the object, I'm looking at the object, we're looking at each other, we're looking back and forth between the object and each other. And I want to suggest we should take that triangle, that three-place relation, as primitive, and use that to explain our capacity for linguistic communication. We should be thinking of this as the basic case of communication, rather than, for example, Gricean intentions. Elizabeth Pacheri mentioned Gricean intentions a couple of sessions ago, and I think for many people interested in representation, the two ideas that people have are, one, the causal teleological concept, and the other, some kind of Gricean idea of intention as pumping significance into signs. And I want to argue that that's a relatively sophisticated thing. The more basic kind of communication is this joint attentional one. And ultimately, I'm not going to manage this here, but I just want to point out where there is a gap in what I'm saying, if you see what I mean, so that it's not too confusing that I think I filled the gap. If you see that the gap, ultimately, what I would like to do is take the demands of the collaborative and cooperative exercises in which joint attention is embedded. Think about the demands of the kinds of things that humans do in collaboration and cooperation. Think about the pressure that puts on language, and see that as ultimately grounding why we have the causal mechanical conception of space, the idea of time as linear, and the systemic character of tool use. But that's something further than I'm going to manage today. What I want today is just to look at joint attention itself and argue that it can't be explained in individualistic terms, that we shouldn't think of it as you having one set of brain processes, me having another set of brain processes, and us all being causally connected suitably to each other and the object. A simple way to get at this is a classic way to get at this, it seems to me, is to look at the coordinated attack scenario that first came up. I think coordinated attack first came into the literature in the 1970s. Isn't that right? I think it was the 1970s. It was a long time ago. And the payoff structure here is a scenario where if you and I both attack our target, then we will get a significant but limited payoff. It will be good. It won't be that good, but it will be pretty good. If we both fire, we'll kill the tiger, and our village will be safe. On the other hand, if only one of us fires, then that will be a disaster. We will both be eaten, and our families destroyed. It will be the end of the world. Anything is better than the scenario in which only one of us fires. Now, the striking thing about this kind of scenario is that it seems perfectly intuitive, it seems perfectly sensible that in this kind of scenario, it could be rationally correct for you and I both to fire. The thing comes across the horizon, you point at it, I nod, and we both blaze away. What could be more sensible? Even though that's the payoff structure. That's just a datum, it seems to me, that could be perfectly sensible. We are willing, I think, to make that kind of action. We will, in some circumstances, perfectly sensibly both attack. But the thing is, for that to be sensible, it's got to be out in the open between us what the target is, what we're up to. In some quite strong sense, and it's very hard to understand that individualistically. The classic way to put it is, suppose that you and I are both in different booths, and we can only communicate using a communication system that functions only 50% of the time, then if you say to me, let's attack that one, then is it rational for me to attack or for you to attack at that point? Well, no, because the communication system only functions 50% of the time. So if the message gets through, then I know that you want to attack that target. But you don't know that I know that you want to attack that target because you don't know if the message got through. That's all right? So at this point, it's not rational for us to attack. So what I have to do is acknowledge receipt of your message and tell you, yes, I got the message. And at that point, you know that I know that that's the target. And I know that you want that to be the target. But I don't know if my message got through to you. So it's still not rational for me to attack. And because you know that I'm in that situation, you know that I won't attack. Now, what you have to do then is to send me a receipt of that message so that now I know that you know that I know. But again, well, you're ahead of me, right? You don't know that that message got through, so I have to send you a receipt. Now, we can reiterate this for any level of n, and at no point is it going to be rational for us both to attack, or indeed for either of us to attack. So it seems so intuitive that this can be normatively correct. When we're not in booths, when we just glance at each other and blaze away, that's perfectly sensible. But for that to be perfectly sensible, it looks as if we have to have achieved infinitary knowledge. We have to have, I mean, in practice, I actually stopped the example where I give out at about level 3 of those kind of iterations. I'm told that people can usually manage up to 4 or 5 levels, which kind of takes me out of my depth. But for this to be rational, we would have to have achieved full infinitary knowledge. How can that be? Well, I think the right way to think of it is to say, we don't achieve full infinitary knowledge. There is a more primitive thing of it, which we can manage when there aren't the booths and the communication sign. We can just look, point, and it's out in the open between us. And that's a primitive thing. It's out in the open between you and me that that's the target. And that's all there is to say. We stop with that social thing. I mean, just to bring out how difficult it is to address this if you try to do it in individualistic terms and thinking in terms of a combination of your propositional states and my propositional states. Let me just look at a couple of extremely ingenious attempts to address this. One is by Chris Peacock, who says, okay, this thing about infinitary knowledge, that's a real puzzle. How can it be normatively correct for us both to attack when clearly neither of us can have achieved infinitary knowledge? And taking a line from Barwise, Chris says, well, we can do it in finitistic terms by assuming that each of us has a kind of complex self-reflexive knowledge. We say that there's full joint attention by X and Y to the object when they're both attending to the object, when they're each aware that their attention has mutual open-ended perceptual availability. And finally, and this is the trick, it's X and Y are each aware that this whole complex state of awareness, including this very awareness, A to C, exists. And mutual open-ended perceptual availability is when each perceives that the other perceives that S obtains, and if either is currently aware that the other is aware that he's aware that S obtains, and so on for any level n, then the state of affairs of his being so currently aware is available to the other's current awareness. Now, when I look at this anyway, I find myself with a kind of dazed respect for Peacock, who manages to operate so effortlessly with this level of logical complexity. But the idea that this is what ordinary humans are doing when you point and I nod and then we both fire beggars belief. Whatever's going on, it's not that. We are dealing with something much simpler than this kind of complex self-reflexive reasoning. So, and I mean, I mentioned this example because I think that's the best you can do. There is another more recent attempt by, well, I think the right model is to say there's a primitive state of you and I jointly attending to the target. When we're in that state of open joint attention, that can ground us getting to arbitrary level n higher knowledge. If you say, you mean that one? I say, yeah, I mean that one. Then that can bring it out. That us being in that basic triangle can ground our capacity to generate n-level knowledge. But it also can directly rationalize the firing. It has that effect of the infinitary knowledge, but that rationalizing effect that the infinitary knowledge would also have. But we have to take it as primitive. It's out in the open between you and me that's the target. We think of that as more basic than any of these complex pieces of common knowledge. In a couple of articles in this year and last year, Harvey Lederman has given a different approach. Lederman says, the way to do this is let's drop the assumption that each agent assumes the other to be rational. It's because when I went through that initial set of bit of reasoning there about the two booths, I was saying, well, each agent is assuming that the other one's rational, so each agent at every n is going to assume that the other one isn't going to fire because they're assuming that the other one is rational. And Lederman says that's the weak spot. Drop the assumption of rationality on the part of the other agent. Then that will be consistent with each agent individually being rational and firing. They just don't assume that the other one's rational. So they each are individually rational. In that situation, it's rational for them to fire. They just aren't assuming that the other one's rational. Now, as Lederman presents it, this is the merest common sense. I mean, after all, rationality is a very strong assumption. Which of us does manage to be consistently rational through the whole day? You know, you look back in the day and you keep thinking, God, I should have done this or I should have done that. There are all these things that you don't do that you should have done. But actually, when you think it through, Lederman needs a lot more than the assumption that the other person is not rational. If you just assume that the other person was not rational in some so far unspecified way, that's not necessarily going to lead to them firing. I mean, if they're not rational, they might just forget what the task is, start doing something else, shoot themselves. I mean, merely saying the other person, dropping the assumption that the other person is not rational, is not going to make it individually rational for both the agents to fire. What you have to be assuming is something much stronger than simply that the other agent is not rational. What you have to be assuming is that the other agent is, as you might say, trigger happy. That knowing that if the message hasn't got through, then our destruction and the destruction of our families, the destruction of the village is certain. If we don't fire, nonetheless, the other person is trigger happy. Just getting a point, the other person is happy to blaze away. You're assuming that about the other person, and the other person is assuming that about you, that you both have that kind of craziness. It's a quite specific form of madness that's being assumed here by each of us about the other. And again, it just seems beyond belief that that could be what's going on in this situation when you point and I nod and we both blaze away. We know that we're both perfectly sensible. We don't have to be making this strong assumption of crazy irrationality on each other's part. So I'm giving Peacock and Lederman for their virtues, not, I mean, I think, what should I say? I think they're kind of obviously extremely implausible, both views, but these are very sophisticated approaches. I don't see how you could do it any better if you try to explain how this is rational, how this is normatively correct in individualistic terms. I think we have to take the three-place joint attention thing as cognitively and normatively basic. I mean, Liederman says, I think this is a remark. Liederman says, you might try appealing to something about joint attention, but he says that's very implausible. He says, what is joint attention anyway? Two people are jointly attending to an object just in case they're engaged in a pattern of eye movements between the object and one another's eyes, first looking at the object and then checking that the other is also looking at the object. So this is recognizable. This is a kind of quasi-behavioristic conception of joint attention. And if you think that's the epistemic basis, then sure, if that's where we're starting from, then it's going to be very difficult to work up to it being rational for us both to fire. And you might say the kind of thing I'm doing where I just say, look, it's out in the open between you and me what the target is. And that's a primitive out in the open from which you can generate these higher levels of reflective knowledge. Doesn't that have the advantages of theft over honest toil? You're just helping yourself to this epistemically very rich notion. But I think it's just a familiar point in epistemology generally that you have to recognize the richness of the starting point you have. I mean, all the classical philosophical battles against skepticism and so on all start from the idea that, well, we've got some impoverished base. We don't get the external world in ordinary vision. We just get sense data or matrices of mosaics of color patches or something like that. And then we have this real whale of a task, how to get to the external world. In general, if you don't recognize the richness of the starting point you actually have in ordinary life, then you find yourself faced with these overwhelming puzzles. And I think it's just part of being faithful to the phenomena to recognize that joint attention is something basic to our cognitive lives, that three-place joint attention is something basic to our cognitive lives. As I said, I think this gives a way of thinking about what's going on in ordinary communication that is different to Grice's. Grice's idea back in 1957 was, I'm going to explain what it is for someone to mean something by a remark by saying, well, when they make the remark, they intend that utterance to produce some effect in their audience by means of the audience's recognition that they have that very intention to produce that effect. If you mean to insult me, then what you do is you say something with the intention of insulting me, and then I pick up that you have that intention, and my recognizing that intention is enough for me to be insulted, something like that. Or if you're going to say, let's fire at that one, what makes it the case that that's what you meant, is let's fire at that one, is that I pick up on your intention to get me to think that we should fire at that one by means of my recognizing that you had that intention. But when you start from that kind of Gricean base, then you can't make it fully out in the open what we're talking about. It can't be fully out in the open what we're talking about. I mean, Stelnacker used the notion of common ground, where he seems to have meant something infinitory by that we're achieving an arbitrarily high level of common knowledge in an ordinary conversation of what we're talking about. But you can't do that if you start from a Gricean basis. The alternative is to take joint attention as the basic situation. So the primordial case of communication is a kind of thing that children do very young. You see a scary thing, you look back and forth. I see a scary thing, I look back and forth between the scary thing and you, and you do something, you act reassuringly, or you take my hand to run, or whatever you do, but something happens between us about that. If you're at a talk and the speaker says something that you and your friends strongly disagree with, you can exchange a glance. That's all you need to do. There's no Gricean intentions in that kind of case. It's not, if I'm frightened and I look at you and you put an arm around me to console me, then there is communication here. But it's not that I'm producing something with the intention to produce some change in you by means that there's no sign here. This is more basic than symbolic communication. It is communication. We are not just gazing into one another's eyes. There's a thing out there, and we are communicating about that thing. But it's not Gricean. It's different if I pull a face, and then you have the problem of interpreting what the pulling of the face meant. But in this more basic case, what's going on is communication that doesn't involve intentions, communicative Gricean intentions at all. Mike Tomasello argues that the kind of case in which we've got freewheeling joint attention, where there's just an interesting object and you and I are referencing about it, that's less basic than the case in which we've got a task, the kind of coordinated attack case, where we've got a shared task and we've got an object, and we're jointly attending to the object in the service of that shared task. So as he puts it, top-down attention precedes bottom-up attention. Carpenter and Libal have got a nice pair of diagrams for one case in which the way we get the reference, the way we get the anchor of our the way we anchor our communication to a particular object, the way that's established is I look at you and I catch your eye, and then I look markedly or point at the thing, and you follow my gaze. And then once we've both locked onto the thing in that top-down kind of way, then we go back to looking at one another and communicating about it. Another possibility is just there's suddenly an explosion, and you and I both lock onto the explosion because it made itself salient, and then we exchange a look, attention having been drawn independently from that. And Tomasello argues great apes do not engage in joint attention. This is a distinctively human thing. There are cases where it looks like apes have joint goals. Like he gives the example of chimpanzees hunting a monkey, where one will be directly chasing the monkey, another will be blocking off an escape route, another will be waiting in ambush for it. And you say, well, here we've got a joint activity. But on analysis, what it turns out is one saw the monkey first and is doing what's rationally, individually best for it by way of getting hunting the monkey. Another is blocking off an escape route because that's its best strategy for getting to the target first. Another is an ambush because that's its, given what's going on with the other two, that's its best strategy for getting some of the hunt. There aren't activities with joint goals. There's nothing analogous to what you can do with a child when you just toss a ball back and forth, where the whole point of the thing is that it's cooperative. The whole point of the thing is that we're doing it together. Tomasello is arguing what we're getting with the animals is a bunch of individuals, each looking out for their own goals, and if the others weren't there, that would be just fine. That would be even better. Whereas what humans have is a strong tendency to cooperate. I don't know, maybe some of you know better than I do. Tomasello made this very strong remark that really arrested me at an SPP meeting a little while ago. He said, collaboration and cooperation are the basis of all distinctively human aspects of human cognition. Everything that's special about humans traces to their engagement in collaboration and cooperation. Helping one another, having things like tossing a ball back and forth, liking working together for its own sake. it says there Tomasello possibly misreported, because I have not, maybe he does say it as explicitly as that in some of his writings, but I have not been able to find a published source for that. So I'm sure he said it because it stopped me in my tracks. It was such a striking remark. But it may be the kind of thing that you say at a conference that it's not really fair to quote, if you see what I mean. But I think the direction of much of Tomasello's work is certainly, it certainly all falls into place if you look at it in terms of that quote, it seems to me. Now, I think if you look at the general structure of Tomasello's work, this kind of claim doesn't really make sense if you analyze collaboration and cooperation in Gricean or individualistic terms. If you think of it as me wanting to play with a ball and you wanting to play with a ball and you wanting to play with me and me wanting to play with you, then when Tomasello is pressed, that tends to be the kind of thing he says. He tends to talk about recursive structures of intentions or something like that. And I think this strong claim that I think is really the striking and interesting thing about much of what he's doing doesn't really make sense if you analyze, at the end of the day, collaboration and cooperation in these individualistic or Gricean terms. Because there are two problems. One is that when you're appealing to possession of these Gricean intentions or this knowledge of what the other person is doing, that seems to be a lot of very powerful mental machinery. On the one hand, it seems to be very powerful mental machinery, and it also seems to be quite general purpose. I mean, there doesn't seem to be anything. Sure, if you've got all this conceptual repertoire, if you're able to do all this complex intellectual thinking, then sure you can use it for collaboration and cooperation, but it's not specifically for collaboration or cooperation. You've just got this powerhouse here, this general intellectual capacity that could be used for tons of other stuff. So why highlight specifically the collaboration and cooperation? And the other thing is that, and this just goes back to what I was saying about coordinated attack. The other thing is that you never know how high up the chain of N-level common knowledge you should be going. Should we be saying that the infant knows, that the carer knows, that it knows? Or should it be 2 levels up, 3 levels up? And there's a great deal of uncertainty, it seems to me, in Tomasello's writing about exactly that point. How far up should we be going? Because on the one hand, it seems very implausible that we've got arbitrarily high-level knowledge. And on the other hand, for some tasks, you seem to need very, very high-level knowledge, and coordinated attack is just the most extreme case, where it seems like you need infinitary knowledge to be able to do something that a child could do perfectly sensibly. So you never know quite how far up the hierarchy you should go. It seems to me the right way to develop Tomasello's idea is to take the joint attention triangle as a primitive, to say here is something basic. This is the right way to take social cognition to be a basic form of cognition, not by taping together what you know and what I know, but saying it's out in the open between you and me that X is the target. I was talking about Grice from 1957. There's a very interesting book out just, I think, 2015 by Imogen Dickey about reference, how we achieve communicative reference, what communicative reference is. And Imogen's most striking idea is that the mind has a basic need to represent things outside itself. And she compares that to basic emotional needs that we have, like the need to avoid loneliness, the need to conform, the need to feel secure. And the puzzle that she's dealing with in the book is, what's the relation between the fact that you've got a body of beliefs that are about an object, that are referring to that object, and the fact that your ways of justifying those beliefs, your ways of using perception or testimony to justify those beliefs all tend to get it right about that object. Which one is basic? And she says, well, neither of them is basic, really. You've got to understand them both in the context of this need that we have to represent. Now, I think it's a very engaging and very puzzling idea, that of a need to represent. If Imogen had said, well, people need food, you know, I would have said, well, I thought of that already. I know that people need food. But the idea that we have a need to represent is unexpected and puzzling. What does it mean, a need to represent? Richard Hecken, discussing this, says, look, we need to travel, we need to be able to navigate, we need to be able to coordinate with other people. We have lots of more basic needs, and they make it desirable to represent, but there's no such thing as a basic need to represent. And I think the right way to think about what Imogen is doing here is to locate her need to represent within what Tomasello is thinking of as the need to cooperate. So this is just an example of one of many, many types of tasks that Tomasello uses, where you have a case in which two animals can pull together on pieces of string to bring food towards them, or one of them can pull on two pieces of string to get the food. And humans just like doing the cooperative task. Humans go for the version in which you have to pull and I have to pull. The animals don't care. They just want the food. They don't care whether they're cooperating. This is again the idea that cooperation is something distinctively human. Tomasello says, human cooperative communication evolved within the bounds of collaborative activities because these activities provided the needed common ground for establishing joint topics. As Wittgenstein first noticed, I may point to a piece of paper, its color, its shape, or any of its many different aspects, depending on the Lebensform, the form of life, in which the communicative act is embedded. Making contact with some Lebensform, grounding the use of language in some activity. A collaborative activity would be a prototype, perhaps, grounds even the act of pointing in a shared social practice, and that's what gives meaning to the otherwise empty gesture. So if you and I are engaged in coordinated attack and you point, well, the context of that being the task is what gives the pointing significance. Without that grounding, conventional communication using arbitrary linguistic symbols is simply noise. So what I'm suggesting is that joint attention triangle, we should think of that as the most primitive form of life. I mean, if we're not too repulsed by the Wittgensteinian terminology here, that gives us the simplest example of form of life, grounding, reference, and meaning, as being in this basic joint attention triangle that is the basis of communication about some external object. Okay, I was talking to Francois after the last talk about imagination, and he was saying, well, I hope this is correct. There's a tradition that says the things I'm using language for, I'm saying language lets us do. There's a tradition that says it's really imagination that lets you do that. It's imagination that lets you think about the past. It's imagination that lets you think of the spatial world from different perspectives. Imagination is really what you should be taking as fundamental. And it seems to me that's not right. That I mean, this wasn't Francois' own view, so this is not that I wish to be disagreeable. But I'm just saying why I'm disagreeing with the tradition that he was pointing out as an alternative. It seems to me that it's the joint attention triangle that actually grounds our abilities to imaginatively understand one another. I mean, the role of imagination has been recognized to be central in understanding one another's conscious lives since Nagel's classic thing about bats. This is, I think, Nagel's key remark. He says, at present, we are completely unequipped to think about the subjective character of experience without relying on imagination, without taking up the point of view of the experiential subject. That's the basic way we connect with one another, is through the use of imagination. Now that seems, in the face of it, to be a quite different way of thinking about our relations with one another than taking joint attention to be basic. It seems like, well, what I need to do is get into the other person's head. Getting in there, that's the important thing. What's going on out there, that's something different. But I think we can accept the force of what Nagel is saying here without replacing, while still recognizing the basic character of joint attention. I think we need a distinction between what you might call imagining de re and imagining de dicto. Imagining de re is when you take a particular object and imagine of it that it's going to be some way or another. So if I have here a simple bottle. If I take the bottle and I say, imagine it, could it be put on this ledge? Could you put the bottle on this ledge? And would it stay if I put it there? Well, that's an imaginative exercise, but it's targeted on a particular real thing. And if I imagine of an object, you seeing it, then I'm imagining of that object, you seeing it. If the police are investigating me, if I'm looking around my apartment, I see the opened drawer, I imagine of it, the police seeing that thing. That's imagining de re, someone else's visual experience. So if you've got imagining de re, then I'm just giving the very simplest version here, then that of B spot, all down here, is subject to existential generalization and substitutivity. So if you imagine of the bottle, it being F, then the bottle exists. It follows from that the bottle exists. And if you're imagining of Clark Kent, and you're imagining, well, actually a fictional example is not the best one here. If I'm imagining of this bottle and the bottle I had a moment ago, that they're F and it's the same thing, then I'm not putting this very well, but substitutivity is okay. If A is identical to B and I imagine of B as being F, then I'm thereby imagining of A it's being F. That's all right? Okay. So that's to say that spot there, that B spot there, is subject to existential generalization and substitutivity. In contrast, imagining de dicto is just where you take off from the real world and you say, imagine B being seen by X, where there need not be any such thing as B, or imagine that B is seen by X, and there's no substitutivity here. You're just imagining a particular internal scenario. Now, Nagel said in that powerful remark, we're unequipped to think about the subjective character of experience without relying on imagination. But what notion of imagination? Is it de re or de dicto? I think in the massive literature that has followed Nagel, I mean thousands and thousands of pages following that, that is usually taken that imagination here is de dicto. When you're getting inside someone else's head, where you're imagining their conscious life from the inside, when you're getting at their qualia, what you're doing is something that is independent of the world. You're imagining life in there, and that could be as it is, whatever the external environment is. But there is another way of thinking of this, which is articulated in a paper by Moll and Meltzoff, where they say developmentally, joint attention is what allows you to imagine other perspectives on the world. The capacity for joint attention is more fundamental than the capacity to imagine other perspectives. In fact, in the earliest stages of joint attention, when children around 12 months are getting onto the tracks with joint attention exercises, there is no sophisticated understanding, even that there is such a thing as vision there. The child doesn't have the conception of other mental states or other perspectives in the world. The child is simply getting onto the object, the ball, and getting it that it and the carer are both engaged with that thing. The child isn't even doing any explicit determination of what the other sees, let alone how another perceives a given object from his or her viewpoint. So when you've got that early joint attention triangle, that doesn't of itself require knowledge of the other's mental states or perspectives. It's not as if what you do first is a kind of niggly thing of getting onto the other's mental life from the inside, independent of the environment, and then say, oh, that object, that's what those qualia are reflecting. That I think is, if you took the current consciousness literature at face value, that's the picture. You get onto the other person's qualia, and then you say, oh yes, and there's something out there that fits that or is causing those qualia. That's the thing that we're both talking about. But that's not, that is not getting the things in the correct order. The capacity for joint engagement with an object is more basic than that ability to know what the other is seeing. Moll and Meltzow say, it seems that children start out with an understanding of engagement holistically conceived. This holistic grasp of engagement becomes more differentiated, visual versus auditory, the respective enabling and defeating conditions that go with the particular senses, and the role that they play in knowledge formation. The development of visual perspective taking lies well after the emergence of an ability to distinguish what has been and has not been shared, namely between 2 or 3 years of age. So the ability to get the other person's perspective on the chair or the bottle or whatever is just a more sophisticated thing that is building on that capacity, that early capacity for joint attention to the object. Imagination is individualistic imagination is not the basic thing. So I'm saying we should think of imagining de re as the basic way into another person's mind, imagining of that thing, how they're perceiving it, where knowing what object the other person is attending to is a constitutive element in the imaginative exercise. And just to try to make that vivid, suppose what you're doing is building a theatre set, and what you're trying to do is imagine how that set is going to look from different perspectives. How will it look from the balcony? How will it look from the auditorium? Then what you are doing is you are imagining of that thing, how it will be seen from different angles. You first identify the structure and then ask about people's perspectives on it. And this goes back to, I think, almost the first thing I said in these talks, that if you think of visual experience, when we're thinking about vision science experiments, then there are always these two levels at which we're thinking about the vision science experiment. One is the relation between the subject and the task on the screen, and the other is some story about what is going on in the brain. And I said we should think about conscious experience as being at the first level, the relation between the person and the bit of the external environment. And what I'm now saying is we can fill that out by saying your access to the subject's experience here is given basically de re by knowing of that screen, of that thing, that that's what the subject is looking at. And your imagining of their visual experience is an imagining de re. And in the most basic cases, we generate this ability for imagination de re out of our capacity to engage in these basic joint attention triangles. So what it's like to have an experience which is, I don't know, that's like any of these papers on consciousness in the last 50 years, is that correct? I don't know of a single paper on consciousness in the last 50 years, I don't think, that doesn't use the phrase what it's like. That's just a defining term. I mean, and you will certainly get people who will engage in long conversations about the what it, I'm working on the what it is likeness, they say. And the usual interpretation of this seems to be that for a state to be conscious is a matter of there being some kind of inner qualia that it has, and imagining is some kind of picturing or reflecting. Imagining someone else's experience is some kind of picturing or reflecting of those qualia. And the qualia are what give the state is what its likeness, and these are independent of the environment. There's a very interesting recent linguistic analysis by Stoljar. This is a Mind article in 2016. Who says, look, you have to think about knowing what it's like in causal terms. In general, if you say what it's like, what's it going to be like if X, then if someone says you don't know what it's going to be like when Britain leaves a European Union, that's a perfectly sensible remark. It has to do with knowing what the causal consequences will be of Britain leaving the European Union. Knowing what X is going to be like is a matter of knowing what the implications, the consequences of X will be. So there's got to be some way that the object's affecting you, where affect means something like influence or bring about a change or a condition in. And Stoljar says, there's something it is like, is often what we're talking about is the experiential consequences. So if you say, what's it going to be like when Britain leaves the European Union, what you're talking about there is often, what is it going to be, what are the implications going to be for the subjective lives of individual humans? And then in these terms, suppose you and I are looking at a sunset and we ask, well, how do I know what it's like for you to be looking at the colors of the sunset? Well, one picture is, I've got to do this elaborate exercise of getting inside your head. There are the colors out there, there are colors in there, and what I've got to do is find out what the colors in there are like. But that's not the natural reading. The fact that you and I are looking at the same sunset already tells me which colors you're experiencing. Okay, that already tells me which colors you're experiencing. I get from perceiving the sunset itself, I know that we're looking at the same sunset. And that's, so my own perception of the colors of the sunset in the context of our joint engagement with the scene, that already gives me the knowledge of what color experience you're having. We don't need the idea that there are two sets of colors, the colors out there and the colors in here. When we say, what's it like for you looking at the sunset, my knowledge of what it's like for you looking at the sunset, what I need to get onto is what the causal consequences are for you of encountering those colors. Jaspers, I think Jaspers and Nagel are together the great theorists of the imagination in the last century. Jaspers said, when we're understanding someone imaginatively, when we're understanding someone genetically by empathy, what we're getting at is how one psychic event emerges from another. Imagination has to do not with a kind of static picturing of qualia, but with the dynamics of the mind. So what joint attention is providing in the most basic cases is my knowledge of which external characteristics you're seeing. And what imagination can provide further is knowledge of how those external characteristics are affecting you, what the dynamics of your mind is. So what I've been trying to do is to resurrect this failed program, to say we should take the shared language as fundamental to cognition. And what I've been saying today is think of joint attention as fundamental, not to be explained in terms of individualistic propositional states, and use joint attention in the context of collaborative or cooperative activities to explain how the shared language is generated and how our knowledge of one another's conscious experiences is generated. That's the fundamental thing. That's what we should take as basic in explanation. Once you do this, once you take the three-place relation to be basic, there is such a lot you can do with it. You can now explain things that otherwise seem quite mysterious, like how we get inside one another's heads, or how communication gets off the tracks, gets onto the tracks. So this is not analyzing knowledge of the shared language in individualistic terms. It's not what you know plus what I know. It's this joint engagement with things that can then be used ultimately in explaining our understanding of space in causal mechanistic terms, or time as linear, or systematic tool use. Okay, that's the end of the message.
Thanks a lot, John, for this wonderful lecture and this wonderful series of lectures. So I think we'll open the floor now to discussion and question. So let me... Liz, yes?
Hi. I don't know whether Tomasello ever wrote that collaboration and cooperation are fundamentally what make us human, but I think his data give strong reasons not to believe that that's true. In that, what he shows really nicely, I think, is that these are things that start to come in the second year of life. The first really unambiguous evidence for any kind of helping, for a child doing something for someone else that you couldn't just explain by them trying to do the same thing they see someone else doing, is at about a year and a half. And the collaborative kind of actions that he and Felix Warneken and lots of beautiful studies show tend to be with two-year-olds and up. 18 months is about the first age where you see that. And of course, by that point, kids are pretty far along with tool use, which I'm sorry I wasn't here for on Tuesday, and also, of course, with language, which we now know, as I think we didn't in 2009 when Tomasello was writing those things, has gotten pretty far along by 6 months of age. So, I mean, I think you're right to point to something that comes in earlier than full-blown cooperation and collaboration and all that. But that brings me to joint attention, okay? Because I think, as you said, this is something that we first see in infants at about a year of age. And before that time, babies are already doing a whole bunch of other really interesting things. So at birth already, a face that looks at them directly and gazes straight into their eyes, they're super sensitive to. But it's not until the year of age when, if they see a person looking at an object, they represent them as looking at that object. So there are these beautiful experiments by Amanda Woodward showing that if they reach for one object over another, babies represent that reach as directed to the object very early in the first year. But if they simply look at one object over another, they don't start doing that until they're a year of age. At a younger age, it's like they turned to the left with eyelids open, but not they looked at the ball. So I think that's raises a question about a project that makes joint attention primitive as opposed to constructed. Because at a year of age already, kids have learned a lot of they've learned the meanings of a whole bunch of words of their language. They've learned to engage with people directly by vocalizing at the same time or reciprocally, by looking into each other's eyes and so forth. And yet there's this big lag before those things develop. It's of course possible that there's some maturational answer for that, but I think it is a challenge for this kind of view.
That is all extremely interesting. George, do you want to come in just on this? Yeah. I'm not going to try and evade the question, but just since George is coming in directly on it.
But one can add that there have been early forms of joint attention found around 5 months. In fact, Jacqueline Naudel here in Paris is one of the primary researchers, Antonella Brighi in Italy also. And 5 months is about the time language begins to up here. But I think the gist of what you're saying, and totally accurate about the Tomasello, the Tomasello research depends on the paradigm, but what he's talking about comes online 16 months, 17 months, 18 months, different versions. But I think the thrust of what you're saying, and I would certainly agree, is could at least go like this. Yes, 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 let's stay with the open space. And probably is needed a way to characterize it that's not quite up to the level of Tomasello type cooperation, where there's a very specific goal, but something a little more diffuse and primitive. But there's, based on early joint attention studies, there's very good hope that that kind of characterization could be made.
I think I understood you right up until the last sentence. Can you do the last sentence again?
The big challenge is to unpack what's going on with those really young babies. My reading of all of that evidence is there's really good reason to believe that from the very beginning, human infants are sensitive to states of mutual engagement with another person. So someone looks you in the eye, someone looks the baby in the eye, the baby looks back, they act, they vocalize together, they act together. That's a special state for a baby and could well be the kind of primitive state that could get this development going, but it doesn't involve objects. And the really interesting thing is, so for example, one, I don't want to hijack this discussion, but I do think it's relevant to your point.
I don't think anyone's going to
One example of a really early social cognitive ability that was discovered by Meltzoff is infant sensitivity to imitation. Right. And we now know they're sensitive to imitation not only in a first-person context, like someone imitating them or them imitating someone else, but they see two social characters, one reproducing the action of another, and they infer that they're engaged with each other, and they do this very, very early. But there's a way of abolishing that inference. All you need to do is add an object that the person's action is directed to, and all of a sudden the social interpretation goes away. As if what's there in the beginning is a sense that there's other beings out there who are like me. This is Meltzoff's idea. Yeah. There's other beings out there who are like me, and we can engage with each other, and we can do the same sorts of things. And I think the baby's thinking we can have the same sorts of experiences, however that ends up getting unpacked. But it doesn't, at that point, involve objects. It starts to involve objects at about a year of age. Right. But by that point, the kids have a lot of language, and I think that leaves a lot of room for an account that roots language at the basis of the triangle, though not at the basis of the line that's connecting one person to another.
Okay, so let me see if I can play back to you. And I think this is going to push it a bit more aggressively than I think you did, but just to see if I'm getting it. One point you made is that, is this right, that the joint attention behaviors are more primitive than the cooperation or collaboration behaviors, that they come earlier. So we should...
I think that's what Tomasello would argue at this point, based on his data.
Right,
yeah,
it's not what he did argue.
What he calls shared intentionality, of which joint attention is kind of the parade case, is fundamental, and then collaboration and cooperation come in later.
Build on that. Okay, that's very interesting. Okay, so that's one aspect of what you said, that the joint attention is more basic than the cooperation or collaboration. And the other point is that the joint attention is coming relatively late and should be therefore thought of as constructed, right? Is that?
I think that's the possibility that it raises. I mean, I think there's an open empirical question here. It's coming in late. It could be that it's primitive and doesn't express itself until that point for some reason, or it could be that it's being constructed.
Right. Yeah, the kind of argument I was giving with the coordinated attack was that there's no way to construct something that has the normative force of ordinary joint attention. Now, the interesting possibility that what you and George are saying raises is if you start out with something like mutual gaze, and then you think of joint attention coming a bit later, then Well, I was saying let's take the social thing as basic. Let's take the social thing involving the object as basic, and not analyze it individualistically in terms of what you're doing and what I'm doing. But the thing, what you're saying raises the question anyway, whether we should think of mutual gaze in similarly dyadic terms rather than what you're doing plus what I'm doing. I mean, it may be that the right reaction is to be more radical, if you see what I mean, is to say it's not just joint attention, it's something more basic than joint attention that is already fundamentally social.
Right.
And if you say and that might even allow joint attention to be a construct. Yeah. You are shaking up my reading of the literature here, because I had thought of the helping behaviors as earlier than you're suggesting. I had thought that children around 1 year old would do helping behaviors, but you're saying that's not till 18 months?
At 18 months, it's unambiguously helping, because what the child is doing would have no other explanation. What the child is doing is not gaining anything for themselves. They're creating the conditions where someone else can do something else. The clearest cases of that in the literature that I know about, especially the Tomasello literature, is 18 months. Yeah, there's evidence that if you present to very young infants in a third-party context events that we as adults will describe as one person helping another, that they like the characters that we would describe as the helper. And there's a big controversy about how to interpret those findings.
Okay, that raises a really interesting possibility, which would be, okay, what I was saying about cooperation and collaboration, don't take that as being so fundamental. Take just communication itself to be the fundamental thing. That's what's distinctive of humans, that we do this communication about what's going on. That makes cooperation and collaboration possible. Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I don't know if that's what you were suggesting.
I heard you argue against that on the grounds that communication is conveying some information that goes beyond the immediate interaction, some information about the world. And yet what I think we have evidence is there at the beginning is an ability for infants to engage in a state of social engagement that doesn't involve anything else in the external world except them and the person that they're engaged with. So to the extent that anything's being conveyed, it's not that information from one person is being conveyed to another, it's that they're mutually engaged with each other, and the babies recognize that and seem to value it.
Yeah. No, I think this is great. I think these are all suggesting ways of taking an anti-individualist line further, developing it in different ways. I think this is wonderful. That just proliferates the possibilities that we could take the dyadic thing to be basic. We could take joint attention communication to be more basic than cooperation, though doubtless very useful for cooperation. Whereas what I had been saying was putting it round the other way and taking joint attention to be something that has to be understood in the context of collaboration and communication, of collaboration and cooperation. I take it that's what you're resisting. Yeah. Okay. Okay, that's very helpful. Okay.
Thank you very much for your talk. So I just had a question which I think is mainly clarificatory, even though maybe it is related to the previous debate. So my question is about the notion of primitivity. So you were arguing for the idea that states of joint attention are primitive or basic.
Yes.
And so I was wondering what you meant by primitivity. So I guess that you mean something like not to be explained in individualistic terms. So I take it that
that's right. Yes,
things
exactly.
that are
That's
primitive
exactly it.
is the same as things that are not to be explained in individualistic terms. So at this point, I was wondering what are to understand by individualistic terms. I mean, it seems to me that I can understand two things. So either you're saying something like, oh, we cannot construct states of joint attention out of states of explicit representations of intentions or explicit ascriptions of Brycean intentions.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
And I think that you kind of gave an argument for that, which is introspectively, it does not seem at all that when I'm in a state of joint intention, I'm doing these very elaborate peacock things in which we ascribe a lot different, explicitly different levels of intentions. But it also seems to me that one could say, okay, but maybe we can explain states of joint intention as being constructed with non-explicit, implicit, subpersonal ascriptions of intention. And these ascriptions could take place at an individual level in the sense that they would be implemented by capacities that are clearly possessed by individuals. And in this sense, it could be explained by capacity possessed by individuals and constructed by the theoretician. I mean, from the third person point of view, looking at two persons interacting, we could say, oh no, we can construct this state of joint attention out of the capacities and the processes taking place at the level of individuals. So, but it seems to me that if you want to argue for the second thesis, that is to say that states of joint attention are not able to be explained in individualistic terms in the second sense of the term, then it seems to me that I'm not sure what your argument is for this second thesis.
I didn't quite get the last thing, but let me say something, and then please come back if I just missed the main thing. I agree it's a very interesting path for a Peacockian to take to say, if I follow you, this is about subpersonal brain processing. This is not about what the subject is doing. Yeah, the brain is whirring and performing this kind of calculation. Peacock doesn't say that, and I mean, there is really just zero evidence for the idea of any such subpersonal brain processing of any kind of cell assemblies that are doing this kind of calculation. Yeah, I mean, this is without precedent in the literature on brain processing, of subpersonal brain processing. This is the kind of thing that you would think a human explicitly does with a pen, or most of us anyway take a pen and a bit of paper to do calculations with this kind of thing. It's not the kind of calculation that is done it doesn't look like other subpersonal calculations that the brain is ascribed. Nonetheless, suppose it is doing that, right? Suppose there is some biological system that is implementing that kind of calculation. It's still puzzling to see why that would make, at the personal level, you and I both firing in a case of coordinated attack, rational. I mean, after all, what's going on here is something remote from consciousness. So all I'm getting at a personal level is a prod, maybe fire, something like that. That's not rational. I'm just relying on some bit of subpersonal processing here. At the personal level, there is nothing to make it rational for me to fire. Everything has now been relegated to the, I mean, at any rate, if you could do this calculation in real time, that might make it rational. I mean, at the personal level, that might make it rational for you to fire. But if it's not you that's doing this calculation, then what is it that's surfacing at the personal level, which is making it normatively correct for the person to do this, that is making it sensible for the person to do this, as opposed to just getting a prod from outside, a kind of reflex that is making them pull the trigger?
Just a short reply. I think I follow your argument, but if I follow your argument, it seems to me that your conclusion is not really that states of joint attention are not to be explained in individualistic terms, but rather that they are not to be justified, or that their outputs are not going to be justified in individualistic terms. And so in my mind, like explanation and justification in this context may perhaps be distinguished, but okay, I followed your argument.
Yeah, that's fine. The thing that I think is so interesting and puzzling about coordinated attack is it seems to be normatively correct for the two subjects to do that, to act that way. I mean, that's what's so engaging about it. And and if you just say, okay, well, I give up on that, they do it, but it's not normatively correct by their own lights. Okay, okay. Okay, I think I understand. Yeah.
What's nice is that my remark is just, you know, a prolongation of what you just together, you know, argued about. It's about attack and normative significance of a solution to the problem of attack. I will take my example from animal kingdom, cranes. Cranes, you know, cranes.
Yes, yeah. Right.
When they depart, they have to depart as a group, and it's all very often very, very big groups. And it's necessary for their own survival to depart together.
Yeah.
How do they coordinate? I mean, that's a very good example.
Yeah.
Because they don't have joint attention as humans do, but they have something else.
Yeah.
That seems to be a kind of functional precursor of it.
Right.
And for me, I think it's useful because it can help us deconstruct what there is within joint attention that is already present in the minds of other species. What they do is that they express their affect by specific signals, you know, auditory signals. And the group will move together when the sound has reached a given level.
Yeah.
And of course, the sound is itself calibrated by the group, by the number of the group. It's not, you know, just something blind and stupid.
Yeah.
And so they have found a way that is normatively correct because of the force of function to ensure normativity. I don't want to say they found the solution. The solution was innate, but they have used it, and they use it every day to move together.
Yeah.
So now let's come to the example of Lederman, you know, the trigger-happy solution.
Right. Yeah.
And to me, the significance of this solution is to involve action. And, as you say, awareness of action. How do you, because you object that the people could forget what they are doing. But if you have a signal that is conscious and wherein the agent indexes for himself the action he's about to perform, then this indexing provides a way of keeping track of the goal. The indexing doesn't need to be verbal, but it often is. And therefore, you have a way of having various normative conditions because the conscious signal may refer to a complex forward model, you know, that is not conscious. So you have the normativity condition that in that this signal is conscious as you require, and I think you are right to require it. But you don't need to have to develop the whole thing because when you do the action, you immediately know the implicit forward model that corresponds to the indexing. Do you see what I mean?
I think I do, yeah.
Well, if you want to get a bottle, you just get the index of the visual imagery of this bottle, or you even look at the bottle, you look at it in space, and then you do your action. You don't know how you do it, right? As Malebranche would say, God knows how to do it. You don't. But still, you are rational because you have this goal, and you can check that you are making progress or to or away from the goal.
Right.
So this, I think, action is actually the hidden variable in your whole lecture today, because you can really just say the same things by assuming that there are mental actions or physical actions that allow you to keep this connection to an external object. And by the way, you don't need to have object. Property is okay, you know. It's Strawson's form of, how do you call it, feature placing would work as well.
Right. Okay, I think the thing that gets me is that I think the coordinated attack puzzle is I'm not quite sure what the word I want is. It's very resistant to being modelled, and I think it's. I see the force of what you say about the cranes and that kind of coordination as giving a kind of precursor of what humans do. That's fair enough. Surely there are precursors. Lots of animals do achieve some kind of coordination. But it's very hard. Well, I don't straight off anyway. See, I shouldn't say it's very hard because I haven't really tried, but I don't straight off see how you could model this kind of case where you just go like that and I just nod and then we blaze away. How could you model that on the cranes? I mean, it's not as if there's some gradually increasing hum here, or, I mean, a forward model isn't going to help. Me having my forward model is going to tell me that you're not going to fire. If you see what I mean, because I know what information you have. So, although I completely agree that there are these interesting animal models, I don't see how they help with this. I don't see that they resolve this particular case. Yeah.
Well, of course, they don't have the same capacities for reasoning as we do, and we don't take advantage of evolution on each single decision as they do. But mutatis mutandis, so to speak, you can say, well, your solution, after all, is based on the notion of experience, right?
Yes, right.
So I suggest, okay, it's an experience, but experience of what? It's not an experience of the object alone. It's an experience you are indexing consciously your specific need of this object. It can be eating it, it can be thinking about it, it can be discriminating it, it can, there are plenty of actions you can want to do.
Right.
So I think it's a very close solution to yours, except that you can rephrase it in terms that are more action on the action side and on the perception side.
The focus on the action is very agreeable, actually, to the way I was doing it in the way I was talking in the paper, where I was. Let's see, this is where I was. Relying on relying on the evidently unreliable Tomasello to say that the goal-directed case is more basic than the case of communication without a joint goal. If I follow Liz, what she was saying very strongly was that that is not empirically correct, that the case in which there is communication without the joint goal is developmentally more basic. Is that? Yeah. So the way you're putting it and saying action is important is very friendly to the way I was putting it here. I mean, that would fit right in. So I'm very happy with that. The thing that still has to be got though is where the normative correctness of this comes from, and when you say experience, that's right, it is experience, but what I mean by taking joint attention to be primitive is something quite radical. I mean that it's the experience of you and I jointly attending to that, and that's an experience that can't be had unless you exist and I exist and the thing exists. I'm saying we take that as primitive. And then we can, I mean, really the way to do it would be to do it formally, to say, let's take that three-place relation as a basic experiential relation, and then characterize explicitly, I said, well, it grounds reflective knowledge on both our parts. And what would be agreeable would be to take the three-place relation here and say how that can ground individualistic knowledge in your part and my part, and which actions it can rationalize. But I'm saying take that as the fundamental thing. So although you say experience, the natural reading of experience is it's something I have and it's something you have. That's not what I mean here. It's something at the level of the subjective life, all right. You and I are jointly co-attending to this thing, but it's not something to be conceived of in individualistic terms.
Well, your notion of norm then is extremely demanding. I will stop
Yes.
in a minute.
Well,
because from action, what you get is the norm of that action. You know, I mean to drink this bottle, not that bottle, and therefore my action is successful if I drink that bottle. So in a way, there is an externalist condition on the success of action.
Yes, right.
But it can only be described from a third-person viewpoint. You do the best to get the bottle you want, but there might be an evil demon and so on and so forth, you know? So how can you make it a precondition of an activity that is, after all, a psychological activity, that the world should be obedient to the activity and be, you know, exactly how the subject represents it?
Okay, I think I just agree that this is not the usual conception of normativity. Well, what I mean is, it is the usual conception of normativity, but it's not. But people usually conceive of normativity in individualistic terms, and what I'm saying is that we shouldn't do that.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. So, there are two. In your view, there are two constraints on cognition. So the first is having the capacity for joint attention, and the second is the fact that there are other subjects with which this capacity can be deployed. So I wonder whether the first condition can be sufficient. Simply a subject who just has the capacity for joint attention, but there are no other subject with which she can deploy this capacity. For instance, a baby who grows alone on an island, so she has the capacity for joint attention, but there are no other babies or human beings with which she can deploy this capacity. So I wonder whether in this case, given that this baby has the capacity for joint attention, she can nevertheless develop cognition by deploying this capacity maybe with other beings, animals, for instance, apes, even if these animals are not capable of joint attention, but the fact that the baby has the capacity for joint attention, she can somehow simulate joint attention on the part of the other, and in this way develop some kind of cognition.
That's a great question. You're thinking about these children that have been raised by wolves or that kind of thing. Yeah, yeah. And I just don't know. I think the question is great, and I don't really want to try and improvise an answer to it. I think it's an important question, and it's naturally raised by what I've been saying. Yeah, I mean, you're not going to, well, you're going to do a lot better if you're raised by humans. I make that prediction confidently. What exactly the difference is going to be, I just do not want to speculate about that. I don't know if anybody knows. I mean, anybody here knows. Oh, these wolf children, sorry, yeah.
Sorry, thanks, John. I had a question about the claim that joint attention is a basic, primitive experiential structure, because I'm sympathetic to this idea, but it's of course, it's compatible with the claim that actually that structure is a kind of emergent state that depends on individual mental states. For instance, of course, if we jointly attend to the bottle, then I have to have the ability to see the bottle without you. I mean, even if you were not there, I would be able to perceive the bottle and so on and so forth. Yeah. So I was wondering, I mean, somebody could object that actually the other is already there in the lower level structure. I mean, at the level of individual mental states, because I have to see you as well, and I have to see you as a subject. Yep. So it's connected to, of course, other questions, I guess. So my question is, I mean, do you think that the other emerges at the basic joint attentional structure, or the other is already there at the level of the individual visual experiences, maybe?
or maybe some emotional experiences, imaginations, and so on and so forth. Because it seems to me it's compatible with the view that there is something basic, not explainable in terms of individual mental states, but still individual mental states have to be there. And I think it's one of Peacock's, it's an aspect of Peacock's theory that you have to have, for instance, you have to perceive that the other perceives that X. So you have this meta-perceptual ability, which is not sufficient for joint attention, but which is necessary for joint attention. And it seems to me you're after something more radical.
I am, yeah. Okay, so I don't want to seem insanely dogmatic about this, but just to flatly articulate the view, what I'm saying is that the way that the other is present in joint attention can't be understood in individualistic terms. That if you think of it there's a case in which I think that you and I are jointly attending to something, but you actually slipped away long ago, and I'm actually on my own looking at this thing. It's very poignant, but that could happen, right? I think you're there, but you're not. And what I'm saying is that my state is fundamentally different. It's a different state if you're not there, because the kinds of further psychological actions or states that my situation will be normatively grounding are quite different if you're not there than if you are there. So I agree there's some sense in which it can seem to me that I'm jointly attending, even though I'm not, even though there's no one else there at all. But that's not, I'm saying that you can't regard this triangle as constructed out of it seeming to you that I'm there and it's seeming to me that you're there.
Okay, but my question was different. I was wondering, suppose you have a situation in which you have this joint attentional structure. So my question was, does this structure imply that each subject is seeing the object? Seemings? I guess so, but seeing the other?
Yeah. I suppose it does, yeah. I suppose it would have to be seeming to me in those cases, yeah. Just as if you take perception to be simply a relation between you and the world, it still has to be seeming to you that there are chairs there. Yeah, I think that's right. That's interesting, yeah.
So now, Joseph?
Yeah, I have a related question, just to get a better grasp on the fundamentality of your triangle.
Right. Yeah.
Following idea about the joint attack.
Yes.
So if we both sit in the box, then this whole thing doesn't work, right? Because we are dependent on unreliable information.
Right, communication, yeah.
So the whole thing only works, joint attention, if we can see each other seeing the thing. And so one reason why it works is because when we see something, then we don't even ask the question whether it's reliable or not. Perception just gives you the reality.
Right, that's right, yeah.
So you could then turn it around and say, okay, when we see it, so there is no question about unreliability, and therefore that's sort of the basic state. And all this individualism and mentalizing and so on becomes necessary if this ideal state is not met.
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
I completely agree with that. But just to pan back over and put it in my terms, if you see what I mean. Okay, so we're in our boxes here, sealed off from one another, except by an imperfect means of communication. Mm-hmm. And as you're saying, it's quite different when the boxes fall away. There's something, when the boxes fall away and it's just you and me and the thing, then something is, in some senses, out in the open between us, what's going on. But the point of having the boxes there is to ask, well, what happened? What did the boxes falling away make possible? And working through the exercise with the imperfect communication, makes it compelling that it's not n-level mutual knowledge for any finite n that's made, because we could have that for any n, we could have n-level knowledge with the imperfect means of communication. So what does the boxes falling away make happen? Well, the natural answer, the answer that has been traditional in the literature, I think, has been, well, it makes infinitary level knowledge possible. And then people get kind of puzzled and say, but how can you have really truly infinitary level knowledge? And that's just regarded as a kind of puzzling loose end, I think, in the literature. And then you say, no, okay, but I want a proper answer. I want to know what happened when the boxes fell away. In what sense did things come out in the open? And then the only resolute attempts to say, well, what happened when the boxes fell away? You can say, well, I've got infinitary knowledge. Or you can react to that and try and do Peacock's thing of having a very concise, finitary thing that is nonetheless very complex to work with. Or you can do Liederman's thing and say, well, actually, we don't need that kind of resolution where we know about one another's rationality. And what I'm saying is, when the boxes fall away, what you get is this kind of triangle. You weren't in that kind of triangle before the boxes fell away. That's what out in the open means, that you get this kind of triangle with these kind of normative characteristics. Is that addressing?
Just one more short question. At the beginning, you started out that you wanted to resurrect the causal teleological model, and then I didn't hear anything about teleology anymore.
I think you didn't hear anything more about teleology. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So the causal teleological thing is the idea that a brain representation has the content it does because of what it does for you in action, what I was arguing about time, for example, is that the way that perceived events are immediately shunted into the past and beyond the reach of your action, that can't be understood just in terms of, it can't immediately be understood in terms of some action that the past event is now making available, that the memory of the past event is now making available to you. Because you can't act on it. There's nothing you can do with that past event. If you ask, well, what do we do with our memories? What's the valuable thing that we do with these episodic memories? It seems to me the valuable thing we do is talk about them. We communicate with other people about them. That's why the partners of chronic amnesiacs have such a hard time. It's very hard to have a relationship with someone who just doesn't remember that dinner, that magic autumn so long ago. That the value of episodic memory is in the use of language to communicate about those temporal contents. And so you can't, it's fine to say, it is plausible enough to say that with shape perception, well, what it lets me do is grip the thing. But nothing like that seems to work for memory of past events. That's going very quick over, but that's why I was, that was the complaint I had about the causal teleological approach. Okay.
Okay. I just want to connect back to the first question that you posed. So you asked whether, so the fact that we see joint attention, full-blown joint attention in infants after 9 months somewhere, like around, and they start to be proficient with it at 1 year. So how could joint attention be basic when we see joint attention developing so late? And then you mentioned something about reciprocal, like dyadic engagements between a a caregiver and a child. And now, if there is any developmental psychologist, you might have to correct me about the timeline, but I have got the impression that infants they would follow an adult's gaze to an object earlier than engage in joint attention. But also that before they start following an adult's gaze, just because they see an adult looking at something, they will do it even earlier if the adult is first taking eye contact and then shifting towards the object. So like, hey, see, look at this. And you move the gaze, and then they follow even earlier. So now we are around 3 or 4 months, I think. And my question would be whether, so this is perhaps not joint attention, because the infant will not be able to start interacting with the object, expecting something back from the adult. But it's almost joint in the sense that the adult is aware of this being a mutual situation. Yeah. So it has joint attention on one part, but not the other part in the interaction. And my question is, would this kind of simple situation, which is not really joint attention, would that suffice for you to make the argument you are making about joint attention? Is this early situation enough?
Yeah. Well, you ended with a question that I am qualified to answer. but there are many people here who are better qualified than me to answer the developmental question. But gaze following, I was not thinking of as enough for joint attention, though it must be an important component. But why don't other people comment on the empirical question? It would certainly not be enough, because it wouldn't have this kind of rationalizing force that I'm wanting the triadic joint attention to have. Just if I follow your gaze, I mean, the coordinated attack scenario is, I just think it's very helpful in focusing questions here. That just if I follow your gaze to an object, that's not going to make it rational to attack, because you don't know that I've followed your gaze, and I don't know whether you have followed my gaze yet. So just gaze following can't get the normative force that an ordinary point and a nod have.
Gaze following is simpler than, it's conceptually simpler than
joint attention, yes. Yeah. But I'm sure other people have got a comment on.
I have two more questions. I really want to give them time to ask a question. So, Elisabeth?
So if we take it that dyadic engagement is much earlier than actually any forms of triadic engagement, would it be crazy to suggest that probably dyadic engagement is building some sense of a we-ness? So you and I together form a we, in which case you might reinterpret joint attention not as a 3-place relation, but as a 2-place relation, not between you and I and the object, but between we and the object. So instead of the regular triangle, you would have like an inverted T with a horizontal bar representing the we, and this relation itself then being related to the object through attention.
Yes.
And it seems to make sense in the context of this shared language and more social approach.
We are attending to it. We are going to fire on it. Okay, that's an interesting suggestion, yeah.
And it would work also for the attack, because some people have suggested, for instance, that if we use something like team reasoning or we reasoning, I mean, I don't need to wait for you. The best solution is for us to attack simultaneously. And I'm assuming that you're also able to think this thought. And so if it's obvious to me that the best solution for us is to attack simultaneously, it's obvious for you that the best solution for us is to attack simultaneously, then we should attack. Yeah. No, the one question is, I mean, yeah, because you simplified about whether to attack. The one question we have to add something. Yeah, but I mean, this was, I mean, you did not mention the when part, but.
Yeah. No, that is a very interesting idea. That is a way of running with the ball and taking the dyadic thing to be basic. I guess straight off, what I wonder is, isn't it a notational variant of what I was saying here? Because even if you talk about we rather than you and me in a situation of joint attention, I haven't thought this through. I'm just telling you the first question that comes into my head is, what I was suggesting is we take this triadic thing and then lay out what its implications are for the individualistic bits of propositional knowledge it can justify, or the actions it can justify. If you say, well, we are attending to the thing, then, okay, that looks like it's dyadic. There's the we and the thing, and but everything else is going to go on as before. I mean, it's going to have, I don't really see what the difference is going to be between talking about we and the thing and talking about you and me jointly attending to the thing. Straight off, you could do it either way. You know, even if you say we are attending to the thing, you need to be able to parse out who's we. I mean, there has to be some recognition of the other in the we-ness, if you see what I mean. So there are going to be, it looks very similar, what the implications and causes are going to be of being in that state. So yeah, well, everything you say sounds reasonable, but I'm not sure it's that different.
I'm not sure, but I mean, we'll talk later.
Okay, sure.
I got a question about baby.
About, sorry?
Baby and R-E. You say, no. In English, you say tongue. The baby have the tongue. Yes.
I'm sorry, can you do that again?
When we talk about language,
yep.
For explain, in French, they say langue.
Uh-huh. You know, I don't know any, well, hardly any French, so you have to spell it out.
Langue,
yeah,
like the body.
Yeah.
Tongue.
Yeah. Okay, I think I got that. Yeah.
It seems tongue like the computer is a part of a human. My question is, how can we talk about individual?
How can we talk about individuals?
Oui. If we take the expression English, and God we trust. Tongue is a gift, and how can I think about individual? How can we get a reflection about baby on if language? Oh, in French it will be better. If language is a gift, tongue is a gift. Right. There's no story when we have baby. It's like a computer.
Oh, okay, yeah. I think I understand, but let me play it back to you. If I'm saying language is so fundamental, yeah, I'm saying language is so fundamental, but then I'm also saying what babies have with joint attention is so fundamental, but the babies don't have language. So how can I be taking it that the shared language is really basic? Is that a way of putting it? Because what I've been describing with joint attention is stuff to which language does not seem to be, for which language does not seem to be needed. The point you were making, is this right? The point you were making was that the baby does not have language. So I've been saying language is very important, language comes in all these ways. But how can that be right, given that the baby does not have language, but is able to do these cognitive tasks? Am I getting it, or am I missing the point completely?
I think a baby does language is a virtual.
If what, sorry, eventually, sure, yes, right. Yeah. Yeah.
It's possible. Is this possible?
Yes, that it's possible for the individual to have the thought without the language. Is that? Yeah. Okay. Well, what I've been doing in talking about space and talking about time was talking about ways, aspects of our experience of the world that seem to be made possible by language. And I think a very young child would not have those ways of thinking about space or time. A very young child would not have ways of thinking about particular past events as gone forever, or thinking about spatial properties and relations as causal mechanical relations. Those seem to be things that you can display your understanding of the remembered past only through your use of language. And then the point about attention is, well, anyone might say, but don't we have to understand language in individualistic terms anyhow? Don't we have to understand language in terms of people's brains processing the symbols that they're using? And that's what I was saying, that we should think in terms of this, of the joint attention that children can get into without language as being an irreducibly social foundation for our understanding of language. So it comes from, the use of language is coming from outside anything that can be described in ordinary brain processing terms. It has to do with this joint attention triangle. Am I addressing what you're saying at all? Oh. Okay. Thank you.
It's me.
Yeah.
So, since we have only a couple of minutes left, I thought that you were a bit unfair to the Gricean tradition, that it may be that there is a sort of a intellectualistic or, individualistic or reductionist tendencies in some of the Gricean literature. But in general, we can say that the Grice and the people who followed him paid a lot of attention to a certain sort of situation in human experience in which there is a certain structure which basically they try to capture in terms of reflexivity, or saying that that sort of situation supports infinitary knowledge and can be characterized using technical terms like mutual knowledge, common knowledge, common ground, all those things. And they try to spell out the sort of logical structure, what's involved, what are the... So those situations involve participants having certain mental states, and the idea that those situations support infinitary knowledge was actually a progress. Discovering that was very important. Also, this idea of reflexivity is quite important. So there is a lot that's can be construed as part of a project of illuminating what those situations, which are quite fundamental in human experience, what they consist in, what their essential properties are. And those situations involve not only ordinary situations of human communication, but cases of joint attention as well. And the issue arises whether simple cases of mutual awareness are not like that too. And I think that it's just fine. I mean, all this research project is just fine. So you cannot just say it was round-headed from the start because they were trying to reduce this to something purely individualistic. I'm not sure it's really the case.
Well, I just agree that, I mean, of course you're right, that Gracians were always very interested in common knowledge scenarios. Schiffer had this thing about you and I sitting looking at a candle, and I know that you know about the candle, and you know that I know about the candle, and so on. But it seems to me it was never really in that tradition. They never really did full justice to the puzzle of the infinitary character of the knowledge. They tended to say, and so on, and leave it as if, well, how can you really have infinitary knowledge? Or they would say, you have the basis for infinitary knowledge.
Yeah, maybe you will say that. Actually, many people address this issue by indeed talking about the basis for the knowledge, or talking about default reflexivity instead of full reflexivity. There were all sorts of attempts to actually come to terms with the fact that one cannot really have that sort of explicit knowledge, infinitary knowledge. There's got to be more dispositional. There was also this notion of mutual manifestness, and so there are all sorts of attempts.
Right. Yeah, but when thinking about joint attention, it just this is a remark Chris Peacock made actually at I think the first Warwick conference I went to on joint attention, that when you think about these Schiffer scenarios with the candle, they're all joint attention scenarios. The things that they were getting the Gracians exercised about these infinitary things were all joint attention scenarios. They hadn't been conceptualized by the Gracians in those terms, but once you look at them again, yeah, they are the joint attention scenarios. And the thing about coordinated attack is that I really think this is not done justice in the literature, coordinated attack. Where's it gone? Right. That talking about having the basis for the infinitary knowledge is not good enough here, because what the coordinated attack seems to show, if you're thinking of it in terms of a potentially infinitary knowledge, what coordinated attack seems to demand is that you have completed the infinity, that you really have got there. Otherwise, what the thing about the booths shows is that for no level n is it going to be rational for either of you to attack. You've got to have completed the infinitary sequence in order to attack. And that's what I think the Gracian can't really address, is that full sense in which it really is out in the open when there are no booths.
Okay, so there's no time to continue. I would disagree with what you said. Anyway, the Gracians were interested in this notion of out in the open. This notion of overtness was central to their endeavor, and I believe that you follow in this.
I disagree. I should probably try and do more justice.
Anyway,
it's not that it just simply hadn't occurred to them. It was always there. But yeah.
So I take on that might be in the last question to thank you again for those wonderful talks. Thanks a lot, John.
Thank you very much. Wonderful discussions.